Reincarnation of the Strongest Sword God audiobook by Kevin. Chapter 3441, Chapter 515, Different Era Miniature Ancient World, Boundary Sea, on a large island shaped like a hammer. Over 1,000 players were currently engaged in intense combat with each other. These players were mostly at level 155 or above, with most being at Tier 4 while some were at Tier 5. These players were split into two groups, and it looked like two armies were clashing when they fought. Both groups mainly fought using two tactics. They would either have numerous Tier 4 players supporting a couple of Tier 5 players using magic barriers, or have a bunch of Tier 4 players fight with the assistance of battle arrays. Both tactics worked well at keeping the opponent's Tier 5 combatants at bay, and the battle fell into a stalemate as neither group could get the upper hand over the other. The battle between the two player groups had turned a radius of several thousand yards into scorched land. Even the island's level 150-plus monsters steered clear of these players, none daring to get close. While the two groups were gradually escalating the intensity of their fight, a 4-meter-tall spatial rift opened up in the nearby forest. Then Shi Feng and his teammates came flying out of the rift. What an incredible miniature world! Desolate Fury exclaimed shortly after exiting the rift. The density of the mana here is comparable to the former Holy World. Indeed. Shi Feng also couldn't help but be surprised when he sensed the miniature Ancient World's mana. If we're comparing solely density, the mana here is already on par with the Holy World's. The Holy World's mana was extraordinary. It was so dense that it could suppress players' mana. Meanwhile, such a mana environment was something most players and powers could only dream of finding. Hence, the fact that the current miniature Ancient World had mana rivaling that of the Holy World was astonishing. It should be known that the miniature Ancient World's mana environment couldn't even compare to that of the Starlight Realm's ancient river kingdom previously, yet now the situation was reversed and the gap was vastly greater than before. Even more surprising was the miniature Ancient World's law suppression that resulted from this dense mana. Not only did it cause his teleportation to go wrong, but it also restricted him from releasing his mana out of his body. It should be known that he had a Tier 5 advanced legendary mana body. Yet, after arriving in the miniature Ancient World, he could no longer manipulate the mana around him to fly. Now he could only walk using his feet. "There's a battle over there," LaRoja calmly stated after glancing at the players fighting roughly 2,000 yards away from them. "By the looks of things, it should be a clash between two different powers, but it looks like one side is about to crumble soon." Shortly after LaRoja spoke, the battle developed as she predicted, with one side gradually retreating, though this outcome came as no surprise to anyone on Shi Feng's team. After all, there was a very apparent gap in strength between the two clashing groups. At first glance, both groups were roughly even in numbers, with both groups most likely being 1,000-man legions originally. However, there was a significant difference in the number of Tier 5 experts the two groups possessed. One side had over 20 Tier 5 experts, while the other had less than 10. Without a fortified stronghold to back them, it would only be a matter of time before the group with fewer Tier 5 players lost. Attack, a level 160. Tier 5 Grand Wizard on the winning side commanded when he saw the enemy retreating. "Use spatial lockdown. We must not let these native Tier 5s escape." Following the Grand Wizard's command, several dozen Tier 4 players quickly took out a magic scroll from their bag and created a spatial lockdown barrier that enveloped a 5,000-yard radius. Now, unless the enemy team could exhaust the barrier's mana reserves, they shouldn't think of stepping out of the barrier. Players from outside the miniature Ancient World. When Shi Feng heard the Grand Wizard's command, he started to observe him with more scrutiny. On closer observation, Shi Feng noted that the Grand Wizard was undoubtedly a titled expert. If put in an ordinary hegemonic power, he would hold a position among the hegemonic power's core executives. In addition, apart from the commanding Grand Wizard, the 20 or so other Tier 5 experts on his team were also quite strong. Every one of them was at the 4th floor standard. A team with such a lineup would be more than enough to topple most of the hegemonic powers that had entered the miniature Ancient World, let alone the miniature Ancient World's native powers. However, when Shi Feng turned to observe the other team, composed of native experts, he discovered something even more surprising. Even though the team of native experts had less than 10 Tier 5 experts, every one of them had respectable combat standards. Every one of them was either a domain realm expert or a fourth floor expert. Normally, a god's domain that had only recently opened its doors to the greater god's domain would be fortunate even to have a dozen or so experts reaching the fourth floor standard. Moreover, all of these experts would be among the strongest existences of that god's domain. However, Shi Feng didn't recognize any of the supposedly native Tier 5 experts on the battlefield. Amidst Shi Feng's amazement, a team of 12 Tier 5 players suddenly joined the battle against the team composed of foreign players. The team of 12 was led by 2 women, a Tier 5 elementalist and a Tier 5 assassin. Moreover, both were young women. Following the appearance of these 2 young women, the atmosphere surrounding the battlefield instantly changed. Hooray! Our reinforcements have arrived. Wow! It's the Asura Mercenary Alliance's Clear Sky and Nightingale. We're saved. The native players grew ecstatic when they saw the team of 12 joining the battlefield. A look of reverence even appeared on their faces when they saw Lin Yoyue and Zhuo Yelin leading the team. As for the foreign players, they exploded into an uproar when they saw the 12-man team. Damn it! Why is it those 2? The Grand Wizard commanding the foreign team cursed when he saw Lin Yoyue and Zhuo Yelin. Then, with great reluctance, he commanded, "Everyone retreat." Hearing the Grand Wizard's call for retreat, the foreign players dropped what they were doing and fled in all directions without hesitation. Trying to escape? A cold glint flashed in Zhuo Yalin's eyes when she saw the foreign experts fleeing. Don't even think about it. Immediately, Zhuo Yalin's speed skyrocketed, her body splitting into 15 copies that chased after the fleeing Tier 5 experts. Her speed was like lightning, and every Tier 4 player she passed by would disintegrate into particles of light. Equally formidable, Lin Yoyu raised her staff and cast 3 Tier 5 spells simultaneously, sending forth an amalgamation of wind, lightning, and icicles that killed over 100 Tier 4 players in the blink of an eye. By the end of the battle, less than 20% of the foreign players managed to escape with their lives, and more than half of the foreign team's Tier 5 players died in battle, if not for the commanding Grand Wizard ordering a retreat as soon as he saw Lin Yoyu and Zhuo Yalin. The team's losses would have been even more severe. What's going on? Gentle Snow couldn't help but be stunned as she looked at Lin Yoyu and Zhuo Yalin in the distance. What exactly happened when she was away from the miniature ancient world? When did Lin Yoyu and Zhuo Yalin become so strong? TL notes. Lin Yoyu equals Sklir Skly, formerly, or still is, the God's Domain Academy's director. Zhuo Yalin equals Nightingale, witness to Shi Feng clearing the Colosseum's 5th floor test. Colosseum is where players could fight for a chance to reconstruct their mana bodies. 2. Chapter 3442, Chapter 516, Rumored Founder. Chapter 516, Rumored Founder. Those 2 are incredible. Those 4th floor experts didn't even last more than 3 moves against them. Even among titled experts, they have already reached the standard of paragons. They don't look very old either. With such strength and talent, they would still be considered top-tier paragons, even if they joined an upper-ranking hegemonic power. When the battle finally concluded, Desolate Fury, Ink Killin, and the others started to analyze Lin Yayue's and Zhuo Yalin's performances. At the same time, they started to take the miniature ancient world more seriously. 4th floor experts and titled experts might be everywhere in the Eternal Realm, but that was because the former Holy World was a gathering place of the various realms' geniuses and paragons. Normally, a 4th floor expert would be considered a famous individual in any kingdom or empire of any realm. As for paragons, they were nigh invincible existences among players of the same generation in any kingdom or empire. Different from Desolate Fury and the others, Shi Feng couldn't help but be surprised when he saw Lin Yaoyue's and Zhuo Yalin's performances. At this time, whether it was Lin Yaoyue or Zhuo Yalin, both of them were already strong enough to rival Saint Nine, the former 10th-ranked player on the miniature Ancient World's God-ranked expert list. In other words, they had reached the standard of the ancient River Kingdom's 10 great paragons. However, Shi Feng clearly remembered that before he left the miniature Ancient World, the two had yet to even reach the domain realm, let alone the standard of titled experts and paragons. On the other side, after Lin Yaoyu and Zhuo Yalin achieved victory over the foreign players, the native players cheered with joy, as expected of Asura's Clear Sky and Nightingale. I wonder when I can become a core member of Asura? A core member? Stop daydreaming. Most of the God-ranked experts from the former first-rate guilds and superpowers are still stuck as internal members of the Asura Mercenary Alliance. At present times, only those who have reached the titled standard are qualified to become core members. I really envy those who joined Asura early on. If I had joined a few months earlier, I might have become an internal member by now. Forget about it. I heard that Asura is currently recruiting many young geniuses to nurture, and those who pass will get to train in the rumored primordial tower right away. If the tower is anything like the rumors mention, those rookies will most likely take up a bunch of internal member slots. They get to train in that primordial tower? It seems that even the Asura Mercenary Alliance is feeling quite a bit of pressure this time. After seeing Lin Yaoyu and Zhuo Yalin achieve victory, many of the native players present expressed their admiration for the Asura Mercenary Alliance. Yearning also filled their eyes when they spoke about Asura's primordial tower. While everyone was engaged in discussion, the 10 other members of the Asura Mercenary Alliance returned to Lin Yaoyu and Zhuo Yalin's side. These 10 players were all young men and women who had reached Tier 5, and they couldn't help but feel prideful when they received the worshipping gazes of the Tier 4 youths around them. Passing the Asura Mercenary Alliance's test was not an easy feat. Meanwhile, the 10 of them were not only fortunate enough to pass the test, but they even became internal members of the Mercenary Alliance. To top it all off, they got to fight alongside Lin Yaoyu and Zhuo Yalin, 2 of the Asura Mercenary Alliance's Grand Elders. This was an opportunity many could only dream of obtaining. "We're done with the cleanup, Miss Nightingale," a level 157 berserker reported. "But I came across a group of Tier 5 players roughly 2,000 yards away. I don't recognize them, and they don't seem like native players, but a man and a woman among them claim to know both of you and want to talk to you." As soon as the male berserker finished speaking, the female swordsman beside him sneered and said, "Ghost Axe, who doesn't know Miss Clear Sky and Miss Nightingale in the miniature Ancient World? There are tons of people queuing up to meet them. How can you even believe those people's words?" The other members of the team also nodded in agreement with the female swordsman's words. They felt that the berserker named Ghost Axe was too naive. A group of unfamiliar Tier 5 players, and they said they know us. Zhuo Yalin grew a little curious. "Oh, the woman said her name was Gentle Snow." Ghost Axe suddenly added, "She said you'll know who she is once you hear this name. Big Sis Snow?" Zhuo Yalin's voice was full of excitement. "Take us there quickly. Big Sis is back." A look of surprise also appeared on Lin Yaoyu's face. Hearing the two's urging, Ghost Axe dared not waste any time, and hurriedly led them to the forest where he came across Gentle Snow. Meanwhile, Zhuo Yalin and Lin Yaoyu followed him closely without hesitation. Upon seeing this scene, the female swordsman who previously mocked Ghost Axe couldn't help but be stunned. She also couldn't help but wonder who Gentle Snow was. In no time, Lin Yaoyu and Zhuo Yalin arrived at a temporary campsite under Ghost Axe's lead. Then, when they spotted 2 familiar faces sitting around the campsite, unprecedented joy and excitement colored their faces. Subsequently, Lin Yaoyu and Zhuo Yalin brought the team of 8 Tier 5 players away from the island on their bronze warship, making a bee for the Abyssal Star City, the Asura Mercenary Alliance's main headquarters, Abyssal Star City attracted tons of visitors every day, many of which came to join the Mercenary Alliance. Many powers had also chosen to settle down in Abyssal Star City, causing the city's player population to reach a frightening level. Nowadays, Even Asura members with priority access to the city have to queue up for several hours to enter the city. As for non-members, it was anyone's guess as to how long they had to wait in line. Of all the members in the Asura Mercenary Alliance, only those holding the position of core member or above could enter the city without having to wait in line. And although many powers have offered to pay sky-high prices for a similar privilege for some of their members, Lin Yaoyu and Zhuo Yelin never agreed to their requests. Abyssal Star City, Asura Mercenary Alliance's headquarters, top-floor conference room. Who do you think that man and woman are, Big Sis Reaver? I've never seen Miss Clear Sky and Ms. Zhuo Yelin get so excited before. They even called for an emergency meeting among the Alliance's other executives. A female guardian knight curiously asked the female swordsman standing next to her as she looked at the door next to her. The female swordsman was named Sound Reaver and held extraordinary status in the Asura Mercenary Alliance. On top of being the #1 expert among Asura's rookie geniuses, she was also recruited as the disciple of Chief Administrator Hidden Soul 3 months ago. I'm not sure about the woman, Sound Reaver said, shaking her head. Then her expression suddenly became solemn as she continued, "But I have some ideas about the man. Although that man is a Tier 5 player, I didn't feel anything special or dangerous about him," the female guardian knight commented when she heard Sound Reaver's words. "Could he be some young master from the Green God Corporation?" "No," after a slight pause. Sound Reaver said, "He is very likely to be the rumored founder of the Asura Mercenary Alliance Black Flame." Chapter 3443, Chapter 517, 100 City Battle. Chapter 3443, Chapter 517, 100 City Battle. Chapter 517, 100 City Battle, Black Flame. You're saying that man's the Asura Sword Emperor? The God List's former #1? The female guardian knight's eyes shone with an unprecedented brilliance when she heard Sound Reaver's answer. The Asura Sword Emperor's achievements had already become legendary in the miniature ancient world. Not only did he establish Zero Wing, but he was also behind the establishment of the Asura Mercenary Alliance. In addition, he had also defeated famous geniuses and paragons one after another amidst the miniature ancient world's chaotic era. Only because Black Flame would usually keep his appearance and information concealed, not many people actually knew what he looked like. Moreover, it had already been 4 months since Black Flame disappeared. In the ever-changing miniature ancient world, everyone had long regarded the Asura Sword Emperor's name as a legend of the past. Many people even believed that Black Flame had been forever eliminated from God's domain during the battle in the World Passage, hence his disappearance. However, if Sound Reaver's deduction was correct, and the Asura Sword Emperor had returned alive, it would become a huge encouragement for the entire Asura Mercenary Alliance. It was especially true now that a large number of foreign powers had invaded the miniature ancient world, and the Asura Mercenary Alliance's influence was continuously shrinking. Nowadays, Asura could only barely maintain the safety of the surrounding naval zones of Abyssal Star City's newly transferred location. When Zhuo Yelin informed the executives of Zero Wing and the Asura Mercenary Alliance about Shi Feng's return, everyone was pleasantly surprised. Then, without hesitation, they dropped what they were doing and rushed over to Asura's headquarters. Unfortunately, due to the drastic changes in the miniature ancient world's environment rendering teleportation useless, everyone had to travel back by foot. Otherwise, they would have immediately teleported back to Abyssal Star City using the Guild Transfer Scroll. Meanwhile, as Asura's executives arrived at the Mercenary Alliance's headquarters one after another, the Alliance members present in the first-floor hall couldn't help but feel that something big was taking place. What's happening today? Why are so many executives coming back? It is indeed strange. Even Seeing as so many of our alliance's bigwigs have gathered here today, could it be that the foreign powers are planning something big? When the Mercenary Alliance's members saw how many executive members had gathered in the Alliance's headquarters today, they couldn't help but start a discussion among themselves. The Asura Mercenary Alliance was no longer a minor power in the miniature ancient world. Currently, it held control over more than 10 settlements and fortresses. When it came to this regard, the Asura Mercenary Alliance was number one among the miniature ancient world's native powers. Although there were other alliances that held control over more than 10 settlements and fortresses previously, that all changed once the foreign powers' invasion began. None of the native alliances had the strength to defend so many territories at the same time. As a result, they had to abandon most of their territories and concentrate their strength on protecting 3 settlements and fortresses. In the corridor leading to the Asura Mercenary Alliance's top-floor conference room, an old man and a middle-aged man walked slowly toward the conference room that only executives of the Asura Mercenary Alliance could enter. "Old Liu, what do you think our chances of winning are now that Guild Leader Black Flame has returned?" Galaxy Past asked in a low voice, a hint of anticipation in his eyes. "Our chances of winning?" Liu Wusheng stopped and looked at Galaxy Past with a bitter smile. "We'd be lucky if we even have a 10% chance of defending our territories." "Only 10%? Galaxy Past was surprised. "Do you think that's low?" Liu Wusheng asked when he saw Galaxy Past's surprise. "Do you remember the God List's former top 5? How do you think you compare to them now?" "I should be an even match for them," Galaxy Past said confidently. "Exactly," Liu Wusheng nodded. Then he sighed and continued, "We improved a lot compared to 4 months ago, but Guild Leader Black Flame has missed out on the opportunities we had during these past 4 months. Now that we have to face a simultaneous assault from multiple upper-ranking hegemonic powers, I'm afraid there is very little that one person can do, even if this person is Guild Leader Black Flame." Galaxy Past also couldn't help but sigh upon hearing this. The Asura Mercenary Alliance had indeed improved significantly compared to a couple of months ago. But whether it was in terms of quantity or quality, Asura's Tier 5 experts still lagged behind the Greater Gods Domain's upper-ranking hegemonic powers by a lot. According to the intelligence they gathered, the various upper-ranking hegemonic powers had already gathered many Tier 5 experts and were preparing to take over all of the native powers' settlements and fortresses. And since Asura held control over the greatest number of settlements and fortresses out of all native powers, it naturally attracted the most attention from the various upper-ranking hegemonic powers. Hence, the gathering of Asura's executives this time was not only because of Shi Feng's return, but also because, as guessed by the Alliance's members, the various foreign powers were planning something big. Inside the top-floor conference room, currently over a dozen executive members were gathered in the conference room that could accommodate hundreds of these people. Apart from Shi Feng, who was still at level 153, everyone else had already reached level 159 or above. In Shi Feng's eyes, everyone present had undergone significant changes during the time he was absent. It was especially so for Hidden Soul. Not only did her presence become sharper and more dangerous, but she had also reached level 160, which was the minimum requirement to ascend to Tier 6. Now, so long as she developed her concentration to the Tier 6 standard and gathered 100,000 units of 7 Luminaries crystal, she could attempt to break through to Tier 6. "You're finally back, Guild Leader," Su Qianliu said. When she saw that Shi Feng had also reached Tier 5, she couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Then she smiled and continued, "Had you returned any later, our alliance would have probably ceased to exist already." Su Qianliu might have spoken in a joking manner, but everyone present couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed. The reason everyone present could gather and work together as a group in the past was all because of Shi Feng. However, because Shi Feng had disappeared for 4 months, the Alliance's affiliated powers stopped being as cohesive as before. Even with Su Qianliu, Hidden Soul, and Blackie acting as mediators, none of the Alliance's affiliated powers were willing to submit to each other. As a result, it became very difficult to accomplish large operations. Having to face the foreign powers' invasion with the Mercenary Alliance in such a state was simply a nightmare. You all have already done a good job developing the alliance to such a state in the time I was away, Shi Feng said, understanding the meaning Su Qian Liu was trying to imply with her words. I have a general understanding of the situation, but I do not plan to stay long in the miniature ancient world. Are you giving up on the miniature ancient world? Guild leader Black Flame? Everyone present immediately grew anxious. No, Shi Feng shook his head. Then in a firm tone he said, the miniature ancient world is our foundation. I came back this time to strengthen the Asura Mercenary Alliance and Zero Wing, and also to enable everyone to have a better development. Strengthen the Asura Mercenary Alliance and enable us to have better development. Lu Wusheng and the others couldn't help but look at Shi Feng curiously. They wondered how exactly Shi Feng was going to achieve his claims. After all, whether it was the current Asura Mercenary Alliance or Zero Wing, neither had a particularly optimistic future. Seeing the looks of skepticism on everyone's faces, Shi Feng smiled and said, instead of staying bound to the miniature ancient world, I plan to bring some people outside to develop. Chapter 3444, Chapter 51:8, Show of Force. Chapter 3444 and Chapter 51:18, Show of Force. Chapter 51:18, Show of Force. As soon as Shi Feng finished speaking, time seemingly became frozen as the whole conference room fell completely silent. A moment later, Liu Wusheng stood up with an excited look and asked, Guild Leader Black Flame? You're not joking with us, are you? Ever since the Myriad Worlds Descent expansion pack went live, all native players came to learn that whether it was the miniature ancient world or the god's domain they previously fought on, both were merely an insignificant part of the greater god's domain. The world outside their god's domain was not only much vaster, but also more exciting. It also provided players with better development opportunities. However, now that the various foreign powers had blocked off the miniature ancient world's world passage, native players had no hope of entering the greater god's domain. While everyone in this conference room was aware that Shi Feng had the ability to travel out of the miniature ancient world, the fact that Shi Feng could do so didn't mean they could as well. After all, it wasn't easy to get past the world barrier. At this time, Galaxy Past, Crimson Heart, Lin Yaoyu, and Zhuo Yalan also looked toward Shi Feng. Although none of them said anything, their eyes exposed their desires. I'm serious about what I said, Shi Feng explained, unsurprised by Liu Wusheng and the others' skepticism. Glimmers and Purple Light's members can attest to this. Hearing Shi Feng's words, Liu Wusheng and the others turned to look at a middle-aged knight and a 3-meter-tall muscular man sitting in the corner. The middle-aged man was the Purple Light trading firm's commander, Echoing Judgment, while the 3-meter-tall man was the Glimmer Adventurer team's acting commander, Casio. We can indeed confirm this, Echoing Judgment nodded. More specifically, that's how we arrived in the miniature ancient world in the first place. With Echoing Judgment and Casio's confirmation, Liu Wusheng and the others felt a shiver run through their bodies. At the same time, unprecedented excitement appeared in their eyes. If it was true that Shi Feng could bring others out of the miniature ancient world, Zero Wing and the Asura Mercenary Alliance would achieve prosperity in the miniature ancient world, even if they didn't want to. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that every native player currently operating in the miniature ancient world wished to enter the greater god's domain. Once the miniature ancient world's native players find out that Zero Wing and the Asura Mercenary Alliance could extend their reach into the greater god's domain, the number of players seeking to join Zero Wing and Asura would reach unprecedented levels. After a short pause, Shi Feng continued, Currently the number of people I can bring each time is limited, aside from allocating 1 slot to every power. I also plan to allocate 2 slots for the talented newcomers trained by the Asura Mercenary Alliance. We only get 1 slot each? Liu Wusheng grew a little disappointed. There were so few slots available that there were barely enough to even divine among the executive members of Zero Wing and Asura. This meant they wouldn't have any additional slots to use to tempt players to join Zero Wing and Asura. We shouldn't be too greedy. Having even 1 slot is already good enough, said Crimson Heart from the 100-Flower Palace, said calmly. None of the other native powers can send even 1 player out of the miniature ancient world. That's true. Galaxy Pass nodded in agreement with Crimson Heart's statement. While Shi Feng could only provide a limited number of slots to leave the miniature ancient world, it was still better than nothing. Not to mention the number of players they could have in the greater god's domain would add up over time. At this time, Hidden Soul suddenly spoke up. While it is good that we can head outside, the foreign powers that have invaded the miniature ancient world remain a problem. I don't think they will give us much time to grow. Indeed. According to the information I've gathered, we are in a very precious situation, Su Qianliu concurred. There are currently 3 upper-ranking hegemonic powers eyeing our settlements and fortresses. These 3 powers alone have gathered over 70,000 Tier 5 experts in the miniature ancient world, while all of us added together don't even have 10,000. Even if we abandon all but one of our territories, we will still have difficulty fending them off. Su Qianliu's reminder poured a bucket of cold water over everyone's heads, bringing them back to reality. The 3 upper-ranking hegemonic powers targeting them had 70,000 Tier 5 players. Even if all of these Tier 5 players were only at the 3rd floor standard, they were still enough to sweep away Zero Wing's and Asura's forces. You don't need to worry about this, Shi Feng calmly said in response. Which of the 3 upper-ranking hegemonic powers is currently the strongest? He was well aware of the strength of upper-ranking hegemonic powers thanks to his previous life's experiences. If an upper-ranking hegemonic power didn't need to have a certain number of players defending its settlements and fortresses in the greater god's domain, it could easily mobilize an army of several 100,000 Tier 5 players into the miniature ancient world. After inspecting her data, Su Qianliu answered, "Of the 3, the strongest is the Hades Society. Currently, it has nearly 30,000 Tier 5 players in the miniature ancient world." Nearly 30,000? That's quite a lot. Shi Feng nodded. Where are they gathered? The Hades Society is mainly gathered in Withered Sea City, not far from the World Channel. Hidden Soul answered with an unpleasant expression. Withered Sea City was originally a monster city that we captured, and it served as a resting place for us in the dead Ash Sea. But on the first day after the New World Passage opened, the Hades Society took it from us. A city that was taken away? Shi Feng laughed when he heard this. In that case, we'll make a show of force using the Hades Society. A show of force? Su Qianliu and the others looked at Shi Feng with some confusion. Mm-hmm. Shi Feng nodded and stood up. Then, he commanded, gather all available Tier 5 experts in Abyssal Star City's Central Plaza immediately. With the current strength of Zero Wing and the Asura Mercenary Alliance, stopping the various foreign powers' invasion would be impossible. If they wanted to develop peacefully in the miniature ancient world, they would need to let the various foreign powers know that Zero Wing and Asura were not opponents to be trifled with. Meanwhile, eliminating the Hades Society was undoubtedly the best way to prove this. After Shi Feng issued his command, although everyone present failed to understand what he was trying to do, they still executed his orders accordingly. Immediately, Zero Wing and the Asura Mercenary Alliance issued a call to assemble, and a large number of Tier 5 experts suddenly gathered in Abyssal Star City's Central Plaza. In no time, over 1,000 Tier 5 experts had gathered, and the number continued to increase as time passed. The sight of so many Tier 5 experts gathering sparking the curiosity of Abyssal Star City's players. At the same time, news of Zero Wing and Asura gathering their Tier 5 experts quickly reached the miniature ancient world's various powers. Chapter 3445, Chapter 519, Surpassing Expectations. Chapter 3445, Chapter 519, Surpassing Expectations. Chapter 519, Surpassing Expectations. Abyssal Star City, Zero Wing's residence. Ever since Abyssal Star City got promoted into an advanced city, Zero Wing's residence had become one of the city's iconic sites. Not only did it occupy an area of 2 sports stadiums, but it also had a 50-floor guild hall that was over 200 meters tall. Apart from the primordial tower, no other building in the city could match Zero Wing's guild hall in height. Currently, a long line of players could be seen waiting to enter Zero Wing's guild residence. Among them, young men and women made up the majority, and all of them were eagerly talking about Zero Wing. Something big seems to be going on in Zero Wing. So many of its Tier 5 experts have suddenly gathered. I wonder what Zero Wing is planning to do. I recall that the last time Zero Wing conducted a major operation was 2 months ago, when it was attacking a monster nest in the Dead Ash Sea. Back then, the various hegemonic powers only had around 30 Tier 5 experts, yet Zero Wing had mobilized over 100 Tier 5 experts and over 100 ships to capture that nest. That nest also became the location for the Dead Ash Sea's first fortress afterward, and solidified Zero Wing's place as the #1 guild in the miniature ancient world. That's right. It was also around that time I thought of joining Zero Wing. It's a pity Zero Wing's requirements are so high. I've never passed the test even once until now. Thankfully, Zero Wing suddenly loosened the requirements for players under 20. I must pass the test today. Indeed, Zero Wing's recruitment conditions are extraordinarily high. Even after Zero Wing has loosened its requirements, newcomers like us still need to reach the refinement realm and truth realm at the very minimum. Even with all the changes that have taken place in the miniature ancient world, not many players can meet these conditions. When the youngsters waiting in line to take Zero Wing's recruitment test spoke about the loosened conditions to join Zero Wing, they couldn't help but feel a little exasperated. Out of all the native powers operating in the miniature ancient world, Zero Wing's recruitment conditions were without a doubt the highest. To this day, the 5 great superguilds remained existences that corporations in the real world had to do their best to befriend. Yet, even the 5 superguilds only required players to reach the half-step refinement realm standard to become normal members. Yet, players needed to reach the refinement realm and the truth realm to become normal members of Zero Wing. But even with such stringent requirements, everyone still sought to join Zero Wing. This was because Zero Wing's member benefits were unquestionably the best. Particularly if players could get promoted to an elite member, they would gain the opportunity to train in the Primordial Tower, rapidly improving in all aspects, and increasing their chances of creating a high-ranking Tier 5 mana body. Inside the guild leader's office in Zero Wing's residence, Shi Feng couldn't help but be a little surprised as he read a detailed report on Zero Wing's current situation. Even with the miniature ancient world's current excellent conditions, few players could get promoted to Tier 5. The average superpower only had several hundred Tier 5 experts. Moreover, the majority of them had only created a Tier 5 silver mana body. Yet, Zero Wing currently had 3,216 Tier 5 experts. This was already comparable to what the various superguilds had on the main continent. Not to mention, out of these 3,216 Tier 5 experts, 70% had created a Tier 5 gold mana body, and 15 had created a Tier 5 epic mana body. Of the 15 players, apart from Shi Feng's early companions, such as Suqian Liu, Rampant Blade, Happy Snow, and Firecloud, there were also Zero Wing's rookie geniuses, such as Wu Xiaoxiao, Midsummer, and Jun Luosha, and those who joined Zero Wing later on, such as Wordless Ember and Sleeping Quicksand. Even in the Greater God's domain, few hegemonic powers possessed so many high-quality Tier 5 experts. Currently, most ordinary hegemonic powers in the Greater God's domain only have several dozen Tier 6 experts under their command. Meanwhile, the reason these hegemonic powers had so few Tier 6 experts was that few of their experts could create a Tier 5 gold mana body. Players would undergo a massive qualitative transformation when going from Tier 5 to Tier 6. Meanwhile, to accomplish this qualitative leap, players would not only need a large amount of 7 Luminaries crystals, but they would also need to be able to create a divine body. However, the process of creating a divine body was challenging even to titled experts. This was because players' technical skills had little to no influence over the creation of a divine body. There were only 2 factors that could affect the success of a divine body's creation. Firstly, concentration. Players needed to have their concentration at the basic Tier 6 standard at the very minimum. Secondly, mana body. The higher the rank of one's mana body, the lower the difficulty one would face in creating their divine body. Because of these two factors, even though the Greater God's domain was a place rich in resources, few players could ever reach Tier 6. Meanwhile, so long as players managed to create a Tier 5 gold mana body, depending on the quality of their legacies, their chances of creating a divine body ranged between 5% to 30%. Currently, even assuming that all of Zero Wing's Tier 5 experts with Tier 5 gold mana bodies only had a 5% chance of creating a divine body, Zero Wing could still potentially have more than 110 Tier 6 experts in the future. Not to mention, Zero Wing was still continuously growing. Abyssal Star City had yet to reach the main city standard, and the Primordial Tower's third floor had yet to be unlocked. The Primordial Tower's third floor was the last and most crucial floor. If players could train there, they could undoubtedly achieve greater improvements than what they could achieve on the first two floors. Why did you gather so many Tier 5 experts, guild leader? Don't tell me you plan on attacking Withered Sea City, Blackie asked, sweating profusely as he looked at Shi Feng. Withered Sea City has over 10,000 Tier 5 experts and several Tier 6 combatants defending it daily. The Hades Society can also recall all of its Tier 5 experts to Withered Sea City at a moment's notice. At that time, we might have to face nearly 30,000 Tier 5 experts and 20 Tier 6 combatants. Although Blackie did not participate in the Asura Mercenary Alliance's meeting, he had still heard from Su Qianliu that Shi Feng planned to make a show of force in the miniature ancient world. Hence, Shi Feng gathered all available Tier 5 experts in Zero Wing and Asura. However, based on his understanding of Shi Feng, there was no way Shi Feng would bring so many experts to Withered Sea City just for the sake of putting on a simple show. The only reason Shi Feng would gather all of Zero Wing's and Asura's Tier 5 players was to capture Withered Sea City. Hearing Blackie's words, Su Qianliu also couldn't help but grow anxious. In her opinion, it was simply ludicrous to attack Withered Sea City with their current forces. Setting aside the fact that they would have to face nearly 30,000 Tier 5 experts, just the opponent's 20 or so titled experts with Tier 6 combat power would be enough to give them a huge headache. In the 4 months Shi Feng was away, Rampant Blade, Wu Xiao Xiao, Wordless Ember, and Sleeping Quicksand were the only ones in Zero Wing who could achieve Tier 6 combat power. As for Asura's side, only Hidden Soul, Liu Wusheng, Crimson Heart, Galaxy Past, Echoing Judgment, and Cassio had achieved it. In total, Zero Wing and Asura only had 10 Tier 6 combatants. If they were on the defending side, it might be fine to have 10 Tier 6 combatants go up against 20, but it would be suicidal to do so when they were the attackers. You've guessed it, Shi Feng calmly nodded while reading the report in his hand. We might not be a match for them when it comes to numbers, but we won't lose to them when it comes to top combatants. After saying so, Shi Feng took out a glass marble, a secret treasure he had obtained from the underground Crystal Palace. Chapter 3446, Chapter 520, Shocking All Sides. Chapter 3446, Chapter 520, Shocking All Sides. Jabber Wing's residence, Guild Leader's office. When Su Qianliu and Blackie finished inspecting the secret treasure's stats, their breaths immediately grew heavy. Where did you get such a treasure, Guild Leader? Blackie's eyes were full of shock as he looked at the secret treasure on the table. When players raised their tiers, it wasn't only their basic attributes and physiques that would receive a qualitative increase. They would also see a significant improvement in their mana protection. The difference in mana protection was also why players of a lower tier would usually have difficulty damaging players of a higher tier. However, unlike basic attributes and physique, there weren't any weapons, equipment, or tools that increased mana protection, as far as what was currently known in God's domain. The only way players could increase their protection was by raising their tier. Yet, the secret treasure on the table had broken this norm. When equipped, it would increase the user's mana protection. This was simply unbelievable. If even one article can increase mana protection by this much, you can probably become invincible among players of the same tier if you have 3 articles equipped, Su Qianliu commented. Then she looked toward Shi Feng and asked, Do you have a lot of these secret treasures, Guild Leader? One could say that mana protection was the foundation of tier suppression in God's domain. At first glance, the term mana protection would lead one to think that it increased players' resistance toward mana. However, according to research conducted by many lifestyle players, the essence of mana protection was the total volume of mana contained within a player's body. When players raised their tiers, the size of their mana pool would also increase accordingly. Meanwhile, players having more mana in their body would be akin to them being in an environment rich in mana, while players having less mana in their body would be akin to them being in an environment lacking in mana. Hence, the higher a player's mana protection, the bigger their mana pool would become, and the better the mana environment that would surround them. With greater mana protection, not only would players receive less damage from attacks, but they would also see a rise in their destructive power. This was also why, even if two players of different tiers had similar basic attributes, the performance of their normal attacks, skills, and spells would be different. Not a lot. Calmly, Shi Feng said, "I only have 92 of these things on me right now." Excluding the Gray Moon and Ice Crystal secret treasure sets, his group had only received 92 common secret treasures from the Underground Crystal Palace, based on the system's allocation. As for the combat secret treasures dropped by Tia, the mutated floor master, he had given them all to Scarecrow Fox. 92? Blackie and Su Qianlu were promptly dumbfounded. They had never even heard of any items being able to increase players' mana protection before today. In their opinions, the value of a secret treasure was no less than that of a fragmented legendary weapon, and it would be fortunate if Shi Feng could take out even 10 secret treasures. But 92. With this many secret treasures, they could form a 20-man team of invincible Tier 5 players. Anyway, you two pick a few secret treasures for yourselves first. Afterward, find a group of trustworthy Tier 4 players and distribute the rest to them. It's best if they are fourth-floor experts. Make absolutely sure news of these items doesn't get out, Shi Feng said as he looked at the two stunned people before him. Then he took out all of the secret treasures in his bag and placed them on the table. He still had no intentions of letting the Asura Mercenary Alliance's folk know about secret treasures. After all was said and done, Asura was merely a loose organization with few restrictions. Meanwhile, secret treasures were extraordinary items. If the outside world came to know that there were secret treasures in the miniature ancient world, nobody could guarantee the safety of the miniature ancient world. "Leave it to us," Su Qianlu responded, an excited expression appearing on her face when she snapped back to her senses. "We'll make sure everyone who receives a secret treasure signs a God's domain contract. Nobody should even think of leaking this secret." Blackie also nodded, his heart beating with excitement as he looked at the secret treasures on the table. They would be able to create a 20-man team with mana protection rivaling Tier 6 players with all these secret treasures, and once this team made its debut, it would absolutely shock the entire miniature ancient world. Following this, Su Qianlu and Blackie quickly carried out Shi Feng's instructions, distributing the secret treasures to Zero Wing's fourth-floor experts, such as Firecloud, Midsummer, Happy Snow, June Luosha, and others. Meanwhile, when these individuals received their secret treasures and saw their effects, they couldn't help but grow ecstatic. 3 hours later, over 8,000 players gathered in Abyssal Star City's Central Plaza, following Shi Feng's command. These were all Tier 5 players of Zero Wing and the Asura Mercenary Alliance. When these 8,000-plus Tier 5 players gathered in the Central Plaza, many passers-by couldn't help but stare at them. Many executives of the various powers even went out of their way to come here when they heard that so many of Zero Wing's and Asura's Tier 5 experts had gathered on the rooftop dining area of a high-end restaurant next to Abyssal Star Plaza. What the heck is the Asura Mercenary Alliance trying to do by gathering so many Tier 5 players? "One step," the Titan Sword of the Divine Hunters Guild said in displeasure as he swayed the glass of wine in his hand. Currently, One Step was already a level 157, Tier 5 Berserker. "Are you worried they'll target Divine Hunters?" The level 158, Tier 5 female elementalist sitting across One Step said with a faint smile. "I heard the Divine Hunters has been fighting Asura over a 7 luminaries crystal vein in the Dead Ash Sea recently. Maybe Asura has finally gotten fed up and decided to put an end to the fighting once and for all? Glancing at the female elementalist, One Step disdainfully said, "You speak as if morning light has never provoked Zero Wing before. If my memory served me correctly, your people stole a large shipyard from Zero Wing while Zero Wing was busy defending a siege. Isn't that why a big shot like you has come running all the way here now, Melissa?" Dark Banner Melissa of the Morning Light Guild did not refute One Step's words. Instead, she glanced at the various hegemonic powers experts that have gathered around the Abyssal Star Plaza because of the Asura Mercenary Alliance's latest movement. A force of over 8,000 Tier 5 experts was one that no hegemonic power in the current miniature ancient world could afford to ignore. It was especially so since the Asura Mercenary Alliance had quite a few Tier 6 combatants. If Asura's goal this time were to attack Morning Light, it would be an existential battle. At the very least, it would decide whether Morning Light could continue to operate and thrive in the miniature ancient world. Following the collapse of the First World Passage, the miniature ancient world had entered a sealed state. During this period, the Asura Mercenary Alliance, with Zero Wing at its core, had achieved mind-blowingly rapid development. Honestly, if not for the Second World Passage opening, letting the various hegemonic powers mobilize more Tier 5 experts into the miniature ancient world, none of them would even have the qualifications to challenge the Asura Mercenary Alliance. Even so, if the current Asura Mercenary Alliance were hell-bent on targeting a specific hegemonic power, it would be a nightmare for said power. Hence, the miniature ancient world's various hegemonic powers had promptly come running to Abyssal Star City as soon as they heard Asura gathering its Tier 5 experts. While One Step and Melissa were ridiculing each other, a new group of players arrived at the plaza. When One Step and Melissa saw the cloaked male swordsman walking at the front of this group, their eyes immediately widened in disbelief. For most people, they wouldn't have paid much attention to the cloaked swordsman due to his lack of presence. However, for One Step and Melissa, the cloaked swordsman was someone they would never forget. Black Flame. He's actually back? Chapter 3447, Chapter 5021. Black Flame returns. Chapter 3447, Chapter 5021. Black Flame returns. Chapter 5021. Black Flame returns. Chapter 5021. Black Flame returns. Upon overhearing One Step's and Melissa's exclamations, the restaurant's rooftop dining area suddenly fell silent as everyone turned to look at the cloaked swordsman in the plaza. Is he the Asura Sword Emperor, Black Flame? Didn't they say Black Flame disappeared in the World Passage long ago? No wonder Asura is making such a huge commotion. With Black Flame's return, a re-evaluation of the Asura Mercenary Alliance's strength will be necessary. In the current Greater God's domain, few people did not know the name of the Asura Sword Emperor Black Flame. This name was especially well known among the various hegemonic powers. More specifically, this was a name that the various hegemonic powers needed to remember. While the Seven Luminaries Alliance's Luminous Glory list might only be prepared for Tier 4 players of the younger generation, the list encompassed the entire Greater God's domain. Even the simple feat of getting onto the list of 1,000 players was something the various hegemonic powers experts could only dream of accomplishing. And in a situation where the Asura Mercenary Alliance already had many titled experts under its command, the sudden addition of the Asura Sword Emperor could cause a qualitative change to Asura's top combat power. Meanwhile, following Shi Feng's arrival, some of Asura's members quickly recognized him, Guild Leader Black Flame. Am I dreaming? Is Guild Leader Black Flame actually back? This is great. With this, our top combat power will see further improvement. Let's see which hegemonic power will dare to provoke us in the future. So, he's the miniature ancient world's former #1 swordsman. Many members of Asura were excited to see Shi Feng. It was especially so for the older members. They had personally witnessed Shi Feng's astonishing accomplishments in the miniature ancient world, so they had a much better idea of what could come from Shi Feng's return. You really guessed it, Reaver. A young female knight in her late teens said excitedly to the female swordsman next to her when she saw Asura's older members recognizing Shi Feng. Although Sound Reaver had previously guessed that the cloaked swordsman was the Asura Sword Emperor Black Flame, it was only now that this conjecture had received confirmation. The miniature ancient world's #1 swordsman, while watching Shi Feng walk onto the elevated platform in the middle of the plaza, Sound Reaver's eyes burned with determination. This title will be mine sooner or later. After becoming Hidden Soul's apprentice, Sound Reaver had come to learn of Hidden Soul's unfathomable strength. Yet even with such unfathomable strength, Hidden Soul continued to hold Black Flame in great esteem. This made Sound Reaver curious about Black Flame. Only, after seeing Black Flame in person, Sound Reaver couldn't help but be disappointed. This was because Shi Feng did not have as powerful and frightening of a presence as she imagined. She couldn't even feel any pressure coming from him as she did with her master Hidden Soul. I wonder what guild leader Black Flame has gathered so many of us here for. I heard from an executive that guild leader Black Flame seems to be planning to use the Hades Society to set an example. Using the Hades Society to set an example? Doesn't that mean we'll be attacking the Hades Society? Isn't it a little too early for us to be attacking the Hades Society? I heard that they have fifth-floor experts. Even if guild leader Black Flame is back, we still can't match the Hades Society's fifth-floor experts in numbers. We'll be at a disadvantage in top combat power. After learning of Shi Feng's return, Asura's members began speculating why Shi Feng had gathered so many Tier 5 experts. And when they spoke about the possibility of attacking the Hades Society, they couldn't help but think that Shi Feng was acting a little too recklessly. It was indeed good news for Asura that a fifth-floor expert such as Shi Feng had returned. But the current miniature ancient world was no longer the same as in the past. Simply being a fifth-floor expert could no longer guarantee one a spot among the miniature ancient world's top 10 players. This was because every upper-ranking hegemonic power that had entered the miniature ancient world had multiple fifth-floor experts under its command, and there were easily more than 10 upper-ranking hegemonic powers operating in the miniature ancient world. While Asura's members were talking among themselves, both the executives of Asura and the various powers present suddenly started receiving messages and call requests. "Did something happen, Soul?" Shi Feng asked when he noticed a sudden change in Hidden Soul's expression. "Something big happened," Hidden Soul said grimly. "Just a moment ago we received news that the Hades Society, Primal Empire, and Sacred Tribe have secretly gathered most of their Tier 5 experts at the Boundary Sea. Their numbers exceed 50,000, and their Tier 6 combatants exceed 60. They moved very secretively, and they had already appeared within 10 kilometers of Abyssal Star City when we discovered them." "Damn it! These 3 upper-ranking hegemonic powers must have joined forces long ago. All the conflicts they had with each other were nothing but acts to deceive us into letting our guards down." Now that they heard that we've gathered most of our Tier 5 experts in Abyssal Star City, they must be planning to wipe us out once and for all. Liu Wushing cursed under his breath after reading the latest intelligence report he received. He never thought the 3 upper-ranking hegemonic powers would band together. Before anybody could say anything else, Abyssal Star City's alarm for battle suddenly rang, and numerous magic mirrors appeared above the city. Meanwhile, displayed in these mirrors was the image of several thousand ships. Among them were hundreds of bronze ships and above, and every player riding these warships was at Tier 5. At a glance, the Tier 5 players aboard these ships numbered in the tens of thousands, and the sight of all these Tier 5 experts was shocking to even the battle-hardened experts in Abyssal Star City. Many experts had even forgotten how to breathe. Apart from the thousands of ships sailing across the sea, there were also 330-meter-long wyverns flying in the sky. Each of these wyverns carried 20 or so Tier 5 experts, and just the sight of these experts struck fear into the fourth-floor experts present in Abyssal Star City, Tier 6 combatants. This was the term that the various fourth-floor experts instinctively thought of. However, compared to the several dozen Tier 6 combatants, everyone was more terrified by the sight of the 3 experts helming the wyverns. Of these 3 experts, 2 were men and 1 was a woman. All 3 looked rather young and did not look like they were even 25 years old. Yet the sight of these 3 experts had given everyone the illusion 3 deities had just descended onto the mortal world. At this moment, even the various hegemonic powers experts who were in Abyssal Star City to watch the show had fallen silent, all of them wearing looks of disbelief. Sacred Glory experts. Chapter 3448, Chapter 52, A Sacred Glory Expert. I've long stopped being one. Chapter 3448, Chapter 52, A Sacred Glory Expert. I've long stopped being one. Chapter 52, A Sacred Glory Expert. I've long stopped being one. The Hades Society must be crazy. Is this the true strength of the various upper-ranking hegemonic powers? Asura's members were filled with astonishment and worry when they saw the three individuals helming the three wyverns. As for executives such as Lu Wusheng, they started to feel as if their previous belief that Asura could defend Abyssal Star City so long as they concentrated their forces was nothing but a joke. Meanwhile, Asura's members weren't the only ones who despaired at the sight of the Hades Society, Primal Empire, and Sacred Tribe's combined army of Tier 5 experts. The various hegemonic powers executives who had come to Abyssal Star City to investigate Asura's activities similarly felt suffocated at this sight. While it was true that the Asura Mercenary Alliance was an enemy of the various hegemonic powers, executives could bring themselves to feel delighted over Asura's predicament. On the contrary, they felt a sense of camaraderie with Asura's members. World-breaking Axe, Heratus, Myriad Spears, Daylight, Unsleeping Death, Death Stride. One step was greatly shaken when he saw the three individuals helming the wyverns. Is this a celebrity battle organized by the Seven Luminaries Alliance? Why are there three Sacred Glory experts here? It seems the three upper-ranking hegemonic powers planned to eliminate Asura once and for all, Melissa said, sighing. The three ranking lists published by the Seven Luminaries Alliance across the entire Greater Gods domain were known by all. They were also often the focus of discussion for many people, with the exception of the Luminous Glory List. Players capable of entering the Sacred Glory List or Divine Glory List were publicly recognized as powerhouses in the Greater Gods domain. Even the fifth-floor experts regarded as core combatants by the various hegemonic powers were nothing but a joke in front of these powerhouses, let alone titled experts like themselves. Meanwhile, Heratus, Daylight, and Death Stride were not only ranked among the Sacred Glory List, but all three of them were also ranked within the top 500. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that just one of them was enough to wipe the floor with any hegemonic power operating in the miniature ancient world. Normally, the various upper-ranking hegemonic powers would never send such precious combatants into a miniature world. After all, these experts could accomplish much greater things in the Greater Gods domain. Yet, now, three of these experts were mobilized just to target the Asura Mercenary Alliance. Such a shocking scene could rarely be seen even in the Greater Gods domain, so it was mind-blowing that it had happened in a miniature world. Before the players in Abyssal Star City could come back to their senses, faint laughter came from above the city. Black Flame, I heard you want to use the Hades Society to set an example. I wonder how you feel now, asked a fair-skinned young girl of the giant race. The girl was one of the three individuals helming the wyverns, and she spoke in a teasing tone. If you hand over Abyssal Star City and beg for mercy now, I might decide to be merciful and let you go. You sure know how to tell a joke, Heratus, said a rigid and short young man who was similarly helming a wyvern. Then the young man laughed unreservedly and said, Since when has the world-breaking axe spared anyone who has begged for mercy? If I remember correctly, you annihilated the soul of the last guy who begged for mercy. Stride, you didn't have to expose Heratus like that, said a savage-looking man with messy hair. You should give our brother Black Flame some hope. That way we wouldn't have to waste as much energy taking over Abyssal Star City. You might think of it as troublesome, but not me, the short young man named Deathstride said, sneering. It won't be anything more than a little exercise. What trouble could there be? You're simply bringing shame to your title of Myriad Spears, Daylight. Glaring at Deathstride and Daylight, the giant girl named Heratus said in dissatisfaction, Can you two give this newbie here a little chance? He is a luminous glory expert, after all. Who knows? I might very well decide to be merciful. The 3 cannon fodders helming the wyverns ran their mouths one after another, none of them taking Shi Feng seriously. Even the 8,000-plus Tier 5 experts of Asura were no different than ants in their eyes. However, the trio's contempt did not provoke any ridicule or anger from the players in Abyssal Star City. On the contrary, everyone shuddered at their words. "It seems they really intend to wipe us out," Hidden Soul solemnly said as she looked at the 3 trio talking and laughing in mid-air. If the 3 individuals talking were insignificant nobodies, their words could be dismissed as a joke. But all 3 of them were on the Sacred Glory list, so their arrogant words sounded more like a predator wanting to have some fun with their prey before killing it. As a former commander of the Flower of 7 Sins, Hidden Soul had seen many individuals behaving as such before. While everyone in the Abyssal Star Plaza was watching on in silence, a woman stepped up from behind Shi Feng and said, "Are Sacred Glory experts so noisy nowadays?" These words were not spoken loudly, but in the silent plaza they sounded like they were amplified countless times. Everyone in and around the plaza heard these words clearly, and this included One Step and Melissa. The woman who spoke had an elegant look, and she carried a silver spear and shield on her back. Although she had reached Tier 5 already, she was only at level 156, which was quite low compared to the various hegemonic powers experts. Apart from those in and around the plaza, the players riding on the 3 wyverns in the sky also heard the elegant woman's words loudly and clearly. Immediately, the 3 upper-ranking hegemonic powers Tier 6 combatants couldn't help but shudder, though not because of the woman, but because of the aura emanating from Heratus. "It seems you are eager to be the first to die, old hag," Heratus said, her gaze growing colder and colder as she looked at Inkkillen. "Since you're in such a hurry, I'll grant you your wish." After saying so, Heratus reached for the 5-meter-long axe she carried on her back and threw it at Inkkillen. When the axe separated from Heratus's hand, it traveled across the air without making any sound. Yet the weapon traveled at the speed of lightning, and it easily penetrated Abyssal Star City's defensive magic array and struck Inkkillen. The sight of this unimpressive attack caused everyone in Abyssal Star City to gasp. It was especially so for Asura's members. Abyssal Star City's defensive magic array had stood strong against numerous attacks from hegemonic powers and sea monsters. The defensive magic array could even block attacks that had reached the Tier 6 standard. Yet, it behaved as if it did not exist against Heratus's attack. Boom. Following a deafening explosion coming from the plaza, everyone in the city gasped once more. This was because, contrary to everyone's expectations, Inkkillen had stopped Heratus's frightening axe. More specifically, she had caught the giant weapon with one hand, and she neither moved nor lost any HP in the process. "Are you also a Sacred Glory expert?" Heratus was greatly shocked when she saw Inkkillen catch her attack without taking any damage. In her opinion, apart from Sacred Glory experts, no other expert of the same tier could stop her attack without taking damage. A Sacred Glory expert? After tossing the giant axe aside, Inkkillen reached for the spear on her back. Then she threw the weapon at Heratus and indifferently said, "I've long stopped being one." Chapter 3449, Chapter 523, Tier 6 appears. Chapter 3449, Chapter 523, Tier 6 appears. Chapter 523, Tier 6 appears. Like a shooting star, a streak of light shot through the sky above Abyssal Star City and disappeared. Following it, a scream echoed throughout the city. She couldn't resist it? Daylight and Deathstride widened their eyes in disbelief when they saw one of Heratus's arms getting obliterated. They could neither believe nor fathom how this had happened. Heratus, the world-breaking axe, was known for her abnormally high strength attribute. When comparing strength, she could rank among the Sacred Glory list's top 100. Her guild had even assigned her the legendary ranked Titan Battle Axe because of her dispatch to the miniature ancient world this time. In her current state, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that Heratus's strength had reached the average standard of level 160 Tier 6 Berserker gods. Yet, even though Heratus had used her axe to block Inkkillen's attack, her axe still got sent flying, and one of her arms was obliterated. Impossible. Madness and disbelief filled Heratis's eyes at the loss of her arm. Blinded by rage, she waved her remaining hand and recalled the Titan battle axe. Then she slashed down in Inc-Killen's direction. Absolute technique, heavenly might. Space warped along with the descent of the Titan battle axe, and many of those standing in the way of the legendary weapon found themselves robbed of their ability to move. However, while many had found themselves immobilized by Heratis's heavenly might, Inc-Killen remained unaffected. Not only that, but Inc-Killen had thrown the spear she recalled with even greater speed, the weapon splitting into more than a dozen copies of itself mid-flight. Absolute technique, compounded shadow. Spear after spear struck the warped space. When the fifth spear struck, space shattered, and the remaining spears continued onward to Heratis. Seeing this, Heratis was forced to cancel her attack and brandish her axe to defend herself. 1 strike, 2 strikes, 3 strikes. Every strike caused Heratis to lose a chunk of her HP. When the 8th spear struck the Titan battle axe, Heratis's HP fell to 0, and her body fell lifelessly from the sky. Suddenly, silence enveloped Abyssal Star City as everyone stared at Inc-Killen, as if they had just seen a ghost. Heratis, the world-breaking axe and 439th on the Sacred Glory list, had died just like that. How is this possible? Not even the top 30 Sacred Glory experts can kill Heratis so easily. Who is that woman? As individuals who were similarly ranked within the Sacred Glory list's top 500, Daylight and Deathstride couldn't help but be shocked and frightened by Inc-Killen's strength. As for the players standing in the Abyssal Star Plaza, they were dumbfounded by this unexpected turn of events. Liu Wusheng, Zhuo Yalin, and the other executives of Asura in particular felt like they were dreaming. Where did you find such an expert, guild leader? Isn't she a little too strong? Blackie exclaimed, his mouth having difficulty staying shut. Logically, an expert on the Sacred Glory list should be able to dominate the entire miniature ancient world single-handedly. Yet now, a Sacred Glory expert had just been killed in seconds. The clash between Inc-Killen and Heratis was so one-sided that Blackie couldn't help but suspect that the world-breaking axe he had just seen getting killed was an imposter. As for One Step and Melissa, they couldn't help but scrutinize Inc-Killen. Could this woman be the Asura Mercenary Alliance's true owner? This was the thought that came to the minds of One Step and Melissa. Unlike Blackie, they had met Heratis in the Greater Gods domain before, so they knew that the Heratis that had just been killed was the real deal. Meanwhile, in God's domain, the person in control of an organization would typically be the strongest player in the entire organization. Seeing as Black Flame was only a genius on the Luminous Glory list, One Step and Melissa couldn't help but suspect that Inc-Killen was the true owner of the Asura Mercenary Alliance. Inc-Killen? I saw this name among the Sacred Glory list's top 10 over a decade ago. Could this woman be that Inc-Killen? She's a former top 10 Sacred Glory expert? No wonder Heratis is no match for her. Could she be Zero Wing's mysterious backer? Some of the older players present quickly recognized Inc-Killen, and upon discovering Inc-Killen's identity, they no longer found it surprising that Inc-Killen could kill Heratis so effortlessly. It was true that Heratis was amazing for being able to rank among the Sacred Glory list's top 500. However, there was a qualitative difference between someone ranked in the top 500 and someone ranked in the top 30, so it wasn't all too unbelievable for a former top 10 Sacred Glory expert to kill the current 439th ranked Sacred Glory expert in one exchange. However, of those present, only Shi Feng, Gentle Snow, Desolate Fury, LaRoja, Cross, River Light, and Blaze Eye knew the only reason Inc-Killen could kill Heratis so effortlessly was because she had multiple secret treasures equipped. There were even combat-ranked secret treasures among them. Be it basic attributes or mana protection, Inc-Killen was far above Heratis. Hence, it was only natural for Heratis to lose to Inc-Killen in a clash of absolute techniques. Of course, had Heratis chosen to fight by evading, even Inc-Killen would have needed some time to kill her. The fight wouldn't have ended so quickly and decisively while everyone was immersed in silence. Shi Feng collected the item, Heratis dropped and turned his gaze toward Daylight and Deathstride. It seems your plan to take over Abyssal Star City isn't going as smoothly as you expected. Will you two beg for mercy now, or choose to continue fighting? Shi Feng nonchalantly asked. An ugly look appeared on Daylight and Deathstride when they heard Shi Feng returning their previous provocation to them. Black Flame! Don't get cocky just because you have Ink Killin backing you. Not only did Daylight not panic after realizing Ink Killin's identity, but he even sneered and said, "Do you really think we have no way to deal with her? With just you two? You're still not qualified for that," Shi Feng said disdainfully. Whether it was the Hades Society, Primal Empire, or Sacred Tribe, he had never regarded any of them as his actual opponents. This was because upper-ranking hegemonic powers lacked the qualifications to be his opponent. However, a second after Shi Feng finished speaking, a powerful voice echoed throughout Abyssal Star City. Is this old man qualified then? Following this question, an indescribable pressure swept through Abyssal Star City, forcing all players below Tier 5 to their knees. Many Tier 5 experts also felt their movements becoming stiff. Suddenly, a lean old man appeared mid-air, his body staying suspended in the air without any support as he overlooked Abyssal Star City. Divine might! This is real divine might! This is a lie! This must be a lie! Tier 6? He's a Tier 6 Berserker god. Shock and fear filled the eyes of Asura's members as they looked at the old man. They never expected someone from the three upper-ranking hegemonic powers to get promoted to Tier 6 already. Chapter 3450, Chapter 524, Fighting a Tier 6 Opponent. Chapter 3450, Chapter 52, Fighting a Tier 6 Opponent. Chapter 524, Fighting a Tier 6 Opponent, Tier 6. This was the highest tier players could achieve in God's domain. It was also the dream of countless players to reach this tier. Even with the countless experts that existed in the greater God's domain, Tier 6 players remained the various powers' core combat power. Tier 6? Is this the Hades Society's true capability? Hidden Soul, Lu Wusheng, and the Asura Mercenary Alliance's other executives wore grim expressions as they quietly looked at the old man hovering above the city. The joy they felt from seeing Ink Killin killing Heratis disappeared completely when they felt the aura coming from the old man and saw the Hades Society guild emblem the old man wore. In the current miniature ancient world, Tier 6 was a goal that the various powers experts were frantically trying to reach. This was because they knew that the appearance of the first Tier 6 player would instantly change the miniature ancient world's power structure. Although Hidden Soul and the others had long known that a Tier 6 player could appear at any moment given the miniature ancient world's current situation, they never thought the Hades Society would give birth to a Tier 6 player so quickly. Shortly after the appearance of the elderly Berserker god, the various hegemonic powers executives present in Abyssal Star City went into an uproar. Is the Hades Society insane? How dare they send Nightmare Chaser to the miniature ancient world? One Step was in utter disbelief as he looked at the old man in the sky. Unlike the miniature ancient world's native players, One Step knew a lot more about the greater god's domain's various powers. Nightmare Chaser. This was a name that any player who had operated outside the Starlight Realm would have heard of at least once. It was also a name regarded by the various powers operating in the Void Sea as taboo for their Tier 5 members. More specifically, the various powers prohibited any of their Tier 5 members from taking action within the Hades Society's Devil Fortress. This was because any Tier 5 player who dared to do so would be permanently removed from God's domain. Meanwhile, the cause of these removals was none other than Nightmare Chaser. Nightmare Chaser was the Tier 6 Berserker god responsible for guarding the Devil Fortress. He was also the biggest contributor to the Devil Fortress's prosperity. In the current situation where only level 160 Tier 5 players were allowed to enter the miniature ancient world, the idea of sending a level 220 Tier 6 Berserker god into the miniature ancient world was simply absurd. It was especially so when the Berserker god in question was Nightmare Chaser. After all, not only would it cost an astronomical expenditure to bring Nightmare Chaser back to Tier 6 within a short time, but it would also leave Devil Fortress without the infamous Nightmare Chaser's protection. Abyssal Star City is a lost cause now, Melissa stated with a sigh. Then she turned her gaze toward Shi Feng, who stood in the Abyssal Star Plaza, and continued. I thought I would have another chance to fight Black Flame again, but it seems that won't be possible anymore. What a pity. One Step nodded in agreement as he similarly turned to look at Shi Feng. With Nightmare Chaser's personality, he absolutely won't rest until every member of Asura is gone. After losing to Shi Feng several months ago, One Step would often think of redeeming himself. But after seeing Nightmare Chaser, he did not doubt that, be it Zero Wing or the Asura Mercenary Alliance, both would become history after today. However, just when everyone thought Shi Feng would panic at the sight of Nightmare Chaser, Shi Feng nonchalantly glanced at the lean old man in the sky and said, I'm afraid you're still lacking. These words were spoken in a flat tone, yet they echoed loudly in the ears of everyone present in Abyssal Star City. Meanwhile, following Shi Feng's words, the various hegemonic powers executives couldn't help but look at him with their eyes and mouth wide open. Is he crazy? He still dares to make provocations at a time like this. Is he not afraid Nightmare Chaser will make him disappear from God's domain? Does he think Ink Killen can still protect him? When the various hegemonic powers executives saw Shi Feng's behavior, they couldn't help but think of him as a fool. After all, a Tier 6 Berserker god was present before him, yet he still failed to see the situation for what it was. How brave of you. It seems you have already prepared yourself to face the consequences of provoking a Tier 6 expert. Suddenly, Nightmare Chaser raised his hand and summoned a crimson saber. Then he slashed downward with the saber, sending forth a frightening energy blade that threatened to cut Shi Feng and Abyssal Star City in half. When the energy blade made contact with Abyssal Star City's defensive magic array, it cut through the self-generated defensive magic array like a hot knife through butter. In front of the frightening energy blade, the defensive magic array that could normally withstand bombardment from an army of Tier 5 players behaved as if it did not even exist. Meanwhile, all of the players in Abyssal Star City couldn't help but be dumbfounded by this scene. Is this how powerful Tier 6 players are, Soundreaver thought. This was the first time she had seen a Tier 6 player in action, and she couldn't help but be greatly shocked. As an advanced city, Abyssal Star City came with a defensive magic array that could withstand continuous bombardment from over 1,000 Tier 5 experts. Without skills and spells specifically designed to break barriers, it would be impossible to break the defensive magic array within a short time. This had already been proven multiple times in the miniature ancient world, yet the defensive magic array that had withstood numerous attacks from various hegemonic powers failed to last even one move against Nightmare Chaser. The gap between Tier 5 and Tier 6 players was magnitudes greater than what she initially thought. Meanwhile, different from Soundreaver, Shi Feng remained unfazed in the face of Nightmare Chaser's attack. He didn't even try to evade it, looking like he was simply waiting to receive the Berserker god's judgment. But just when it seemed like the energy blade was about to hit Shi Feng, a figure appeared before him. The shield in the person's hand raised to face the energy blade directly. A moment after the shield and energy blade made contact, a deafening explosion reverberated throughout Abyssal Star City. The resulting shockwaves were so powerful that most of the Tier 5 players standing in the plaza were sent flying over 100 yards away. When the dust settled, a large bottomless fissure could be seen splitting the plaza. Two people could also be seen standing at one end of the fissure, and they were Shi Feng and the shield-wielding Ink Killen. They didn't die. What did she do? The various Tier 5 experts situated around the plaza couldn't help but doubt their eyes. There was no doubt Nightmare Chaser's attack carried devastating power. It simply wasn't an attack Tier 5 players like themselves could hope to withstand. This was evident just by looking at Abyssal Star City's fading defensive magic array. Even the slightest contact with this attack could probably reduce a Tier 5 tank to dust. Yet not only did Ink Killen survive blocking Nightmare Chaser's attack, but the HP she lost from doing so was also inconsequential. How is this possible? Is she really just Tier 5? Riding atop the wyverns loitering above the city, Daybreak and Deathstride were visibly shaken as they looked at Inkkillen. No one knew the might of Nightmare Chaser better than them. Even if Nightmare Chaser was still at Tier 5, the two of them working together would not last more than 3 moves against him. Yet even though Nightmare Chaser was currently at Tier 6 and wielding the legendary weapon Revenant Blade, Inkkillen didn't even lose 3% of her HP from blocking Nightmare Chaser's attack. How was this even possible? Chapter 3451, Chapter 525, Godlike Lineup. Chapter 3451, Chapter 525, Godlike Lineup. Incredible, this is simply incredible. It felt like I would have been obliterated if I had just touched that energy blade, yet she managed to deflect it. No wonder Guild Leader Black Flame is so relaxed. With such capabilities, she can already fight true Tier 6 players. Liu Yu Wusheng and the others were greatly astonished by Inkkillen's combat capabilities when they saw the fissure that had resulted from Nightmare Chaser's attack getting deflected. At the same time, they couldn't help but put themselves in Inkkillen's shoes and wonder how they would do against Nightmare Chaser's attack. However, no matter how many simulations they ran in their minds, they could only get one result: instant death. The gap between them and Inkkillen was simply massive. Whether it was technique or basic attributes, they were vastly inferior to Inkkillen. Good. We should have a fighting chance now. Hidden Soul thought, hints of expectation and joy coloring her gloomy face when she saw Inkkillen mostly unscathed. Originally, Hidden Soul was already close to falling into despair. After all, she knew the difference between Tier 5 and Tier 6 players. When she was still active on the main continent, the best she could ever do as a Tier 5 player was threaten Tier 6 players. It was a qualitative difference that could not be overcome with numbers alone. Not to mention, Nightmare Chaser wasn't your average Tier 6 player. If it was with her current combat standard, Hidden Soul was confident she could defeat the Tier 6 players she had previously faced on the main continent. However, she had zero confidence she could triumph against Nightmare Chaser. After all, as a 5th floor expert, Nightmare Chaser could sweep the floor with her, even if they were at the same tier, let alone having a 1-tier advantage. In a certain sense, the Tier 6 Nightmare Chaser was even more terrifying of a foe than the Hades Society, Primal Empire, and Sacred Tribe's 50,000-plus Tier 5 experts. But now that Inkkillen had shown herself capable of fending off Nightmare Chaser's attack, it would take a lot of pressure off of Abyssal Star City if she could keep him pinned. However, contrary to everyone's expectations, Nightmare Chaser didn't seem all too surprised to see Inkkillen overcome his attack. Not bad. As expected of a vice commander of Scarecrow Fox, Nightmare Chaser praised as he looked at Inkkillen. With how effortlessly you deflected my attack, I can say with certainty that you'll be put onto the Divine Glory list the day you decide to advance to Tier 6. That great commander of yours will have a wide smile on his face when he learns of how much you have improved. You overpraise me, sir, Inkkillen calmly responded as she looked at Nightmare Chaser. If not for the miniature world suppressing you, I wouldn't have been able to deflect your attack so easily. As soon as Inkkillen finished speaking, Hidden Soul and the others couldn't help but gasp. That devastating attack was subjected to the world's suppression? Many native players couldn't help but find Inkkillen's words unbelievable. It was especially so for the native players who had seen Tier 6 players in action on the main continent before. They had a very hard time believing that Nightmare Chaser's devastating attack was subjected to any form of suppression. Of the players present, only those who had spent time in the Greater God's domain knew that Inkkillen wasn't lying. Every world in God's domain, be it a main world or a miniature world, had a protection mechanism for native players against foreign players. If players entered a foreign world, they would face a suppression that would increase in strength along with tiers, and the suppression for Tier 6 players was absurdly powerful. This was why most worlds in the Greater God's domain remained under the control of native powers. As Nightmare Chaser wasn't a native player of the miniature ancient world, he would face a 40% suppression to his basic attributes and physique as a foreign Tier 6 player. In other worlds, Nightmare Chaser could only perform at 60% of his peak in the miniature ancient world. Of course, even with his basic attributes and physique suppressed to such a significant extent, he was still far above Tier 5 players in these regards. Meanwhile, after praising Ink Qilin, Nightmare Chaser turned to look at Shi Feng, who stood behind Ink Qilin. "It seems you weren't behaving arrogantly without reason, young man," Nightmare Chaser said, chuckling as he stroked his long beard. "But I wonder, how will you behave if you have to face 2 Tier 6s? Upon hearing Nightmare Chaser's words, the players in Abyssal Star City couldn't help but shudder and think that he must be joking. It was already plenty unbelievable for 1 Tier 6 player to appear. 2 Tier 6 players? Was that even possible? Nightmare, you old bastard. Couldn't you keep your mouth shut? Suddenly, a man shrouded in black mist appeared next to Nightmare Chaser. As if the mist-shrouded man had always been there, nobody noticed how he arrived next to Nightmare Chaser. At the same time, following the mist-shrouded man's arrival, a terrifying divine might spread across Abyssal Star City, causing everyone to feel as if a hand was gripping their heart. Tier 6. Another Tier 6. Heavens! What in the world is happening here? The Hades Society sending Nightmare Chaser here is already crazy enough. Now, even the Primal Empire has lost its mind and mobilized Wraith Saint. One Step got goosebumps as he looked at the 2 figures in the sky. Melissa was also visibly shocked by this sudden turn of events. Whether it was Nightmare Chaser or Wraith Saint, both were famous individuals in the Void Sea. Any one of them appearing on the battlefield could cause a great uproar. Yet now, both of them had entered the miniature ancient world and were working together to besiege a city. Meanwhile, Myriad Spears Daylight and Unsleeping Death Stride smirked when they saw the reactions of the players in Abyssal Star City. Ink Qilin was indeed amazing for being able to slay Heratis and deflect an attack from Nightmare Chaser. But when faced with both Nightmare Chaser and Wraith Saint, what could she do? What do we have for them to mobilize 2 Tier 6 experts? Hidden Soul Riley smiled as she looked at the 2 figures in the sky, unsure of what the Asura Mercenary Alliance could possibly do to get out of this predicament. As for Liu Wusheng and the others, they thoroughly fell into despair. Young lady from Scarecrow Fox. At this time, Nightmare Chaser suddenly looked at Ink Qilin and smiled, saying, "If you turn away and leave now, I can pretend as if you were never here out of respect for your great commander. You have 3 seconds to consider." When Wraith Saint heard Nightmare Chaser's suggestion, he wasn't particularly surprised. Scarecrow Fox was a powerful adventurer team that even the Hades Society would prefer to avoid provoking. Scarecrow Fox's great commander was especially someone to be feared. "Thank you for your goodwill, but please forgive me for refusing it, sir," Ink Qilin said, shaking her head. Then, in an earnest tone, she continued, "At the same time, I would like to advise you that it is not a wise choice to make an enemy out of guild leader Black Flame." "Not a wise choice?" Nightmare Chaser laughed. He felt like he had just heard the funniest joke of the century. However, he did not try to argue with Ink Qilin. Instead, he turned to Wraith Saint and said, "I'll keep this girl pinned while you deal with the other kid. We'll show this little girl what wisdom really means." "Fine. But you owe me a favor," Wraith Saint said out of annoyance. "Sure." Nightmare Chaser nodded. When Nightmare Chaser finished speaking, Wraith Saint disappeared and reappeared twice in quick succession, the distance between him and Shi Feng shortening significantly with each reappearance. In the meantime, Nightmare Chaser brandished his saber, sending multiple energy blades in Ink Qilin's direction to keep her busy. Many of the various hegemonic powers executives sighed at this scene. This was because they could tell that Shi Feng was doomed this time. However, when Wraith Saint disappeared from everyone's eyes for the 3rd time, several arrows targeted him from multiple directions, forcing him to reappear. Then, 2 figures appeared directly in front and behind him, the one in front charging him with a shield, while the one in the back swung an axe at him. Boom! The 3 sides separated as soon as they collided. Immediately afterward, Wraith Saint could be seen reappearing nearby, a solemn look on his face as he looked at his 3 new opponents. 3 Golden Masters? Chapter 3452, Chapter 526, World-Shaking Battle. Chapter 3452, Chapter 526, World-Shaking Battle. Who are you people? Which power are you from? What did Black Flame promise you? Looking at the three figures hovering before him, Wraith Saint couldn't help but voice his confusion to calm his restless heart. After all, the three new arrivals were simply terrifying. Golden Masters were apex existences in the greater god's domain, and not even apex powers would be willing to offend one without good reason. Yet now, three Golden Masters had appeared before him. Normally, this was something that would only happen in higher wars. What was a higher war? That was a battle that only pseudo-apex powers and above could participate in. Meanwhile, these battles had long been regarded as legends in the greater god's domain. If not for the three Golden Masters before him being at Tier 5 and equipped with relatively subpar equipment, he would have probably turned around and fled already. At this moment, Wraith Saint wasn't the only one disturbed by this sudden turn of events. Nightmare Chaser had also stopped his clash with Ink Killin and stared at the three figures hovering in front of Wraith Saint in shock, confusion, and terror. While the average player might not understand what it meant to be able to fly in the current miniature ancient world, as a veteran Tier 6 expert who had fought in countless battles in the greater god's domain, Nightmare Chaser knew what it meant. Golden Masters, three Golden Masters. What kind of sick joke was this? Which power are we from? Promise? Desolate Fury, Cross, and LaRoche couldn't help but be confused when they heard Wraith Saint's questions. Then Desolate Fury nonchalantly answered, "Stop blindly guessing. All three of us are members of the Asura Mercenary Alliance." Members of the Asura Mercenary Alliance? Wraith Saint couldn't help but look at the three Golden Masters as if they were liars. Before deciding to attack Abyssal Star City, the Hades Society, Primal Empire, and Sacred Tribe had conducted a thorough investigation on Zero Wing and the Asura Mercenary Alliance. However, based on their findings, apart from the Shimmering Sword Laura Crater, everybody else couldn't be considered a noteworthy adversary, yet now three Golden Masters had suddenly appeared and declared themselves members of the Asura Mercenary Alliance. Not even a fool would believe their words. When the two sides in midair suddenly stopped fighting, both Asura and the three upper-ranking hegemonic powers members couldn't help but be stunned and confused. What's going on? When Midsummer and Wu Xiaoxiao saw Wraith Saint and Nightmare Chaser seemingly backing away out of fear, they couldn't help but grow confused. Why do they seem afraid of Commander Fury and the two others? Midsummer and Wu Xiaoxiao were no stranger to Desolate Fury, Cross, and LaRoche. They had met all three in the ancient River Kingdom's rookie competition. As for the trio's strength, while it was true that they were powerful experts, that was only among experts of the same generation operating in the ancient River Kingdom and its surrounding countries. But compared to powerhouses such as Wraith Saint and Nightmare Chaser, who were famous throughout the greater god's domain, there was still much to be desired from the trio. Yet Wraith Saint and Nightmare Chaser were now behaving warily against the trio. This was simply unbelievable. Meanwhile, the members of the three upper-ranking hegemonic powers reacted differently from Midsummer and Wu Xiaoxiao. It was especially true for Daylight and Deathstride. A force of three Golden Masters was no laughing matter. This was more than just a problem of facing three powerful experts. Before deciding to fight these three individuals, they also needed to determine which powers these individuals represented, and whether they could afford to slight these powers. Damn it, everyone attack! We'll take down Abyssal Star City first. Nightmare Chaser commanded after seeing that the three Golden Masters refused to reveal their origins. So what if they have three Golden Masters? Do they really think they can stop an army of 50,000? Personally, Nightmare Chaser did not wish to make such a reckless command when they had three Golden Masters as opponents. After all, even if these three Golden Masters were only Tier 5 players who did not possess a single legendary item, the mobility they could achieve in the miniature ancient world was still far superior to a foreign Tier 6 player like himself. Not to mention, the destructive power the trio previously displayed had undoubtedly reached the Tier 6 standard already. The problem was that they couldn't afford to continue this stalemate. The miniature ancient world was a crucial location for the Hades Society, Primal Empire, and Sacred Tribes' plans in the Void Sea, and who knew what the powers backing the three Golden Masters were planning. So, rather than wait and see how things played out, the better choice to make would be to eliminate the miniature ancient world's strongest native power, the Asura Mercenary Alliance, as quickly as possible. Once Asura was out of the picture, even if the powers backing the three Golden Masters decided to make a move on the miniature ancient world, they would have difficulty doing so. Kill them all, leave no one alive. Daylight and Death Chaser promptly relayed Nightmare Chaser's command to the army they led. Immediately, dozens of Tier 6 combatants and over 50,000 Tier 5 experts swarmed Abyssal Star City. And because Abyssal Star City's defensive magic array was no longer in operation, nothing stopped the three upper-ranking hegemonic powers members from invading the city. Meanwhile, to prevent the city's destruction, Asura's members had no choice but to step out of the city to meet the three upper-ranking hegemonic powers members in battle. Fortunately, they had the assistance of the city's cannon towers, magic towers, and Tier 4 and Tier 5 NPCs to even the odds to a certain extent. However, this also led to an exceptionally fierce clash between both sides. The battle involving tens of thousands of Tier 5 existences shook the land outside Abyssal Star City. On this battlefield, even the fourth-floor experts normally regarded as invincible became insignificant existences, and one mistake could easily lead to their demise. Only the Tier 5 experts with Tier 6 combat power were not afraid of being surrounded and could dominate their surroundings by themselves. As for the other Tier 5 experts, at least 100 of them died every second. Initially, when the various spectating powers saw how the battle was developing, they thought that Abyssal Star City was doomed for destruction. After all, there was a significant difference in numbers between both sides. While both sides might seem evenly matched right now, it remained a fact that Asura had less lasting power than the three upper-ranking hegemonic powers. Not to mention, Abyssal Star City's defensive magic array was already destroyed, so it was only a matter of time before Asura's side lost. However, everyone quickly noticed a peculiar situation occurring on the battlefield. A group of 20-plus experts from Zero Wing was cutting across the battlefield like a harvester designed for harvesting players' lives. Not only did every player in this group possess Tier 6 combat power, but they also possessed unbelievably high durability, even when multiple hostile Tier 6 combatants tried to gang up on one of them. One healer was enough to let the targeted Zero Wing member withstand the combined assault. In contrast, the three upper-ranking hegemonic powers Tier 6 combatants fared as if they were made of paper. When targeted by several of Zero Wing's Tier 6 combatants, they would get killed in seconds, even with multiple healers healing them. However, what astonished everyone the most was Gentle Snow's performance. She fought as if she were a true Tier 6 berserker god on the battlefield, and nobody could last more than one hit against her greatswords. Even when multiple Tier 6 combatants surrounded her, she could still reap a life with every swing of her dual greatswords. In only several minutes, Gentle Snow had claimed the lives of over 1,000 Tier 5 experts. Her strength was so devastating that even Nightmare Chaser had to abandon his fight with Ink Killin and focus on eliminating Gentle Snow first. Only. The outcome of the clash between Gentle Snow and Nightmare Chaser frightened everyone once more. It turned out that the two were evenly matched. Chapter 3453, Chapter 527, Number 1 Swordsman's Sword. Chapter 3453, Chapter 527, Number 1 Swordsman's Sword. Chapter 527, Number 1 Swordsman's Sword, as the clash between tens of thousands of Tier 5 experts took place outside Abyssal Star City. The various powers spectating from within the city gained a new understanding of the Asura Mercenary Alliance and Zero Wing. It was especially so for Zero Wing. It should be known that Abyssal Star City was currently facing the combined assault of three upper-ranking hegemonic powers without the assistance of the city's defensive magic array. If any other power in the miniature ancient world faced such a predicament, their city would quickly fall into ruin and their forces annihilated. Yet, The Asura Mercenary Alliance was evenly matched with the three upper-ranking hegemonic powers. No. The Asura Mercenary Alliance wasn't just evenly matched. It was even slowly gaining an advantage under the lead of Zero Wing's 20-plus experts. Incredible. Zero Wing's strength is simply astonishing. Many rumors have speculated that Zero Wing doesn't have any capable experts other than Black Flame, but in reality, Zero Wing is actually a den of monsters. 3 Golden Masters. What kind of origin does Zero Wing's guild leader possess to command such experts? Most of the hegemonic powers operating in the miniature ancient world look down on the miniature world's native powers, so much so that they wouldn't even bother forming partnerships with them. After all, no matter how powerful a native power was, its strength was only limited to the miniature ancient world. Once the miniature ancient world's native powers set foot into the vast greater god's domain, be it the various superpowers or the miniature ancient world's #1 power, all would become insignificant existences. Even Black Flame's achievement of getting into the luminous glory list was only enough to make the various hegemonic powers feel surprised. It still wasn't enough to get them to put any significance on him. After all, a genius was only a genius. But after today, the hegemonic powers operating in the miniature ancient world had to reevaluate the significance of Zero Wing and the Asura Mercenary Alliance, a force consisting of 3 Golden Masters and over 20 Tier 5 experts with Tier 6 combat power was one to be wary of in any realm. After all, once these individuals advanced to Tier 6, there was no doubt they could become bona fide powerhouses in the greater god's domain. If all of these individuals reached Tier 6, it might even be enough to elevate Zero Wing and Asura to the status of an upper-ranking hegemonic power. Meanwhile, the opportunity to partner with a future upper-ranking hegemonic power was a huge temptation for any hegemonic power operating in the greater god's domain. This was because an upper-ranking hegemonic power could hold control over resources far beyond the imagination of ordinary hegemonic powers. Meanwhile, to gain access to these resources, one would normally have to join an upper-ranking hegemonic power. The only problem was that, in a situation where resources were limited, the various upper-ranking hegemonic powers wouldn't casually absorb ordinary hegemonic powers. But it was a different story for a new and emerging upper-ranking hegemonic power. A new upper-ranking hegemonic power would need many affiliated powers to assist its development. It was especially so when it came to the management of territories and recruitment of geniuses. Without the help of affiliated powers, an upper-ranking hegemonic power would have a much more difficult time competing with other upper-ranking hegemonic powers. "We can't continue like this," Nightmare, Wraith Saint, hurriedly said when he saw that the casualties on their side had exceeded 10,000 already. "Even if we can win, we'll lose at least 70% of our Tier 5 experts. If we sustain such heavy losses in this critical juncture, we will have trouble dealing with the other upper-ranking hegemonic powers." While upper-ranking hegemonic powers such as the Hades Society, Primal Empire, and Sacred Tribe did not consider Tier 5 experts as strategic assets, losing 70% would still be a huge blow to them. This was more than just a matter of losing some levels. Even more important was the loss of weapons and equipment. After all, while Tier 5 experts might not be considered strategic assets, they remained the mainstays of the 3 upper-ranking hegemonic powers. Many of these experts owned fragmented legendary items, which were still considered precious items even in the greater god's domain. Even if the Hades Society, Primal Empire, and Sacred Tribe were upper-ranking hegemonic powers, they would still find it difficult to handle losing tens of thousands of fragmented legendary items all of a sudden. "In that case, we'll take away their head first," Nightmare Chaser said as he looked at Shi Feng, who was currently operating Abyssal Star City's magic barrier. "You still have your doppelganger skill, right? Help me keep the two from Scarecrow Fox busy while I finish that kid." Most cities in God's domain came with 2 magic arrays. The first was a defensive magic array meant to prevent enemies from invading the city, while the second was a magic barrier meant to buff the city's defenders. If a city's magic barrier had someone actively controlling it, it could grant even greater bonuses to allies. Meanwhile, the presence of these 2 magic arrays was why it was so difficult to besiege cities in God's domain. Currently, it might seem like the Asura Mercenary Alliance was disadvantaged in numbers, but every one of them received at least a 15% boost to their basic attributes from Abyssal Star City's magic barrier. This allowed Asura's members to surpass their force's basic attributes by a large margin. If not for this buff, Gentle Snow, and the others would have never been able to overturn the situation to such a great extent. Okay, Wraith Saint nodded. Immediately, he used his Tier 6 Legacy skill 100 Shadows, instantly splitting into 100 copies of himself. Every copy had 100% of his basic attributes, and they could last up to 1 minute. Of course, as players weren't superhumans, Wraith Saint could only focus on controlling 10 of his doppelgangers, ensuring that each of them had the combat standard of a titled expert. As for his other doppelgangers, they would only be at the refinement realm standard. Even so, 100 Shadows still allowed Wraith Saint to become a very tricky opponent to deal with in the Void Sea, and the average Tier 6 Saint could only flee when encountering him. Meanwhile, upon using 100 Shadows, Wraith Saint promptly used his doppelgangers to pin down Ink Keelan and River Light, preventing them from saving Shi Feng. He also sent some doppelgangers to distract Gentle Snow, stopping her rampage. Kid, let's see who can save you this time. Using the opportunity Wraith Saint created, Nightmare Chaser quickly appeared before Shi Feng and summoned hundreds of dead souls from his revenant blade. Every one of these dead souls had the ability to devour souls, and 3 to 5 of them were enough to devour a Tier 5 player's immortal soul completely. Combination Absolute Technique, Soul Slaughter. After summoning the dead souls, Nightmare Chaser promptly used them in conjunction with a combination Absolute Technique, the presence he exuded at this moment causing even a Tier 6 player like Wraith Saint to feel a chill crawl down his back. As for everyone else, they felt as if death had just embraced them. Guild Leader, Dodge It, Hidden Soul, and the others panicked when they saw the dead souls Nightmare Chaser summoned. Even a real Tier 6 player would have difficulty defending themselves against the simultaneous attack of hundreds of dead souls. Not to mention, those dead souls could not be blocked by players. However, just when it seemed like the dead souls were about to devour Shi Feng nonchalantly glanced at Nightmare Chaser and unsheathed the Winter of Eternal Night and Shadow Incinerator. Subsequently, Shi Feng split into multiple copies of himself in midair, each copy creating a spiraling river of stars around them that distorted the surrounding space. Gold Combat Technique, Flowing Space, Swords Orbit. Chapter 3454, Chapter 528, Unrivaled. Chapter 3454, Chapter 528, Unrivaled. Chapter 528, Unrivaled. TL Notes: Dead Souls, Lost Souls. The hundreds of lost souls summoned by Nightmare Chaser emitted piercing screams above Abyssal Star City's magnificent city walls, causing the Tier 5 players within a 1,000-yard radius to fall into a daze. As for those beneath Tier 4, they fainted on the spot and were forcibly logged out of the game. Evidently, everyone caught within range of the piercing screams had suffered a significant mental blow. What kind of footwork is that? How is he moving so quickly? Is Black Flame crazy? He's really trying to block that kind of attack? Isn't it common sense that souls cannot be physically touched? Does he not even know that? Everyone couldn't help but be confused by Shi Feng's actions when they saw him taking the initiative to meet the lost souls in battle. After all, souls in God's domain did not have a physical form, meaning they couldn't be touched. This, in turn, made it difficult for players to harm souls. Meanwhile, when Nightmare Chaser saw Shi Feng trying to block his attack, he couldn't help but get the urge to laugh. Soul Slaughter was his trademark move, and he had killed many Tier 6 experts with it. Some of these targets were even Tier 6 saints who were proficient with soul attacks. Yet all of them had died to this move without exception. The lost souls he summoned might seem like they could only launch soul attacks, but every one of them also carried a saber light. In other words, anyone targeted by his soul slaughter would not only have to face several hundred soul attacks, but they would also have to face several hundred physical attacks simultaneously. So, for a Tier 5 Sword Saint to try to defend against the lost souls was no different than suicide. Boom, boom, boom! Thundering explosions echoed throughout Abyssal Star City, one after another. Contrary to everyone's expectations, the hundreds of lost souls did not phase through Shi Feng's swords. Instead, the moment they came into the spiraling rivers of stars, they vanished out of existence like flames getting extinguished. As for the saber lights the lost souls carried, they behaved as if they had collided with an impenetrable wall, and they were the main cause of the explosions that echoed throughout the city. After several hundred explosions, all of the lost souls disappeared, and Shi Feng could be seen standing tall in midair, a golden master. He's a golden master as well. Guild leader Black Flame is a golden master? Daylight and the three upper-ranking hegemonic powers' other members subconsciously gasped when they saw Shi Feng hovering in midair. Even Liu Wusheng and the Asura Mercenary Alliance's other members reacted in a similar manner. Previously, they still didn't understand the significance of being able to fly in the current miniature ancient world. Now, though, they knew that only Tier 6 players and players who had mastered a gold combat technique of the footwork variety could accomplish such a feat. Meanwhile, it should be known that Golden Masters were apex existences in the greater god's domain. The fact that the Asura Mercenary Alliance had 3 Golden Masters was already very astonishing. Yet now, it was revealed that Asura had a 4th Golden Master. Not to mention, unlike the 3 other Golden Masters, Shi Feng was a native player of the miniature ancient world. Once he got promoted to Tier 6, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that he'd become an invincible existence in the miniature ancient world. At that time, no foreign power would be able to do anything about him. I see, so that's why that little girl spoke so highly of you. When Nightmare Chaser saw Shi Feng hovering at the same elevation as he was, he quickly remembered the words Ink Qilin had previously said to him, and came to a realization. But then, a hint of madness appeared on his face as he said, "But so what if you're a Golden Master? It still doesn't change the fact that you're only at Tier 5. Today, I'll teach you the difference in tiers." As soon as Nightmare Chaser finished speaking, the intensity of his aura skyrocketed, and his body rapidly grew in size until he became a 5-meter-tall giant. In this state, his every movement caused the surrounding space to collapse, and the divine might he exuded caused everyone apart from Wraith Saint to have difficulty moving. Tier 6, Legacy Skill, Spirit God Transformation. He's fully recovered to his peak state. When Wraith Saint felt Nightmare Chaser's aura, he couldn't help but grow a little envious. Spirit God Transformation was a legacy berserk skill that enhanced Nightmare Chaser's basic attributes by 220%, physique by 100%, 5 senses by 100%, and reaction speed by 100% for 1 minute. With the assistance of this berserk skill, Nightmare Chaser could even out the powerful suppression he faced from the miniature ancient world and exhibit the combat power of a normal Tier 6 player. With the combat power of a normal Tier 6 player and the legendary weapon Revenant Blade supporting Nightmare Chaser, not even a Tier 5 Golden Master could survive against him. Subsequently, Nightmare Chaser could be seen casually swinging the Revenant Blade in Shi Feng's direction. Immediately afterward, hundreds of Tier 5 players positioned within 1,000 yards of Nightmare Chaser were sent flying and losing more than 1/3 of their maximum HP. As for Shi Feng, the actual target of Nightmare Chaser's attack, he was sent flying over 1,000 yards away, and his HP fell by over 50%. The 2 swords he wielded also trembled violently as he held them up before him. The difference in strength was obvious at a glance. The 2 of them were not on the same level at all. "You're still alive?" Nightmare Chaser was a little surprised to see Shi Feng still standing after taking an attack from his normal state. Unable to help himself, he said in a tone of admiration, "I have to say that your defense is really something. However, it's time to end this farce. With the difference in our tiers, you won't survive a second attack from me." "You're right. As a Tier 5 player, I stand no chance against you." After taking a look at the trembling swords in his hands, Shi Feng suddenly sheathed the Shadow Incinerator. Then he looked at Nightmare Chaser and calmly said, "But it'll be a different story if I reach Tier 6. "If you reach Tier 6? Nightmare Chaser smirked at Shi Feng's comment. Do you think it's that easy to reach Tier 6? There were indeed many ways for players to forcibly elevate their tiers in God's domain, but most of these methods could at most elevate players to Tier 5 or grant them combat power at the Tier 6 standard. If players wished to forcibly elevate their tiers to Tier 6, they would need to rely on a fragmented divine artifact at the very least. But how rare were fragmented divine artifacts in the greater God's domain? Reaching Tier 6 is indeed difficult, but I can get infinitely close to it, Shi Feng said, nodding. Then he expended a god crystal to use ancient dragon's power to upgrade the Winter of Eternal Night to the legendary rank. Holy Mana's shadow. Immediately, a vast amount of holy power and mana flowed out of the Winter of Eternal Night and into Shi Feng's body. Then, these two types of energies began reconstructing Shi Feng's body, increasing its size. 3 meters, 5 meters, 9 meters. Shi Feng's body kept growing until it reached 20 meters in height. At the same time, holy patterns appeared all over his body, and complex magic arrays that emitted a sacred glow appeared in his eyes. At first glance, it looked as if a deity from ancient times had descended onto the mortal world. Now, let's start the second round. Chapter 3455, Chapter 5029, Pseudo-Advanced Law Projection. Chapter 3455, Chapter 5029, Pseudo-Advanced Law Projection. Chapter 529, Pseudo-Advanced Law Projection. A transformation skill, you have indeed become much stronger, Nightmare Chaser said as he looked at Shi Feng's enlarged body. But so what? You still aren't a Tier 6 player? As soon as Nightmare Chaser finished speaking, an illusory world suddenly formed around him, and his divine might started to cause the space within a 10,000-yard radius to tremble. All Tier 5 players caught within Nightmare Chaser's divine might froze as if their bodies were restrained, while most Tier 4 players fell into a daze. Only a very small number of strong-willed Tier 4 players could remain clear-minded. Along with the appearance of the illusory world, Nightmare Chaser's divine might had undoubtedly undergone a qualitative transformation. What a powerful law projection! Ink Killen mentally exclaimed as she looked at Nightmare Chaser. She too had her mobility largely affected by Nightmare Chaser's divine might. Was he not fighting seriously at all just now? Apart from a difference in life rating and basic attributes. Another major factor that set Tier 5 and Tier 6 players apart was the ability of Tier 6 players to use law projection via their divine bodies. A law projection was like the mana domain of a Tier 4 player. Only, a law projection was formed with a divine body as its core, and it could rewrite the operating laws of a specific area with its own unique laws. So, a law projection was vastly stronger than a mana domain. Even a Tier 5 player capable of using world creation could only mitigate some of the effects of a Tier 6 player's law projection. Of course, not all Tier 6 players' law projection was of the same strength. Weaker law projections could be completely neutralized by a Tier 5 player's world creation, while a strong and complete law projection could make it so that Tier 5 players couldn't even use world creation. Meanwhile, Nightmare Chaser's law projection was clearly very strong. This was because Ink Killen could only mitigate a small portion of its suppressing effects with her world creation, and her combat power was reduced by over 70%, a pseudo-advanced law projection. As expected of Nightmare Chaser, Wraith Saint couldn't help but be in awe when he felt the suppression coming from the formless laws around him. He has probably already mastered 3 basic laws to create such a powerful law projection. If he can perfectly combine all 3, he'll have a true advanced law projection in his hands. As a veteran Tier 6 expert in the Greater God's domain, Wraith Saint knew much more about law projections than Tier 5 and Tier 6 players of the younger generation. Not only did he know about the strength categories surrounding law projections, but he also had a detailed understanding of how players could develop their law projections. A pseudo-advanced law projection? Shi Feng also couldn't help but look at Nightmare Chaser, feeling a little surprised when he felt the frightening pressure coming from his surroundings. When players advanced to Tier 6, the law projections they could form would differ depending on the laws they had learned. Over 90% of newly promoted Tier 6 players wouldn't have even one basic law mastered, so their law projections would be naturally formed by their divine bodies and considered the weakest variety. Such law projections could be completely neutralized by the world creations of Tier 5 players. As for saints, they were individuals who had fully mastered the operating principles of at least one basic law. So even if a saint was newly promoted to Tier 6, they could create a powerful law projection that could easily suppress Tier 5 players' world creations. As for pseudo-advanced law projections, their formation required complete mastery over 3 basic laws. The saint-racked experts who could accomplish such a feat were few and far between. Moreover, so long as these players could combine the 3 basic laws they mastered, they could form an advanced law projection. At that time, they could even suppress the formation of newly promoted Tier 6 players' naturally occurring law projections, let alone Tier 5 players' world creations. Advanced law projections were so powerful that a Tier 6 player with an advanced law projection and a legendary weapon could kill a Tier 6 god by themselves. Although Nightmare Chaser's law projection had yet to reach the advanced standard, his achievement of reaching the pseudo-advanced standard was still one that many Tier 6 saint-ranked experts could only dream of attaining. "It seems you know quite a lot about law projections," Nightmare Chaser commented when he heard Shi Feng accurately identify his law projection's rank. Then he proudly continued, "That's right, I mastered my 3rd basic law only a few years ago. You are the first person in this miniature world to have forced me to reveal this card, so you can die with pride." After saying so, Nightmare Chaser disappeared from everyone's vision before reappearing behind Shi Feng, the revenant blade in his hand, transforming into a streak of light as it targeted the back of Shi Feng's neck. Nightmare Chaser's speed was so fast that most of the Tier 5 players present couldn't even react to his attack. Boom! A loud explosion echoed throughout Abyssal Star City, and the resulting shock waves reduced the city's sturdy walls into rubble. In the direction of the revenant blade's advance, a large fissure had also appeared on the ground several thousand yards away, the fissure causing the island that Abyssal Star City sat on to lose a small corner. Amidst everyone's shock, though, the revenant blade could be seen scraping against a sword, their friction causing sparks to fly in all directions. He blocked it? How is this possible? Everyone's eyes bulged when they saw Shi Feng successfully stopping the revenant blade without taking any damage. Wraith Saint, in particular, couldn't help but gawk at this sight. Did I hold back too much? Nightmare Chaser was a little confused when he saw how easily Shi Feng had blocked his attack. However, he didn't fuss over it too much, as he hadn't been serious with his attack just now. After all, in his opinion, no Tier 5 player should be able to stop his attack when suppressed by his law projection. Immediately, Nightmare Chaser began raining a series of attacks on Shi Feng with his revenant blade. Boom, 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 countless explosions echoed throughout the entire island, the shock waves of the explosions annihilating the Tier 4 players caught within a few thousand yards of the explosion's epicenter. For a time, it looked like the apocalypse had come for Abyssal Star City. However, despite Nightmare Chaser's rampant attacks, he failed to do a single point of damage to Shi Feng. The only thing he managed to accomplish was deforming the surrounding terrain and awe the surviving players down below.
"What did you do?"
Nightmare Chaser's emotions quickly went from calm to bewilderment after seeing Shi Feng block dozens of his moves without taking any damage.
"Why aren't you affected by my law projection?"
If both of them had similar basic attributes, it would be understandable for their clash to yield no results. However, he had a pseudo-advanced law projection empowering him. Even a Tier 6 tank with similar basic attributes would have already fallen after blocking so many of his attacks, let alone a Tier 5 sword saint. The only explanation Nightmare Chaser could think of for this situation was that Shi Feng was unaffected by his law projection. But it was simply unheard of for a Tier 5 player to be able to ignore the effects of a pseudo-advanced law projection. Isn't it just a pseudo-advanced law projection? Why are you making it sound like it cannot be resisted? Shi Feng nonchalantly responded. Then an illusory world formed around him, causing the surrounding space to collapse and distort. A pseudo-advanced law projection? How is this possible? Nightmare Chaser became dumbfounded as he looked at the collapsed space around Shi Feng. Chapter 3456, Chapter 530, Legend Re-emerges. Chapter 3456, Chapter 530, Legend Re-emerges. Chapter 530, Legend Re-emerges. As Shi Feng hovered in midair, the space caught within the illusory world he summoned repeatedly collapsed and mended itself, and this illusory world continuously expanded as time went on. In just 3 seconds, the illusory world had already covered a radius of several thousand yards, and it actively butted heads with Nightmare Chaser's illusory world. He also has a pseudo-advanced law projection. Incredible, he actually reached Tier 6. That's not the point. This is a pseudo-advanced law projection we are talking about. The formation of one requires complete mastery over 3 basic laws. Not only is Black Flame a Golden Master, but he has also mastered 3 basic laws at such a young age. Is he a monster? Many of the various ordinary hegemonic powers executives and upper-ranking hegemonic powers experts were greatly shocked to see Shi Feng's law projection matching Nightmare Chaser's law projection in strength. Although the strength categorization of law projections was a secret to most Tier 5 and Tier 6 players, executives of ordinary hegemonic powers and experts of upper-ranking hegemonic powers could still find out about it so long as they were well connected. Meanwhile, it should be known that law projections were different from gold combat techniques. The use of law projections required players to have sufficient understanding and control over the magical elements, while the use of gold combat techniques required players to have sufficient understanding and control over their bodies. The two couldn't even be put in the same category. Normally, just being able to master one of these 2 things to a high standard could already put a player at the greater God's domain's apex. As for mastering both, that was something most players didn't even dare to dream of accomplishing. It seems the 3 upper-ranking hegemonic powers are in trouble, One Step said as he looked at the 2 godlike existences clashing above Abyssal Star City. Black Flame is just too strong. If this stalemate continues, even if the 3 upper-ranking hegemonic powers can win, it will be a Pyrrhic victory. By the time the other upper-ranking hegemonic powers are ready to mobilize their experts, the Hades Society, Primal Empire, and Sacred Tribe will lose their ability to compete for the miniature ancient world. No wonder the desolate Star Corporation's successor, Maria, insisted on partnering with Zero Wing at all costs, Melissa said, nodding in agreement with One Step. At the same time, she couldn't help but grow a little envious of Maria's insightful decision. Now that Abyssal Star City has Black Flame defending it, so long as the various upper-ranking hegemonic powers aren't crazy, they will try to avoid fighting Black Flame as much as possible. And with Abyssal Star City's status in the miniature ancient world, it won't have trouble making star coins in the future. Star coins were indispensable to any power or corporation operating in the real world. They were especially important in the cultivation of geniuses. After all, God's domain's resources were not enough to offer geniuses comprehensive growth. They would also need to complement these in-game resources with real-world resources such as potions. Meanwhile, these real-world resources cost a lot of star coins. Without sufficient star coins, no matter how powerful a power was in God's domain, its future achievements would be limited. There were even many examples of promising powers with meteoric rises disappearing from God's domain because they lacked the channels to earn star coins. Now that the miniature ancient world had become a rest stop in the Void Sea for multiple realms, any player operating nearby would definitely choose to enter the miniature ancient world and rest in its cities. After all, there were very few places for players to rest in the Void Sea, and fortresses in the Void Sea were always overcrowded. Once the Void Sea's players started entering the miniature ancient world, the guild cities situated near the miniature ancient world's entrance were bound to be the first choice for these players to visit. At that time, even if these guild cities only charged an entrance fee of 10 or 20 star coins, they could still make a killing. They might even be more profitable than the fortresses found in the Void Sea by virtue of guild cities being larger than fortresses. While the players in Abyssal Star City were in shock, Nightmare Chaser suddenly distanced himself from Shi Feng. "You are very strong, guild leader Black Flame. All of us have underestimated you," Nightmare Chaser said, offering praise to Shi Feng without reservation. "With your strength, you are qualified to occupy a portion of the miniature ancient world. If you are willing to cooperate with us, I can promise you on behalf of the Hades, Society, Primal Empire, and Sacred Tribe, that we will not only have a truce but also return Withered Sea City to you. I am sure you are aware that neither of us will benefit from continuing this battle. It will only benefit the other upper-ranking hegemonic powers that will come in the future. The wisest choice to make here would be for us to cooperate. Many players were surprised by Nightmare Chaser's sudden proposal. Both sides had already fought to such an extent, yet Nightmare Chaser was now taking the initiative to offer not only a ceasefire but also a partnership. However, everyone also understood why Nightmare Chaser had made such a decision. Whether it was the previous Zero Wing or the Asura Mercenary Alliance, neither was qualified to occupy a portion of the miniature ancient world. However, all of that changed following Black Flame's appearance. Meanwhile, be it in the real world or in God's domain, there were no permanent enemies, only permanent interests. You were the ones to pick a fight, yet you are now talking about cooperating? Aren't you people thinking too highly of yourselves? Shi Feng coldly said as he looked at Nightmare Chaser. You'd better think it through. Guild leader Black Flame? Nightmare Chaser calmly said. If you think we are afraid of you, then you are dead wrong. You should be aware that no good would come out of a fight between our two sides. If I want to, I can even eliminate everyone here except you. At that time, neither Zero Wing nor Asura can continue surviving in the miniature ancient world. Nightmare Chaser's words were full of arrogance, but nobody present refuted him. This was because his words were the truth. Apart from Shi Feng, nobody else present could survive against Nightmare Chaser. Rather than say that this battle was a fight between several powers, it'd be more accurate to say that it was a fight between two individuals. Is that so? Shi Feng suddenly laughed. Let's see you try it then. Immediately, dozens of Shi Feng's doppelgangers appeared around Nightmare Chaser. These were the products of Flowing Space's second step, Phantom Body. Under the effects of Holy Mana's shadow, Shi Feng could finally use the gold combat technique's second stage, elevating his mobility to a whole new level. Meanwhile, although Shi Feng's law projection was not as large as Nightmare Chaser's, he still managed to suppress Nightmare Chaser's law projection for an instant, weakening the bonuses the Berserker God received. Third sword, Holy Annihilation, boom. Endless flames enveloped the sky above Abyssal Star City, instantly breaking the stalemate between Shi Feng and Nightmare Chaser. Moreover, because Nightmare Chaser failed to defend himself in time, and because Holy Annihilation's attack was omnidirectional, the Berserker God ended up taking a direct hit and lost 6% of his HP. My law projection is being suppressed? Nightmare Chaser was greatly confused when he experienced Shi Feng's sudden increase in combat power, even if it was only an instant. His pseudo-advanced law projection had still been suppressed, resulting in an imbalance in strength between both sides. Die. Shi Feng didn't give Nightmare Chaser any time to think as he continued executing Flowing Space and Holy Annihilation, repeatedly plundering the Berserker God's HP. In God's domain, mastering and combining three basic laws wasn't the only way to form an advanced law projection. If players mastered an advanced law, they could similarly form an advanced law projection once they reached Tier 6. In his previous life, Shi Feng had mastered more than one advanced law, although he couldn't form an advanced law projection due to him lacking a Tier 6 divine body. The law projection he formed with the help of Holy Mana's shadow still wasn't something that a pseudo-advanced law projection could completely neutralize. 1 hit, 2 hits, 3 hits. Every attack Shi Feng executed took away some of Nightmare Chaser's HP. Although Nightmare Chaser tried desperately to evade Shi Feng's attacks in the hopes that he could drag out the fight until Shi Feng's Holy Mana's shadow ran out, he was simply no match for Shi Feng when it came to mobility. As a result, he could only watch as his HP plummeted on the 17th attack. Nightmare Chaser's HP fell to 0, marking the death of a Tier 6 Berserker God. Chapter 3457, Chapter 531, Sword God's Sword. Chapter 3457, Chapter 531, Sword God's Sword. Chapter 531, Sword God's Sword. In the vast greater God's domain, any Tier 6 player could be considered a powerhouse worthy of managing a stronghold. However, it was a different story for Tier 6 experts capable of ruling over a fortress in the Void Sea. These individuals were apex existences of their respective realms, and the various powers would try to avoid provoking them as much as possible. Because of this, Tier 6 experts who were capable of managing fortresses in the Void Sea would rarely get killed. Several years could go by without even one of these experts dying. Meanwhile, the Hades Society's Nightmare Chaser had been challenged by countless Tier 6 experts over the decades he managed the Hades Society's Devil Fortress. However, not once had he ever been defeated, let alone killed. He was akin to a legend in the Hades Society. Yet now, this legend of the Hades Society had been killed in a miniature world. When the three upper-ranking hegemonic powers members attacking Abyssal Star City saw this, all of them fell silent as they watched Nightmare Chaser's body fall from the sky. For a time, they even forgot to continue fighting.
Lord Chaser got killed? This must be a lie. Nightmare Chaser's been undefeated for decades. How can he get killed just like that?
The three upper-ranking hegemonic powers members couldn't accept Nightmare Chaser's death. It was especially so for the Hades Society's members. They could accept Nightmare Chaser's defeat, as there were countless experts in the Greater God's domain. Not to mention situations where the younger generations surpassed the older generations often occurred. However, what they couldn't accept was Nightmare Chaser getting killed by someone of a lower tier. He transcended tiers to kill Nightmare Chaser? Did I just bear witness to the birth of a legend? River Light of Scarecrow Fox was greatly shocked when he saw Nightmare Chaser's corpse hitting the ground. It could already be considered a legendary feat for a Tier 5 player to kill a Tier 6 player, let alone a Tier 6 player of Nightmare Chaser's caliber. What Shi Feng just accomplished was already beyond legendary. At this time, even Ink Kilin was at a loss for words. Previously, Ink Kilin had only thought of getting closer to Shi Feng because of his ability to summon a Tier 6 war goddess. After all, a Tier 6 war goddess was an opponent that even pseudo-apex powers would not dare to provoke. The assistance of a Tier 6 war goddess could also yield incredible results in the exploration of the underground Crystal Palace. Moreover, apart from having the ability to summon a Tier 6 war goddess, Shi Feng also seemed to be more knowledgeable about the underground Crystal Palace than even pseudo-apex powers. Hence, Ink Kilin resolved herself to form a connection with Shi Feng. At that time, Scarecrow Fox could purchase useful information from Shi Feng and secure some advantages in the competition over the secret land. It can be hard to make great work when it's stolen from .com. But now it appeared that Shi Feng's potential far exceeded her expectations. Even without relying on the Tier 6 war goddess, Shi Feng could easily secure himself a place in the underground Crystal Palace, just by relying on himself and the 3 golden masters he commanded. The 4 of them alone might even be able to compete with the various pseudo-apex powers. Guild leader Black Flame is so strong, Reaver. Even that Tier 6 berserker god is no match for him. The young female knight standing next to Sound Reaver exclaimed, "Victory is on our side for sure now. Is this the strength of the former #1 swordsman?" Sound Reaver wondered as she stared at Shi Feng's figure standing proudly in midair. Previously, Sound Reaver had been confident she could catch up to Shi Feng, but now she didn't even know how long it would take her just to get to Nightmare Chaser's standard, let alone catch up to Shi Feng. Suddenly, Sound Reaver understood why, despite Shi Feng having missed the most important 4 months of development in miniature ancient world, Asura's executives, such as Zhuo Yelin and Lin Yaoyue, would still hold him in such high regard. At the same time, Zero Wings and Asura's members cheered in celebration. After all, not only did Shi Feng's victory signify their victory in this battle, but it also meant that Zero Wing would become officially recognized as a powerful guild in the miniature ancient world. As for the Asura Mercenary Alliance, it would become capable of standing shoulder to shoulder with the various upper-ranking hegemonic powers. After this battle, Asura's members would no longer have to fear the various foreign powers and could develop in peace in the miniature ancient world. After all, they had someone capable of slaying Tier 6 experts on their side. Unless the various foreign powers were willing to make big sacrifices, how many Tier 6 experts could they possibly afford to mobilize into the miniature ancient world? Damn it! Everyone retreat to Withered Sea City immediately, Wraith Saint commanded with gritted teeth when he saw Nightmare Chasers fall. Hearing this, Daylight, Deathstride, and the 6 other surviving Tier 6 combatants of the 3 upper-ranking hegemonic powers briefly exchanged glances before each taking out a silver crystal half the size of a person. Then they began pouring their mana into their respective crystals. Immediately, a teleportation ring encompassing a 1,000-yard radius appeared around each of the 8 players, forcibly teleporting all of their allies away. A large group teleportation crystal? They even prepared such a strategic item? One Step couldn't help but be flabbergasted when he saw how the 3 upper-ranking hegemonic powers members disappeared from the battlefield. Group teleportation crystals were already worth a ton in the Greater God's domain due to their rarity, each being as valuable as a fragmented legendary weapon. Above them were large group teleportation crystals, and not only were they rarer than legendary items, but each of them was as valuable as a legendary item. Normally, a veteran hegemonic power would only have several large group teleportation crystals in storage, and they would never use them unless their continued existence was threatened. Yet now, the 3 upper-ranking hegemonic powers had used a combined total of 8 large group teleportation crystals. How wealthy of these people! Ink Qilin was also astonished by the 3 upper-ranking hegemonic powers' extravagance. After all, large group teleportation crystals were consumable items. What the 3 upper-ranking hegemonic powers just did was no different than burning 8 legendary items. Even a mighty adventurer team like Scarecrow Fox would wince at such a loss. Of course, Ink Qilin could understand why the 3 upper-ranking hegemonic powers made such a costly decision. If the Hades Society, Primal Empire, and Sacred Tribe were to lose all of their Tier 5 experts in this battle, the losses they would suffer would be far greater than just 8 legendary items. It was one thing to lose tens of thousands of fragmented legendary items. It was a whole other matter to lose their qualifications to compete over the miniature ancient world. That was a loss the 3 powers could never accept. Escape? When Shi Feng saw the army of Tier 5 players disappear, he focused his gaze on the 8 fading teleportation arrays in the sky. Do you think you can escape in front of a great Grandmaster Magician? After taking a deep breath, Shi Feng raised the Winter of Eternal Night and swung it at the 8 fading teleportation arrays. Radiant night, sword's orbit. Immediately, hundreds of sword lights as dark as night traveled surged into the teleportation arrays. Then they merged with the teleportation arrays and vanished without a trace. Chapter 3458, Chapter 5232, Frightened, Withered Sea City. Chapter 3458, Chapter 5232, Frightened, Withered Sea City. Chapter 5232, Frightened, Withered Sea City. Dead Ash Sea, Withered Sea City. Amidst the glow of the setting sun, flying mounts could be seen flying across the blue sky above Withered Sea City, and hundreds of ships could be seen coming and going from the city's port at every given moment. Many of the players riding on these flying mounts and ships were foreign players visiting the miniature ancient world to rest, and their arrival brought life and laughter to the extremely dangerous Dead Ash Sea. The Hades Society sure lucked out. Not only were they the first to discover this miniature world, but their fortress in the Void Sea is even located near this place. So long as they're willing to invest some mana stones and 7 luminaries crystals, they can quickly mobilize a large number of Tier 5 players here. The Myriad Forest Empire's Silent Saintess, who is now a level 158 Tier 5 player, said enviously as she looked at the crowded port. The fee to enter Withered Sea City is 30 star coins. There are a minimum of 300,000 players coming here to rest from the Void Sea every day, so that's nearly 10 million star coins of pure profit every day. If I can make that much money every day for 10 days, I can already retire and enjoy life. 100 million star coins? Are you living in a dream? Glorious Mantra, who is now a level 157 Tier 5 player, said with a look of disdain. With our standards, unless we advance to Tier 6, the most we can make within our lifetimes is 20 or 30 million. It's a pity we got eliminated from the rookie competition by Black Flame, Silent Saintess said with a sigh. Otherwise, we would have similarly had a chance to enter the Eternal Realm. If we can get a head start there, we can easily make a couple 100 million. We wouldn't have to explore the dangerous Void Sea in search of ruins and treasures. We also wouldn't have to get exploited by the various upper-ranking hegemonic powers. Because of her failure to secure a spot in the Galaxy Corporation's invitational competition, she had no choice but advance to Tier 5 and team up with the Red Star Kingdom's Glorious Mantra and the Iron Lion Kingdom's Martial Quadbeast to explore the Void Sea. Stop bringing it up. We can only consider ourselves unlucky for coming across a luminous glory expert, Martial Quadbeast said, sighing. Rather than reopening old wounds, we should focus on recovering our stamina and concentration as soon as possible. More and more experts are migrating to our part of the Void Sea because of this miniature ancient world, so we should hurry up and explore our region. That way, we can explore even farther areas before those other Tier 5 experts arrive. Silent, Saintess, and Glorious Mantra nodded. Then the trio made their way to Withered Sea City's central district. While the three of them might be titled experts, their strength only held significance in the various kingdoms and empires. In the Void Sea, where experts from various realms gathered, titled experts were relatively common. Not to mention, the Void Sea was mainly the domain of Tier 6 players. Withered Sea City, Central District. When Silent Saintess, Glorious Mantra, and Martial Quadbeast arrived at the bustling Central District, they were immediately greeted by a shocking spectacle. At this moment, tens of thousands of radiant lights suddenly descended upon the central plaza, the descent of every streak of light bringing with it a frightening aura. Evidently, all of these players who had just teleported into the city were Tier 5 players. Moreover, many of these Tier 5 players were fourth-floor experts and titled experts. They also wore the guild emblems of the Hades Society, Primal Empire, or Sacred Tribe. When these tens of thousands of Tier 5 experts appeared together, the terrifying aura they emanated caused Silent Saintess's group of three to shudder in fear. What's going on? Why did so many Tier 5 experts suddenly appear together? All of these players are from the Hades Society, Primal Empire, and Sacred Tribe. Could the three powers have banded together? What did you just find out about it now? I heard that the three powers had joined forces to attack Abyssal Star City and are planning to thoroughly exterminate the Asura Mercenary Alliance, the alliance created by the Asura Sword Emperor Black Flame. I also heard that Black Flame has recently returned, so it must have been a battle of epic proportions. They went to exterminate Asura? Why are they back then? When the players resting in the restaurants surrounding the central plaza saw the sudden arrival of the three upper-ranking hegemonic powers experts, they couldn't help but grow curious and start a discussion among themselves. Black Flame? Silent Saintess's group of three also had their interests piqued when they overheard the discussions of the players around them. That person actually comes from this miniature world? Black Flame, the Asura Sword Emperor, had already become a legendary figure in the ancient River Kingdom and its surrounding countries. He had appeared very suddenly in the ancient River Kingdom and proceeded to defeat numerous paragons in the kingdom's rookie competition. But after becoming the rookie competition's champion, he disappeared just as suddenly as he appeared. Then, just when everyone thought Black Flame had been eliminated by some power targeting him, his name suddenly appeared on the Seven Luminaries Alliance's Luminous Glory list, exciting countless players in the ancient River Kingdom and the players who had fought Black Flame in the past. However, Silent Saintess's group of three didn't think they would hear Black Flame's name again after entering the Void Sea, much less hear about him clashing against three upper-ranking hegemonic powers. Withered Sea City, Central Plaza. Thank goodness Black Flame didn't react in time. Wraith Saint breathed a deep sigh of relief when he saw that all of the Hades Society, Primal Empire, and Sacred Tribe surviving Tier 5 experts made it back to Withered Sea City alive. For a moment there, he was truly worried that Shi Feng would react fast enough and kill the players activating the large group teleportation crystals. If those teleportation crystals failed to activate, their three powers would have had to suffer catastrophic losses in the miniature ancient world. Black Flame is too conceited. He probably thought that we never considered the possibility of failure, Myriad Spears Daylight said, laughing. Now that we managed to conserve over 70% of our Tier 5 players, we just need to wait for more Tier 6 players to appear. Then we can go back and take care of Zero Wing and Asura. Death's Stride, the unsleeping Death, and the other Tier 6 combatants of the three powers also laughed and nodded. The miniature Ancient World's world passage had only opened not long ago, so foreign powers such as the Hades Society, Primal Empire, and Sacred Tribe had yet to start exerting their strength. Once more of their Tier 5 paragons got promoted to Tier 6, it wouldn't matter how heaven-defying Shi Feng was. Zero Wing and the Asura Mercenary Alliance would still be doomed. After all, their three powers had far more resources to create Tier 6 players than Zero Wing and Asura did. The three upper-ranking hegemonic powers were defeated. Silent Saintess, Glorious Mantra, and Martial Quadbeast were stunned when they overheard Daylight's words. Upper-ranking hegemonic powers were apex existences in the Starlight realm. They were vastly superior to ordinary hegemonic powers, and each of them controlled over a dozen empires and dozens of kingdoms. If three upper-ranking hegemonic powers banded together, even conglomerates would have to tread carefully around them. Yet now they were defeated by the alliance created by Black Flame. However, just as the members of the three upper-ranking hegemonic powers were joyfully deriding Zero Wing and the Asura Mercenary Alliance, the sky above Withered Sea City suddenly changed. The next moment, hundreds of dark sword lights suddenly descended from the teleportation passage situated within the city's defensive magic array, each one carrying irresistible might. Even Tier 5 players, standing thousands of yards away, felt an instinctive fear when they felt the power coming from these sword lights. Before anyone could react, the hundreds of sword lights fell onto the crowded central plaza and transformed into a brilliant river of stars that was encompassed by a dark void. Then the miniature galaxy disappeared, leaving behind a desolate wasteland. What just happened? Where did everyone go? Tens of thousands of Tier 5 experts are gone just like that. What is up with those sword lights? Those are definitely the attacks of a Tier 6 existence. And how did those attacks come through the teleportation passage? Did a Tier 6 NPC make a move? Apart from fear, the players resting around the central plaza were also filled with confusion. The central plaza had been fine just a moment ago. Yet, not only was it suddenly attacked, but the attack had come through a teleportation passage, directly bypassing Withered Sea City's defensive magic array. Such a situation was simply unheard of. Meanwhile, in a corner of the central plaza, Silent Saintess, Glorious Mantra, and Martial Quadbeast felt shivers crawl down their spines. This was because they were incredibly familiar with the attack that had just annihilated the three upper-ranking hegemonic powers' Tier 5 army. "Is the system playing a joke on us?" Silent Saintess dazedly muttered as she stared at the fading sword lights. She would never mistake those sword lights. Those were the sword lights of the Asura Sword Emperor, and they were the product of the combat technique that previously killed her in the rookie competition. Chapter 3459, Chapter 533, Updated Sacred Glory List. Chapter 3459, Chapter 533, Updated Sacred Glory List. Chapter 533, Updated Sacred Glory List. Boundary C, Abyssal Star City. A day had passed since the defensive siege took place in Abyssal Star City. By now, most of the city's infrastructure had been restored, and many shops, hotels, and restaurants had resumed operating normally. Not only did Abyssal Star City not fall into depression, but it had become even more bustling than before. Originally, Abyssal Star City would only see daily traffic of about 10 million players. Moreover, most of it would consist of native players. Now, though, not only did the city's player traffic increase multiple times, but most of it also consisted of foreign players. Many foreign powers had even decided to make Abyssal Star City their base of operations. Meanwhile, all this was due to the shocking event in Withered Sea City yesterday. Is that where the Asura Sword Emperor lives? A level 160 Tier 5 Sword Saint of the Blood Elf race muttered as she looked at the majestic guild residence in the distance. The Elven Sword Saint was 2 meters tall, and she wore the guild emblem of Azure Fang, a pseudo-apex power in the greater god's domain. When this Elven Sword Saint walked down the street, Many foreign experts would take the initiative to make way for her. Even fifth-floor experts famous in the Void Sea dared not get close to her. Why is Azure Fang's Saintess here? Has Azure Fang lost its mind? I heard Azure Fang's Saintess recently constructed an advanced, epic divine body and can get promoted into a Tier 6 sword god any time. Azure Fang has even prepared to appoint her as its third vice guild leader. Why would such a big shot appear in this place? It is indeed strange. While the miniature ancient world might be a gold mine, it shouldn't hold much appeal to a pseudo-apex power like Azure Fang. You can't say that. After all, the miniature ancient world is a meeting point for multiple realms. There might not be many visitors now, but once news of the miniature ancient world spreads, tons of profits can be gained. With Abyssal Star City's current location and facilities, its revenue will be considerable even for a pseudo-apex power. Not to mention quite a few powers currently have their eyes on Abyssal Star City. Even if Black Flame is strong, he will probably have trouble dealing with all of them. If Azure Fang steps up now, so long as Black Flame is smart, he will choose to partner with Azure Fang for protection. In exchange, Azure Fang will get some extra income without having to make too big of an investment. The various powers experts started a hushed discussion among themselves when they saw Azure Fang's Saintess making her way to Zero Wing's residence. Initially, the various foreign powers operating in the miniature ancient world were given a huge fright when they learned of the decimation of the Hades Society, Primal Empire, and Sacred Tribe's Tier 5 army in Withered Sea City. After all, the three upper-ranking hegemonic powers' Tier 5 army was composed of tens of thousands of Tier 5 experts, as well as the Tier 6 Wrath Saint. Yet, all of these experts were killed in the middle of Withered Sea City, and nobody knew who was responsible for this slaughter. It should be known that the Hades Society had invested a ton into Withered Sea City so as to solidify its foothold in the miniature ancient world, going as far as to set up a great Grand Master defensive magic array for the city immediately after capturing it from the Asura Mercenary Alliance. This put the city's defensive capabilities on par with the Void Sea's fortresses. Meanwhile, even 100 Tier 6 experts attacking together would need a long time to break through such a powerful defensive magic array under normal circumstances. Yet someone had managed to bypass the defensive magic array and annihilate tens of thousands of Tier 5 experts, all within an instant. Never in their dreams would the various powers dare to imagine such a situation happening. However, it was a fact that such an incident had taken place, so how could the various powers not be frightened? But after the various powers probed around, they discovered something even more frightening. The culprit behind this incident was none other than Black Flame, the founder behind the two organizations targeted by the Hades Society, Primal Empire, and Sacred Tribe. Despite being only a Tier 5 Sword Saint, Black Flame had transcended tiers to slay the Tier 6 Nightmare Chaser. After that, he even utilized the teleportation arrays of the large group teleportation crystals used by the three upper-ranking hegemonic powers to escape to annihilate the three powers' Tier 5 army. Both achievements sounded like they came straight out of a fantasy. As a result of these achievements, Black Flame had thoroughly become a thorn in the eyes of the various upper-ranking hegemonic powers. The various upper-ranking hegemonic powers had even secretly joined forces with the intention of eliminating Black Flame first, before competing for the miniature ancient world. Inside a high-class bar in Abyssal Star City, many executives of ordinary hegemonic powers were currently gathered here to exchange information and form alliances. They were doing so to resist the various upper-ranking hegemonic powers and survive in the miniature ancient world. It's one step, Melissa. Aren't your guilds a little too crazy? Why did you decide to join Asura at this critical juncture? Are you not afraid of those upper-ranking hegemonic powers' retaliation? A level 160, Tier 5 shield warrior said, expressing his confusion when he saw the two people before him wearing the Asura Mercenary Alliance's emblem. It is indeed risky, but as the saying goes, a friend who helps you when you are in need is better than one that congratulates you when you are successful, One Step said before taking a sip of wine, though despite how calmly he spoke, the hint of worry in his eyes betrayed his calmness. Divine Hunter's and Morning Light's decision to join the Asura Mercenary Alliance was honestly a huge gamble. After all, once they lost the bet, they would permanently lose access to the miniature ancient world. However, One Step did not regret his decision to push Divine Hunters into this decision, as he had personally witnessed Black Flame's growth. He firmly believed that if Divine Hunters did not join the Asura Mercenary Alliance now, they would come to regret it in the future. Risky? Is that so? Melissa suddenly grinned as if she had just heard a funny joke. One Step, our guilds have hit the jackpot this time. What jackpot? One Step looked at Melissa in confusion. In response, Melissa glanced at One Step with a rare hint of fervor in her eyes and said, "A friend of mine who's in the Seven Luminaries Alliance just messaged me that the Sacred Glory list has just been updated. Who do you think got onto the Sacred Glory list this time?" "It's probably Guild Leader Black Flame, right?" One Step nonchalantly answered. With his ability to transcend tiers, it's only normal for him to get onto the Sacred Glory list. But even if he does get onto the Sacred Glory list, I doubt the various upper-ranking hegemonic powers will give up on targeting him. You've guessed correctly. Guild Leader Black Flame did make it into the Sacred Glory list this time, Melissa said, smiling at One Step's nonchalance. But do you know what new title the Seven Luminaries Alliance has given to him? Chapter 3460, Chapter 1534, new title, Chapter 3460, Chapter 534, new title, a new title. One Step couldn't help but look at Melissa's smiling face in confusion, failing to understand why she would ask such a question. What does that have to do with them hitting a jackpot? Dark Banner Melissa was a talented paragon from roughly the same generation as him. Although they belonged to different guilds, they shared numerous interactions in the Starlight Realm, so they understood each other's personalities well. They were both friends and rivals. It was why they could get together to share a drink. But right now, One Step truly couldn't understand why Melissa would think Black Flame getting a new title would deter the various upper-ranking hegemonic powers from targeting Zero Wing and Asura. It might be true that Black Flame was the undisputed #1 player in the current miniature ancient world, but he was still not a true Tier 6 player. He could only rely on a special skill to temporarily elevate himself to Tier 6 status. While such an ability was indeed amazing, a group of Tier 6 players could easily wear him out and kill him. So how could Black Flame gaining a new title possibly get the various upper-ranking hegemonic powers to give up on a cake as tempting as the miniature ancient world? Do you really think the various upper-ranking hegemonic powers will be scared of a title on the Sacred Glory list, Melissa? The level 160 Tier 5 shield warrior sitting at the same table as One Step, and Melissa said, laughing. If that's the case, those upper-ranking hegemonic powers can simply retire from the Greater God's domain and hand all of their resources over to the powers with Sacred Glory experts. We can also start measuring the various powers' strength by how many Sacred Glory experts they have. Many of the executives of hegemonic powers present also laughed after hearing Melissa's and the Shield Warrior's words. The 3 primary ranking lists published by the Seven Luminaries Alliance were indeed famous throughout the Greater God's domain. However, out of the 3 lists, the various powers only truly cared about and feared one of them, the Divine Glory list. Of the 3 ranking lists, the Luminous Glory list was also known as the Genius ranking list, the Sacred Glory list was known as the Expert ranking list, and the Divine Glory list was known as the Apex ranking list. The meaning behind each list was very obvious. Players on the Sacred Glory list were indeed hard to come by in the Greater God's domain, but they could never be considered true powerhouses because they weren't at Tier 6. There was still a significant difference between Sacred Glory experts and players who had reached the apex. Meanwhile, so long as a player did not rank among the Greater God's domain's apex, not even ordinary hegemonic powers would truly fear them, let alone upper-ranking hegemonic powers. The average title on the Sacred Glory list is indeed insufficient to scare those upper-ranking hegemonic powers. Melissa did not get angry at the people laughing at her. On the contrary, she nodded in agreement with their opinions. But she quickly changed her tone as she continued, "However, Guild Leader Black Flame's title is different. If you don't believe me, check it out yourselves." After saying so, Melissa shared the latest information she received regarding Black Flame's entry into the Sacred Glory list with everyone around her. A moment later, the noisy bar suddenly fell silent as everyone looked at the information Melissa shared in disbelief. Lord of War Goddesses. How is this possible? He can summon 6 war goddesses by himself. Does he have a divine artifact? The information Melissa shared on Black Flame wasn't detailed. It only had a brief introduction of Black Flame's capabilities. If they wanted more details, they would need to purchase the latest edition of the Sacred Glory list sold by the Seven Luminaries Alliance. Even so, the limited information was already enough to leave everyone amazed and shocked. War goddesses were one of the apex combatants of the Greater God's Domain's human NPCs. They were one of the main factors keeping players in check and deterring the various player powers from causing chaos in the various human kingdoms and empires. Meanwhile, this deterrence was deeply ingrained in the souls of the Greater God's Domain's various powers. In the distant past, many guilds behaved wantonly after gaining power. One particular guild had started rapidly expanding its territory across the Greater God's Domain after accumulating sufficient apex combatants. It even tried to conquer kingdoms and empires without going through the normal channels. While those kingdoms and empires had Tier 6 NPCs defending them, there was no way they could win against Tier 6 apex combatants. So the hegemonic powers managing those kingdoms and empires were annihilated, and the fall of those countries was imminent. But just when everyone thought everything was set in stone, the human NPCs of the targeted kingdoms and empires sought help from the War God's Temple. Then, what happened next shocked the entire Greater God's Domain. Less than a day after those kingdoms and empires asked for help, the powerful guild, which commanded apex combatants and could challenge apex powers, disappeared overnight. Indeed, all of the guild's members, from the guild leader to the normal members, vanished from God's domain overnight. Not many details were known about what had happened, but there was one thing everyone was certain of. The War God's Temple had mobilized an NPC legion composed of 20 individuals, and every one of them was a human NPC bearing the title of War Goddess. Even though the 20 War Goddesses were severely outnumbered, they had annihilated the lawless guild's several thousand Tier 6 experts, including the 6 old monsters wielding apex combat power. All of these Tier 6 players were deprived of their qualifications to enter God's domain. Meanwhile, after that battle, as many as 7 of the mobilized War Goddesses had reported back to the War God's Temple. From that moment on, the Greater God's Domain's players realized that simply having apex combat power didn't necessarily mean they would become invincible. They could still be killed nonetheless. Meanwhile, after that incident, the 7 surviving War Goddesses were labeled by players as the original War Goddesses. In the long years that followed, although many up-and-coming guilds would still occasionally cause trouble, every one of them was wiped out by the War God's Temple's War Goddess Legion without exception. Because of these examples, it became common knowledge in the Greater God's Domain that even apex powers should not provoke the War Goddess Legion. Now that it was revealed that Black Flame could summon 6 War Goddesses by himself, even if he could only summon 6 Tier 5 War Goddesses, he was still an opponent to be feared. After all, in the miniature ancient world, where foreign Tier 6 players could not exhibit their full strength, Tier 5 War Goddesses who had developed their techniques to the extremes could easily reign supreme over a region. Dead Ash Sea, Withered Sea City. After more than a day had passed, Withered Sea City's central plaza had been fully restored. The city looked like it had never been attacked, and the Hades Society, Primal Empire, and Sacred Tribes members continued patrolling the city as usual. The number of foreign Tier 5 players visiting the city had even increased by many times. Did you hear? It seems Hades, Primal, and Sacred have already started to contact the other upper-ranking hegemonic powers after suffering the loss they did yesterday. They're planning to take over the seas and thoroughly isolate Abyssal Star City. I did hear about something like that happening. I even saw some of the other upper-ranking hegemonic powers members entering the Hades Society's residence a while ago. Though, I have to say that Black Flame is incredible to be able to force 3 upper-ranking hegemonic powers to such an extent. I know, right? These upper-ranking hegemonic powers are no different than kings in the Void Sea. Nobody dares to provoke them without good reason. It's a pity that these powers are going to lock down the sea once they do so. Even Black Flame will be powerless to do anything about it. Many foreign Tier 5 players resting in Withered Sea City discussed the incident in the city yesterday. They couldn't help but be amazed that a player from a miniature world could corner multiple upper-ranking hegemonic powers to a point where they needed to join forces. Huh? Hey, look at the sky. Why is there a war goddess there? Thank you for listening to the story on KevinAudio.com. Chapter 3461, Chapter 535, Legend of War Goddess, Withered Sea City. When the players in the city noticed a war goddess suddenly appearing in the sky, the whole city erupted into commotion. There's not just a war goddess there, there's also a dragon. Isn't that Black Flame riding on the back of that dragon? What's going on? Is the Asura Sword Emperor planning to attack Withered Sea City? Curiosity filled everyone in the city when they saw the war goddess and dragon in the sky. Everyone got especially excited when they noticed the Asura Sword Emperor riding on the back of the dragon. Too long. It had been far too long since any individual dared to challenge an upper-ranking hegemonic power. Previously, everyone thought yesterday's attack on Withered Sea City was already the Asura Sword Emperor's limit, that it was the best he could do. After all, Withered Sea City was a stronghold operated by 3 upper-ranking hegemonic powers. The defensive magic array alone could easily withstand a siege of over 100 Tier 6 players. Not to mention, there was also the city's magic barrier that could weaken the basic attributes of enemies. Even if Black Flame was the strongest player in the miniature ancient world, if he tried to attack Withered Sea City all by himself, it was unlikely he could leave with his life. Yet, now, Black Flame had taken the initiative to attack Withered Sea City by himself. This was simply unbelievable. Is Black Flame crazy? The Hades Society, Primal Empire, and Sacred Tribe now have 4 Tier 6 experts safeguarding Withered Sea City. Even if he can summon a Tier 5 war goddess, what can he possibly do to the city? Maybe Black Flame probably doesn't know about this. After all, Hades, Primal, and Sacred had secretly shown us the additional forces they mobilized to assure us. There's a chance news of the 3 powers' strength has yet to reach Zero Wing in the Asura Mercenary Alliance. Regardless, this is going to be interesting. Even at Tier 5, a war goddess can still pose a significant threat in the miniature ancient world. We can use this opportunity to see how powerful this Tier 5 war goddess can be and come up with the appropriate countermeasures. There were currently several dozen players originating from various upper-ranking hegemonic powers present in the Hades Society's residence, and they couldn't help but be surprised to see a war goddess and a dragon appearing above Withered Sea City. The Lord of War Goddesses. This was the new title the 7 Luminaries Alliance had given to Black Flame. Even if Black Flame was only a Tier 5 player, they still had no choice but to take him seriously. After all, there were many examples of powerful guilds facing destruction at the hands of war goddesses in the greater god's domain. Now that Black Flame had come to attack Withered Sea City with a Tier 5 war goddess, this was an excellent opportunity for them to gather information. If Black Flame's war goddess could not deal with the Hades Society, Primal Empire, and Sacred Tribe, they could band together without worry. And if the war goddess caused significant losses to the 3 powers, they would remain neutral. That way, no matter who won or lost, they wouldn't lose. Are we really going to do this, Guild Leader? Standing atop the mutated Frostflame Phantom Dragon, Sukanlu couldn't help but grow worried as she looked at the city beneath her. An offensive siege was different from a defensive siege. Participants of an offensive siege would be subjected to the suppression of the besieged city's magic barrier, and it was why Zero Wing and Asura could fend off an attack by 3 upper-ranking hegemonic powers. They would have no such advantages if they were to attack Withered Sea City now. And on the chance they suffered defeat, the advantages Zero Wing had built up would be lost. It's just 3 upper-ranking hegemonic powers. They're still not worthy of my fear, Shi Feng calmly said as he looked at the prosperous city below. Shi Feng had always planned to make the miniature ancient world into Zero Wing's backyard, having it become a continuous supply of talent and resources for Zero Wing. That way, Zero Wing would have an easier time establishing a foothold in the Eternal Realm. Not to mention, now that the miniature ancient world had become a resting point for multiple realms in the Void Sea, it could also provide Zero Wing with a stable source of star coins, which would in turn stabilize Zero Wing's economy in the real world. After saying so, Shi Feng took out the Feather of Oath and used Heroic Pledge to forcibly upgrade the War Goddess next to him, instantly elevating her into a level 164, Tier 6 War Goddess. At the same time, the War Goddess began radiating a terrifying divine might that covered a radius of tens of thousands of yards. Go on, it's time to let them know despair. Without hesitation, Shi Feng commanded the War Goddess to execute her strongest move, the Tier 6 unique skill Void Blast against Withered Sea City. In response, the War Goddess, clad in silver armor, aimed her longbow at Withered Sea City and drew it into a full moon, a large fourfold magic array forming in front of the arrowhead. Then divine patterns started to form around the magic array, the appearance of every divine pattern enhancing the magic array's power by a notch. Thousands of divine patterns simultaneously strengthened the magic array, causing it to become so powerful that its mere presence shattered the surrounding space. Tier 6. That's a Tier 6 War Goddess. Meanwhile, following the War Goddess's promotion to Tier 6, all players in Withered Sea City fell into bewilderment. It was not unheard of for players and powers to summon War Goddesses in the Greater God's domain. Aside from special items, they could also be summoned using summoning arrays. However, the best these items and summoning arrays could do was summon a Tier 5 War Goddess. As for players summoning Tier 6 War Goddesses, that was unheard of. After all, Tier 6 War Goddesses were legends and apex combatants in the Greater God's domain. They were existences that would only appear in realm wars or battles of that scale. However, before anyone in Withered Sea City could return to their senses, the War Goddess let loose the silver arrow nocked in her longbow, and the arrow transformed into a dazzling star that descended onto the city. Boom! For a moment, it was as if the sun had appeared in Withered Sea City. Players standing several kilometers away from the city could clearly see and feel the intensity of the light and heat coming from the miniature star. After some time passed, the radiance that enveloped the city disappeared, revealing a sight that dumbfounded Suqian Lu. Gone. The entire Withered City was gone. A main city that was populated by over 30 million players was erased from existence, just like that. We can go back now. While looking at the tattered remains of Withered Sea City's walls, Shi Feng instructed, "Have Blackie and the others come to take over and rebuild the city. Then proceed with the plans we previously discussed." Before this, Shi Feng didn't wish to publicize that he could summon a Tier 6 War Goddess. This was because a Tier 6 War Goddess's influence was so significant that it might lead to many pseudo-apex powers taking extreme measures. However, to let Zero Wing gain more benefits from the miniature ancient world, he decided it was no longer necessary to hide this information. He couldn't stay in the miniature ancient world long term. He would even take many capable individuals to the Eternal Realm with him. If Zero Wing lacked sufficient deterrence, it wouldn't be able to retain its portion of benefits in the miniature ancient world. "Okay," Suqian Liu instinctively replied, her mind still having yet to return to its senses. Subsequently, following Shi Feng returned to Abyssal Star City with Suqian Liu, and had Blackie bring some members over to Withered Sea City by ship to capture and rebuild it. It was impossible to destroy a city in God's domain fully. So long as the City Lord's token remained, a city could be rebuilt even if it was thoroughly demolished. The possibility of the City Lord's token not being within Withered Sea City was also zero. If a City Lord's token was taken out of the city, or if the City Lord's mansion was destroyed, it would be teleported back to the City Lord's mansion automatically. This was a setting put in place so that players wouldn't have to worry about being unable to take over a city after capturing it. Meanwhile, shortly after Blackie and the other members of Zero Wing arrived at Withered Sea City, they couldn't help but be surprised by what they found, or, more specifically, what they failed to find. Many foreign players who came to Withered Sea City to rest were similarly shocked by the city's sudden disappearance. But less than half an hour after the city's disappearance, Specific information about the city's destruction quickly appeared on the Miniature Ancient World's official forum. For a time, the entire Miniature Ancient World fell into silence. Now that Black Flame had come to attack Withered Sea City with a Tier 5 war goddess, this was an excellent opportunity for them to gather information. If Black Flame's war goddess could not deal with the Hades Society, Primal Empire, and Sacred Tribe, they could band together without worry. And if the war goddess caused significant losses to the three powers, they would remain neutral. That way, no matter who won or lost, they wouldn't lose. Are we really going to do this, Guild Leader? Standing atop the mutated Frostflame Phantom Dragon, Su Qianliu couldn't help but grow worried as she looked at the city beneath her. An offensive siege was different from a defensive siege. Participants of an offensive siege would be subjected to the suppression of the besieged city's magic barrier, and it was why Zero Wing and Asura could fend off an attack by three upper-ranking hegemonic powers. They would have no such advantages if they were to attack Withered Sea City now. And on the chance they suffered defeat, the advantages Zero Wing had built up would be lost. It's just three upper-ranking hegemonic powers. They're still not worthy of my fear, Shi Feng calmly said as he looked at the prosperous city below. Shi Feng had always planned to make the miniature ancient world into Zero Wing's backyard, having it become a continuous supply of talent and resources for Zero Wing. That way, Zero Wing would have an easier time establishing a foothold in the Eternal Realm. Not to mention, now that the miniature ancient world had become a resting point for multiple realms in the Void Sea, it could also provide Zero Wing with a stable source of star coins, which would in turn stabilize Zero Wing's economy in the real world. Chapter 3462, Chapter 53, Absolutes. Chapter 3462, Chapter 53, Absolutes. Chapter 53, Absolutes. Chapter 53, 3 Absolutes. I went to Withered Sea City, but it was gone. Can someone tell me what happened? Are you sleep-talking? Or are you trying to pull a trick on us? That's Withered Sea City we are talking about, a city operated by three upper-ranking hegemonic powers. You must have gone to the wrong place. I have a picture of my map and my current location. I even visited Withered Sea City once before. There's no way I could have gone to the wrong place. As more and more players tried to visit Withered Sea City to rest, more evidence of Withered Sea City's disappearance appeared on the official forum, stunning many players who were still doubtful of the situation. Withered Sea City occupied an island that spanned dozens of kilometers. However, in the images shared on the official forum, where Withered Sea City used to occupy was now a huge crater. It was also possible to see tattered remains of the city's walls. It looked as if the entire city had been erased off the island, and this devastation sent shivers down the spines of all who saw it. While everyone was wondering how Withered Sea City had fallen to ruin in such a short time, videos showing the process of the city's destruction suddenly started to appear on the forum, one after another. These videos were taken from varying distances, but they all had a common point. The videos showed Black Flame, the Asura Sword Emperor, suddenly appearing above Withered Sea City with a war goddess. Afterward, the war goddess could be seen firing an arrow at the city, causing the city to become engulfed in a dazzling radiance upon impact. Then, when the radiance disappeared, so did Withered Sea City, Boundary Sea, Abyssal Star City. When the mutated Frostflame Phantom Dragon landed in the courtyard of Zero Wing's residence, before Shi Feng could even get down, he heard deafening cheers and shouts coming from outside the residence. Look, it's Guild Leader Black Flame. Oh my God. It's the real deal. He's too cool. Hooray for the Tier 6 War Goddess. Hooray for Guild Leader Black Flame. Let's see if those foreigners dare to continue looking down on us native players. The number of players queuing up outside Zero Wing's residence was several times greater than yesterday. Moreover, many of them were Tier 5 experts, and when these players saw Shi Feng appearing in the courtyard, they couldn't help but get the urge to charge into the residence. Fortunately, the Zero Wing members on duty were prepared for this situation, as they had long erected a magic barrier at the entrance, prohibiting those without permission from entering. Meanwhile, in the courtyard of Zero Wing's residence, the many executives of the Asura Mercenary Alliance who had long been waiting for Shi Feng's return promptly surrounded him as soon as he got off the Frostflame Dragon. "You've really given us a scare this time, Guild Leader Black Flame," Liu Wuxing said with a wry smile. "Also, everyone's already talking about how you destroyed Withered Sea City with just one blow, and many hegemonic powers have come to us hoping to join Asura. Hidden Soul is swamped with work right now." The individual strength Shi Feng had shown before was already astonishing, but the means he just showed was even more astonishing. Originally, Liu Wusheng thought that, whether it was Zero Wing or the Asura Mercenary Alliance, the best they could do was survive in the miniature ancient world. This situation wouldn't change unless they could find a way to produce a large number of Tier 6 experts. However, following the Tier 6 War Goddess's appearance, the miniature ancient world's status quo thoroughly changed. Now, many ordinary hegemonic powers have expressed their desire to join the Asura Mercenary Alliance, which put Liu Wusheng in a huge dilemma. It was undoubtedly great news for the Asura Mercenary Alliance to have more foreign hegemonic powers join. After all, unlike individual players joining Asura, powers that chose to join the Mercenary Alliance would be required to enter an offensive and defensive pact. In other words, they would be standing in the same boat as Asura. This, in turn, would increase Asura's strength and influence in the miniature ancient world. However, the addition of a large number of foreign hegemonic powers would also weaken the position of native powers in the Mercenary Alliance. After all, the various foreign hegemonic powers were much stronger than the various native powers. This was true in both the miniature ancient world and the greater gods' domain. Every hegemonic power occupied a vast territory, with some even monopolizing an entire empire. Depending on how the situation was handled, even Asura's founding powers, such as Witch's Sin, might have to worry about getting pushed out of the Mercenary Alliance's inner circle of power. For this reason, Mysterious Moon hurriedly sent Lin Yaoyue and Zhuo Yalin, who were relatively close to Shi Feng, to inquire about Shi Feng's plans for the future. The 100-Flower Palace had also sent Crimson Heart and Cleansing Rue for the same reason. Originally, after experiencing the miniature ancient world's 4 months of accelerated development, the various founding powers of Asura believed that they had already caught up to Zero Wing's pace. They even thought they could already stand at the same height as Shi Feng, yet in reality, not only did the gap between them and Shi Feng not shrink in the slightest, but it had even widened by a lot. Foreign hegemonic powers have asked to join? Shi Feng wasn't particularly surprised to hear Liu Wusheng's words. Nodding, he said, "Tell Soul that she can let them join, but in addition to requiring them to dispatch personnel to safeguard Asura's cities long-term, they will also only receive 1/3 of the contribution points that early Alliance members receive when contributing talents to the Alliance. And if they want to access the Primordial Tower's 2nd floor that's still off-limits to the public, they will have to pay double what early members are paying." "Okay, I'll notify Hidden Soul right away," Liu Wusheng said, feeling a little relieved when he heard Shi Feng's arrangement. The Asura Mercenary Alliance was established with the primary goal of serving Zero Wing. When Witch's Sin and the other native powers initially chose to join Asura, they had done so because of the potential they saw in Shi Feng and Zero Wing. And as they had predicted, they did achieve rapid growth after joining the Asura Mercenary Alliance. But this growth came at the cost of a large amount of Asura contribution points. On an even playing field, there was no way native powers like Witch's Sin could outcompete the various foreign hegemonic powers when it came to earning contribution points. But if the acquisition rates were tweaked in favor of old members, it would be more or less possible for them to compete against the newly joined hegemonic powers. However, what Liu Wusheng didn't know was that Shi Feng had always planned to prioritize nurturing the miniature ancient world's native players. After all of them came from the same world. If the miniature ancient world's native players grew strong, it would become less likely for their civilization to get eliminated in the greater world. Meanwhile, after Shi Feng finished arranging the Asura Mercenary Alliance's future development and management issues, Gentle Snow suddenly entered his office in a hurry. Guild leader and elven sword saint from the pseudo-apex power Azure Fang says she wants to meet you, Gentle Snow said. Then she hesitantly continued. The other party claims that she is Azure Fang's third vice-guild leader, Oribeth. But apart from Azure Fang's guild emblem, she has nothing else to prove her identity. Since adventuring with Ink Keelan, Gentle Snow had come to learn a lot about the greater god's domain. So, she was very much aware of how terrifying a pseudo-apex power could be. Take the Scarlet Merchant Alliance, for example. Even in a place such as the Crystal City of Secrets, where titled experts occupied the lowest level of the city's social hierarchy, the players operating in the city would still actively make way when encountering the Scarlet Merchant Alliance's members. Now that someone claiming to be a vice-guild leader of Azure Fang had come knocking on Zero Wing's doors, if the situation wasn't handled correctly, Zero Wing might find itself with another powerful foe, an elven sword saint named Oribeth. When Shi Feng heard the name Gentle Snow mentioned, he couldn't help but feel as if he had heard it from somewhere before. Yet he couldn't remember where he had heard it from. "Do you have her picture?" "Here's a video clip I recorded," Gentle Snow said as she shared a short clip with Shi Feng. In the recording, a 2-meter-tall elven woman with gray hair could be seen standing in the lobby of Zero Wing's guild hall. The woman looked young, no more than 21 or 22 years old. Even though the video had clearly captured the woman, one would fail to notice her presence if one wasn't paying attention. It was as if the woman did not exist in this world. Meanwhile, Shi Feng couldn't help but be stunned when he saw this gray-haired elven woman. Why is one of the three absolutes here? Chapter 3463, Chapter 537, Goddess Law, Chapter 3463, Chapter 537, Goddess Law, Chapter 537, Goddess Law, one of the three absolutes. Gentle Snow ran Shi Feng's words through her mind when she saw the look of surprise on his face. However, she couldn't recall ever hearing about the title Shi Feng mentioned. "Is this person famous?" "She will be in the future," Shi Feng explained when he saw Gentle Snow's curious gaze. "But I doubt many people know of her right now. The Eternal Realm's three absolutes were known by all in the greater god's domain during his previous life, and they were publicly known to be able to stand against an entire realm by themselves. This was by no means a form of praise. Instead, the three absolutes truly did accomplish the feat of going up against an entire realm. As for when the three absolutes had risen to fame, it was during the war between human players and holy race players. Meanwhile, Blood Elf Oribeth, the blood-soaked Rakshasa, was one of the three absolutes, and she was someone who had perfectly inherited a goddess law. However, as far as Shi Feng could remember, he had never heard of the blood-soaked Rakshasa joining any powers. In fact, most people didn't even know how she came to possess the strength that allowed her to become an absolute. When Oribeth first debuted on the public stage, she had already accomplished a feat that shook the entire Eternal Realm. At the time, she had single-handedly fought 37 Tier 6 experts from the Holy Race and defeated them. It should be known that these 37 Tier 6 experts possessed combat power rivaling Tier 6 gods. Yet, the blood-soaked Rakshasa had not only killed all of them, but she even survived the fight with only her soul severely injured. Meanwhile, the next time Oribeth made a move was several months later, when the Holy Race had declared a holy war on the greater god's domain and mobilized an army composed of the members of thousands of major powers. During that war, Oribeth had slain thousands of Tier 6 experts from the Holy Race, and unlike her debut battle, she only sustained light injuries from the war. It was also after that war that she became known as the blood-soaked Rakshasa. As for her becoming one of the three absolutes, it was during another war with the Holy Race that took place at the 12 Sanctuaries. At the time, Oribeth had single-handedly defended an entire fortress from one of the Holy Race's apex powers. Even after continuously trying for 2 months, the enemy apex power failed to bring down the fortress. Yet now the blood-soaked Rakshasa had suddenly become a member of the pseudo-apex power Azure Fang. Moreover, she wasn't even in the Eternal Realm. This situation was wildly different from the information Shi Feng knew. "Do you want to meet her?" Gentle Snow asked. "Yes, of course." Shi Feng nodded. The three absolutes were legendary individuals in the greater god's domain. Even the various apex powers would do everything they could to recruit them, let alone him. Oribeth was someone who had fully mastered a goddess law. Once she progressed to Tier 6. The law projection she could form would be vastly superior to the average advanced law projection. Even though Shi Feng had multiple advanced laws during his previous life, his law projection would still be suppressed if it went up against Oribeth's law projection. Now that there was an opportunity to meet with one of the three absolutes, Shi Feng naturally wouldn't let go of it. Zero Wings Guild Leader's office. Gentle Snow walked into the office with Oribeth. The instant Oribeth stepped through the door, Shi Feng could feel an indescribable pressure weighing down on him. Her mana affinity is at an even higher level than mine? Shi Feng couldn't help but be astonished as he looked at Oribeth. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that his Tier 5 advanced legendary mana body was unprecedented in the greater god's domain. Yet his mana had lost to Oribeth's despite this. Meanwhile, Oribeth also noticed something when she stepped into the room, but she didn't seem to mind it much as she sat down on the sofa. Gentle Snow had led her to. "Hello, Guild Leader Black Flame. Thank you for taking the time to meet me," Oribeth greeted. Despite looking rather young, she had a mature and intellectual voice. "You jest, Vice Guild Leader Oribeth. It is Zero Wing's honor to have a Vice Guild Leader of Azure Fang visit," Shi Feng responded politely. "May I know why you have asked to meet me, Vice Guild Leader Oribeth?" "It brings me shame to say this, but looking a little embarrassed," Oribeth said, "I am very keen to enter the Eternal Realm, but I lack the means. Even Azure Fang doesn't have any way to help me. However, while resting in a fortress in the Void Sea, I was fortunate enough to learn that you have previously appeared in the Eternal Realm, Guild Leader Black Flame. But now here you are in the miniature ancient world. Are you asking me to take you to the Eternal Realm, Vice Guild Leader Oribeth?" Shi Feng asked, not feeling particularly surprised by Oribeth's revelation. The moment he returned to the miniature ancient world, anyone with a keen mind would have guessed that he had a means of traveling between realms. "I know traveling between realms is not an easy feat and must come at a great cost, Guild Leader Black Flame." Confidently, Oribeth said, "I am willing to foot the cost, and I guarantee you'll be satisfied by my payment." "You'll guarantee my satisfaction?" Shi Feng chuckled. With his previous life's experiences, few things could catch his eye in the greater god's domain. "May I know what is the payment you speak of?" As if waiting for this question, Oribeth promptly said, "An entry slot to the upper level of the Eternal Realm's Golden Spire." As to what the Golden Spire is, I'm sure you should be more familiar with it than I am. A slot to the Golden Spire's upper level. Shi Feng was quite surprised by Oribeth's offer. The Eternal Realm had the 7 cities, 4 towers, and 3 absolutes. Among them, the Golden Spire was one of the 4 towers. The Golden Spire contained countless treasures belonging to gods. There were even fragmented divine artifacts available inside. However, if players wished to obtain these treasures, they would first have to pass the Golden Spire's trials. The Golden Spire's trials were split into 2 levels, the lower level and the upper level. Players required a key to enter and challenge the Golden Spire's trials, and each key only allowed 2 players to enter the spire. The Golden Spire's keys were incredibly hard to come by. They were scattered across the Eternal Realm, and even upper-ranking hegemonic powers might not come across a key for the lower level after a month of searching. The chances of finding a key for the upper level were even lower, with only 1 upper-level key being found for every 100 or so lower-level keys. They were so rare that even apex powers might not find one after a year of searching. Because of this, whenever an upper-level key was found, the various powers would do everything they could to secure it. Apex powers even offered 3 legendary weapons to purchase an upper-level key. During his previous life, Shi Feng had never obtained an upper-level key. Through Zero Wing's strength, he only managed to obtain a few lower-level keys. Meanwhile, the reward for passing the upper-level trial was a gold ancient tome. This gold ancient tome could provide detailed information on all worldly items, but players only had one opportunity to look up the item they wanted. The ancient tome would become useless after one use. In the past, many experts who had passed the upper-level trial had relied on the gold ancient tome they acquired to obtain a fragmented divine artifact. Currently, Shi Feng had a headache finding the 7 luminaries' codex's fragments. If he could obtain a gold ancient tome, it would undoubtedly alleviate some of his problems. Not even Apex powers can necessarily get their hands on one of the Golden Spire's upper-level keys right now, Arabeth explained. If you enter the Golden Spire's upper level, even obtaining a fragmented divine artifact might not be out of the question. Guild leader Black Flame, it will definitely be worthwhile to trade 1 entry slot to the Eternal Realm for this opportunity, don't you think? It is indeed a worthwhile deal, Shi Feng said after pondering for a moment. But if you wish to enter the Eternal Realm, I need you to agree to a condition. Vice Guild Leader Arabeth. Chapter 3464, Chapter 5038, Meeting Aqua Rose Again. Chapter 3464, Chapter 5038, Meeting Aqua Rose Again. Chapter 5038, Meeting Aqua Rose Again. What condition? Arabeth asked, frowning a little when she heard Shi Feng's words. She felt that Shi Feng was asking for too much. The entry slot for the Golden Spire's upper level was exceedingly rare and precious. After all, according to her investigations, players could potentially obtain a fragmented divine artifact if they were strong enough. Meanwhile, a fragmented divine artifact was something that could grant Tier 5 players the strength to fight against Tier 6 players. Hence, simply the opportunity to obtain a fragmented divine artifact was easily worth much more than an entry slot for the Eternal Realm. Shi Feng noticed the unhappy expression on Arabeth's face, and he couldn't help but chuckle as he said, "Don't misunderstand me, Vice Guild Leader Arabeth. I'm not asking for more payment. I just need you to keep quiet about the exact method you used to enter the Eternal Realm." An opportunity to enter the Golden Spire's upper level was tempting, but the Abyss Workshop certification wasn't an ordinary item worth exposing for such an opportunity. Its ability to transport multiple people across realms at a relatively affordable cost was especially valuable. Now that he had returned to the miniature ancient world, it would only be a matter of time before others noticed something. And if he helped Arabeth, others would notice it even sooner. However, exactly how he traveled between realms was a crucial point he wished to keep secret. Plenty of people were trying to get into the Eternal Realm right now. If even an expert such as Arabeth was willing to make such a lucrative offer to enter the Eternal Realm, it went without saying other experts would be in a similar situation. In that case, he would have plenty of business opportunities in the future, and having his methods remain unknown would give him a bigger advantage during negotiations. You can rest assured on this point, Guild Leader Black Flame. I can sign a God's Domain contract promising this, Arabeth said, expressing her understanding. If others ask how I entered the Eternal Realm, I will say that I arrived there after accidentally entering a space-time passage. That won't be necessary, Shi Feng said, waving his hand. If they ask about it, you can tell them the truth and say I helped you. Tell them the truth. Arabeth couldn't help but look at Shi Feng in surprise. The ability to enter the Eternal Realm from the outside world was earth-shattering. The various pseudo-apex and apex powers would try to obtain this ability at all costs if they learned about it. The at all costs here wouldn't necessarily mean they would pay anything to obtain it. Instead, there was a high possibility they would outright demand Shi Feng hand over the method. But since Shi Feng dared to say so, it meant he was confident he could go against the various apex powers, though exactly what was giving him that confidence remained unknown. After all, having one Tier 6 war goddess was nowhere near enough to get the various apex powers to acknowledge him as an equal. Following this, Shi Feng signed a God's Domain contract with Arabeth, the contract stating that Shi Feng would help Arabeth enter the Eternal Realm. In return, Arabeth must not tell others the exact method she used to enter the Eternal Realm, and she also must bring Shi Feng into the Golden Spire a week after they entered the Eternal Realm, unless Shi Feng himself asked for a delay. 3 days later, after arranging the defenses of Withered Sea City, setting up a new Great Grandmaster defensive magic array, and ensuring the city reopened successfully, Shi Feng used the Abyss Workshop certification's world-breaking teleportation to open a world-breaking gate to the Eternal Realm. This time he brought Su Qianlu, Wu Xiaoxiao, Midsummer, Rampant Blade, Jun Luosha, Wordless Ember, Sleeping Quicksand, Hidden Soul, Liu Wusheng, Galaxy Past, Crimson Heart, Sound Reaver, and Orabeth with him. After including Desolate Fury, Cross, La Roja, Ink, Qilin, Riverlight, and Blaze Eye, they filled up all 20 slots of the world-breaking teleportation's 20 teleportation slots. Upon returning to the Eternal Realm's Crystal City of Secrets, Ink, Qilin, and the others eagerly entered the underground Crystal Palace. But because Shi Feng had to go to the Golden Spire with Orabeth, he could only have Gentle Snow led Su Qianlu and the others to explore the underground Crystal Palace with Scarecrow Fox's team. Ink Qilin had no objections to teaming up with Zero Wing and Asura's members. After all, it would be highly beneficial for Scarecrow Fox to do so. Firstly, Su Qianlu and the others were all equipped with secret treasures, which allowed them to have significantly greater damage output than other Tier 5 players. Secondly, Desolate Fury, Cross, and Laroya were Golden Masters, and a team that had the assistance of 3 Golden Masters could perform much better than even the various pseudo-Apex Powers teams. While Gentle Snow and the others left for the underground Crystal Palace, Shi Feng and Orabeth visited a deserted area in the Crystal City and used Aurelia's key to teleport to the Golden Spire. Golden Spire, after the bright teleportation array faded, a magnificent spire that was 10 kilometers in height appeared before Shi Feng's eyes. The spire was ancient, radiating a powerful divine might that prevented players under Tier 5 from approaching. Although Tier 5 players could approach the spire, their movements would become stiff when enveloped by its divine might. Only experts with basic attributes that had reached the Tier 6 standard could remain unaffected by the divine might. There sure are a lot of people. Shi Feng couldn't help but be astonished when he saw the large gathering of players outside the Golden Spire. At a glance, well over 10,000 players were gathered outside the Golden Spire. It should be known that these were only the players who had yet the spire. Who knew how many more people were inside the spire? Of the several times he had visited the Golden Spire during his previous life, he had never come across so many players coming to challenge the Golden Spire. Orabeth was also surprised by this situation. She had not expected to see so many players challenging the Golden Spire, and she couldn't help but feel tricked. After all, the keys to the Golden Spire weren't as rare and valuable as the rumors suggested. Before Shi Feng and Orabeth could recover from their surprise, a young man who was a level 158 Tier 5 berserker approached them. "Would you two like to join our team to enter the Golden Spire?" The berserker youth asked as he looked at Shi Feng and Orabeth. "Is it necessary to team up to enter the Golden Spire?" Shi Feng couldn't help but be confused as he looked at the berserker youth, whose combat standard was at the 5th floor standard. The Golden Spire wasn't a dungeon. Instead, it was a place that offered all who entered a standardized trial. There was no need for players to team up. "It won't be necessary inside, but it's a different story if you want to enter the Golden Spire," the berserker youth said with a wry smile. Then he pointed at the Golden Spire's entrance and said in frustration, "Do you see those people? They are all experts from the various pseudo-Apex powers. You have just arrived, so you might not know, but those pseudo-Apex powers have blocked the entrance and stated that nobody can enter before their members inside come out. If you want to force your way inside, you will need to have sufficient strength and qualifications. For example, if you are a member of a pseudo-Apex power and your team has sufficient 5th floor experts, they will let you through since they know it wouldn't be worth fighting you. If you can't meet these 2 conditions, they'll kill you on the spot if you try to force your way in." Hearing the berserker youth's explanation, Shi Feng swept his gaze across the 100 or so players standing in the way of the Golden Spire's entrance. All these experts were at the 5th floor standard, and the guild emblems they wore came in 7 varieties. Among them, the ones Shi Feng was familiar with were the Scarlet Merchant Alliances and Flaming Bees guild emblems. Shi Feng also spotted the guild emblem of Star Dynasty, one of the Greater Gods domain's 9 great pseudo-Apex powers. You can probably tell who the old man standing in the lead is, right? He's the Demon Axe War God, one of Star Dynasty's elders. Not only is he a veteran saint, But he is also a golden master. It's best if you don't try to provoke him. He's killed over 1,000 experts thus far," the berserker youth explained when he saw Shi Feng looking somewhat stunned. However, what the berserker youth didn't know was that Shi Feng wasn't stunned because of Demon Axe, but by a woman standing some distance away from Demon Axe. The woman in question wore a dark purple robe. She was stunningly beautiful like a fairy, and her every move radiated a seductive charm. Meanwhile, this woman was none other than Aqua Rose, one of Zero Wing's Vice Guild leaders in Shi Feng's previous life. TL notes: Demon Axe War God. This is a title. It is based off of his trademark move, Demon Axe Spoilers. I will refer to him as Demon Axe in subsequent chapters as I do not know his actual ID, and it sounds long-winded to keep repeating Demon Axe War God. Chapter 3465, Chapter 53.9, Black Flame. Chapter 3465, Chapter 53.9, Black Flame. Chapter 53, Black Flame. Why is she here? Shi Feng was genuinely surprised when he saw Aqua Rose standing outside the Golden Spire's entrance. During his previous life, Aqua Rose's life trajectory experienced massive changes due to his intervention. Firstly, she no longer worked for Twilight Echo. Instead, she chose to join Zero Wing and became Zero Wing's Vice Guild leader. Later on, she got promoted to Tier 6 and supervised Zero Wing's rapid development across multiple realms simultaneously. Eventually, she even became one of the key figures who spearheaded Zero Wing's entry into the 12 Sanctuaries and led Zero Wing's fight against the various Apex powers. Meanwhile, as one of Zero Wing's 5 great experts, Aqua Rose not only mastered 2 gold combat techniques, but she even acquired a fragmented divine artifact and became capable of fighting primordial gods of the same level. In this life, though, Aqua Rose should have experienced a similar situation as other Tier 6 experts from their homeworld and entered the greater god's domain through some special means. Only Shi Feng didn't think he would meet Aqua Rose in the eternal realm of all places. Moreover, the current Aqua Rose differed greatly from the Aqua Rose in Shi Feng's previous life. The Aqua Rose in Shi Feng's previous life was always brimming with vitality and fighting spirit, but the current Aqua Rose was inexplicably calm, like a lone wanderer who had experienced countless crises. And although the current Aqua Rose was not as strong as the Aqua Rose in Shi Feng's previous life, she was still a bona fide fifth-floor expert. She could undoubtedly be considered one of the strongest experts in their homeworld. In addition, as if determined by fate, the current Aqua Rose wielded the same fragmented divine staff, too, she used in Shi Feng's previous life, Breath of the Deep Sea. With the assistance of Breath of the Deep Sea, even if Aqua Rose was currently only a level 158 Tier 5 expert, she had a great chance of defeating Tier 5 saints wielding legendary weapons. "Is that beauty an acquaintance of yours?" Orabeth asked out of curiosity when she saw Shi Feng staring at Aqua Rose. "Something like that," Shi Feng said in an uncertain tone. They were indeed very familiar with each other during his previous life. After all, Zero Wing's daily operations largely depended on Aqua Rose, with Gentle Snow and Blackie acting as her assistants. However, in this life he had spent the first 10 years of God's domain working as the guild leader of some no-name guild, whereas Aqua Rose held the position of honorary elder of Twilight Echo, a top-tier first-rate guild. They had zero interactions with each other. Even now this remained true. So he couldn't really say that they were acquaintances. Something like that. Orabeth grew confused. She couldn't understand how someone could be something like an acquaintance. Regardless, after taking another look at Aqua Rose in the distance, she softly said, "I don't know what your relationship is with her, but I can tell you that she's not some random nobody based on my sources. One of the Scarlet Merchant Alliance's taboos has taken a liking to her and signed a blood contract with her. So long as she joins Scarlet in the future, she'll easily become one of the greats there." A blood contract? Realization dawned upon Shi Feng when he heard Orabeth's explanation. Blood contracts weren't uncommon in God's domain. It could be considered a way for players to grant other players strength. Or, more specifically, A blood contract could grant the contractee the combat experiences of the contractor, letting them personally experience the battles the contractor had experienced. However, the creation of a blood contract was not a simple task. Firstly, the contractor had to reach the 2-star Great Grandmaster standard in their mental strength development. Secondly, the contractor needed the materials to create a blood contract. Meanwhile, most of the materials needed were at the inferior divine rank. Lastly, the contractor had to invest roughly 2 to 5 years of their time and energy into creating the blood contract. Throughout this period, the only thing the contractor could do was immerse their combat experiences into the blood contract. Because of these 3 stringent factors, typically only pseudo-apex powers and apex powers could create blood contracts. Weaker powers had neither the resources nor the ability to create one. Outside the Golden Spire's entrance. "I'm afraid I'll have to trouble you after we enter the spire, Aqua," a level 157, Tier 5 cleric, dressed in a holy white robe, said apologetically as she walked up to Aqua Rose. Big Brother Dragon Soul had to go ahead and enter the spire first. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to pass the trial before the other power's chosen ones and obtain the best reward. Though, if we had Big Brother Dragon Soul here to help us, none of the other pseudo-apex powers would have dared to lay a hand on us, nor would the Star Dynasty's demon axe be pointing fingers at us now. I understand, Melody. You don't have to apologize. Helping you is also something I should do, Aqua Rose said as she looked at the cleric named Seven Melody. Then she glanced at the stalwart berserker standing in front of the Golden Spire's entrance, and inwardly sighed as she thought to herself, the strength gap truly is huge. Sure enough, only the pseudo-apex powers chosen ones can fight against these Golden Masters. The trip to the Golden Spire this time might seem like a joint effort between the 7 pseudo-apex powers, but in reality, it was a competition between the 7 pseudo-apex powers chosen ones. Although Aqua Rose had the fortune of catching the eye of one of the Scarlet Merchant Alliance's taboos due to Seven Melody, and received significant improvements to her combat standards, among the experts visiting the Golden Spire this time, she could barely be considered above average. And in front of an expert like the Demon Axe War God, she was an insignificant existence. It's a pity you refused to get together with Big Brother Dragon Soul and join our family. Otherwise, with your talent, you would have definitely received a slot to enter the Golden Spire's upper level first, Seven Melody said as she looked at Aqua Rose with a hint of pity. If you could secure the upper level's rewards, you can definitely become a powerhouse in the Eternal Realm in the future. At that time, you and your family can move into a special tier city, and even people from Demon's Gate would be helpless against you. Become a powerhouse in the Eternal Realm? Aqua Rose smiled and shook her head. How can it be that easy? Not to mention, if I join your family, Demon's Gate will also point its sword at your family. After finding herself in the Greater God's domain through a fortunate event, Aqua Rose originally thought she could operate freely because of her status as a Tier 6 expert. However, after wandering about the Greater God's domain for some time, she learned that even Tier 6 players could barely get by here. By the way, I heard someone from your homeworld got onto the Sacred Glory list. He even caused multiple upper-ranking hegemonic powers to suffer immense losses, Seven Melodies suddenly said. With his talents, if he has enough fortuitous encounters, he might also be able to become a powerhouse in the Eternal Realm. You mean Black Flame? In a plain tone, Aqua Rose said, he has indeed made a name for himself in the Eternal Realm, but what he has seen thus far is only the tip of the iceberg the various upper-ranking hegemonic powers have to show. Not to mention, there are still pseudo-apex powers and apex powers above upper-ranking hegemonic powers. While Aqua Rose and Seven Melody quietly conversed, 2 people approached the Golden Spire's entrance. Of the 2, one was male, the other was female, and both were of the swordsman class. Seeing the 2 swordsmen, a middle-aged level 158, Tier 5 saint-ranked berserker guarding the entrance impatiently said, Do you 2 not see that our 7 guilds are busy here? Get lost if you're smart. Get lost. Are you talking about yourselves? Shi Feng asked. As soon as Shi Feng's words fell, the whole area went silent. Whether it was the players standing around the Golden Spire or the 7 pseudo-apex powers members, everyone looked at Shi Feng in disbelief. Meanwhile, when Aqua Rose saw the familiar figure she had just recently seen on the latest Sacred Glory list, her eyes widened. Black Flame, TL Notes. 1, 2, Fragmented Divine Artifact. I'm not sure whether this is supposed to be a divine artifact or a fragmented divine artifact. In the first instance, the author mentioned divine artifact. But in the second instance, too, the author wrote fragmented divine artifact. For the time being, I'll leave it as fragmented divine artifact. It could also be possible that Breath of the Deep Sea is a fragmented divine artifact that could be upgraded, repaired into a divine artifact. Chapter 3466, Chapter 540, Slaying a God with One Hand. Chapter 3466, Chapter 540, Slaying a God with One Hand. Chapter 540, Slaying a God with One Hand. What a crazy bastard. What gave him the courage to provoke the 7 pseudo-apex powers people? That guy's suicidal. Does he not see all the death drops scattered around the entrance? Everyone was shocked by Shi Feng's blatant provocation. Shi Feng wasn't the first person to have tried to get past the 7 pseudo-apex powers blockade and enter the Golden Spire. But everyone who previously tried had done so with a negotiating attitude. None dared to even speak loudly to the 7 pseudo-apex powers members. Even so, the 7 pseudo-apex powers members still killed those people to set an example. But now that Shi Feng had taken the initiative to provoke the 7 pseudo-apex powers, nobody could imagine what the 7 powers would do to Shi Feng and his companion.
Kid, you have guts, I'll give you that. But do you really think you can talk big in front of us, just because you two are wearing Azure Fang's emblem?
The middle-aged berserker laughed. Or do you think we will back away because of Azure Fang? The other 7 pseudo-apex powers members laughed along with the middle-aged berserker. It was true that Azure Fang was a pseudo-apex power, but which of their 7 guilds wasn't one? Not to mention, leading their group was Star Dynasty, one of the 9 great pseudo-apex powers. With their lineup, not even Azure Fang's guild leader would dare to behave so arrogantly in front of them. At this time, because of the commotion Shi Feng caused, even Demon Axe, who had been resting his eyes, had turned to look at Shi Feng. Azure Fang, turning to the middle-aged berserker, Shi Feng calmly said, "Since when have I said I was a member of Azure Fang? You're not from Azure Fang?" The middle-aged berserker looked at Shi Feng in confusion. Then, upon taking a closer look, he found that Shi Feng, indeed, wasn't wearing Azure Fang's guild emblem. Only the blood elf standing next to him was. And at this discovery, he couldn't help but ask, "Which guild are you from, then?" It was true that Azure Fang didn't have the qualifications to behave arrogantly before them, but it would be a different story if Shi Feng were a member of one of the 9 great pseudo-apex powers or an apex power. At this time, the other 7 pseudo-apex powers members also grew serious, none daring to laugh at Shi Feng anymore. It might still be fine if Shi Feng was only a member of the 9 great pseudo-apex powers, but they would be in deep trouble if he were from an apex power. Not even the 9 great pseudo-apex powers would dare to offend an apex power. The Golden Spire was crucial for the various powers' development, and everyone had to pay a great price to come here. If they were to kill an apex power's member here, even if said apex power wasn't strong enough to retaliate against them in the Eternal Realm, that didn't mean said apex power couldn't conduct its retaliation outside the Eternal Realm. Meanwhile, under everyone's anxious gaze, Shi Feng proudly said, "Zero Wing." Zero Wing? Everyone was momentarily stunned as they looked at Shi Feng's proud expression, their brains rapidly trying to recall which apex power went by the name of Zero Wing. Unlike everyone else, though, Aqua Rose couldn't help but look at Shi Feng in exasperation. She couldn't believe Shi Feng would be so bold to speak the truth, and to say it in such a prideful manner. "Are you messing with me, you little punk?" The middle-aged berserker bellowed after he finished recollecting his memories. "I've never heard of any apex power called Zero Wing. You must be tired of living." Meanwhile, shortly after the middle-aged berserker finished speaking, some of the people present quickly recognized Shi Feng. "Zero Wing? I know who he is. He's Zero Wing's Black Flame. Now that you mention it, he does look like Black Flame. So, he's the guy who caused a couple of upper-ranking hegemonic powers to eat a huge loss? No wonder he's so arrogant. For someone with no background, coming in 11th on the Sacred Glory list is indeed a great achievement. In any other realm in the greater god's domain, such an achievement certainly gives him bragging rights. It's a pity he's in the eternal realm. He has no idea what terrifying existences he is going up against. After the publication of the latest Sacred Glory list, many players throughout the greater god's domain came to learn of the name Black Flame. Unfortunately, in the eyes of the various pseudo-apex powers, experts on the Sacred Glory list were still nothing but jokes. "It looks like it's about to end," Aqua Rose muttered, sighing when Aqua Rose saw the 7 pseudo-apex powers experts getting ready for a fight. When she first arrived in the greater god's domain, she had similarly thought that none of the greater god's domain's powers dared to provoke her because she was a Tier 6 player. It wasn't until she offended the Apex Power Demon's Gate that she came to understand how terrifying Apex powers were. In fact, not to mention Apex powers, even pseudo-Apex powers could easily put a Tier 6 player into despair if they revealed so much as a small portion of their capabilities. While Aqua Rose was distracted with her thoughts, Demon Axe suddenly moved. In the blink of an eye, Berserker, who had been guarding the Golden Spire's entrance all this time, arrived before Shi Feng. What? Demon Axe is taking action himself? Demon Axe taking action was outside of everyone's expectations. Even the middle-aged Berserker, who was about to teach Shi Feng a lesson, was shocked by this development. After all, Demon Axe had only ever taken action against groups of experts thus far. He had never bothered to move against individual players. He's using his trademark move? When Aqua Rose saw the Demon Axe War God's movements, she instantly knew that the other party was using his trademark move, and she couldn't help but be shocked by this development. The Demon Axe War God was titled as such because of his mastery over the gold combat technique Demon Axe. It was with this technique that the Demon Axe War God spread his fame across the greater god's domain. Although Demon Axe wasn't at Tier 6 right now, the combination of his gold combat technique and legendary axe allowed him to exhibit power on par with a Tier 6 player's full-powered attack. If Aqua Rose were to face this attack herself, even if she had a fragmented divine artifact in hand, she would have to use an invulnerability skill to keep herself alive. None of her other means would let her survive Demon Axe's attack. But just when Demon Axe's pitch-black axe was about to connect with its target, Shi Feng suddenly appeared above Demon Axe, the blue longsword in his hand already descending toward the Tier 5 Berserker. Radiant Night. Holy Annihilation. Pitch-black flames emerged from the winter of eternal night as it closed in on Demon Axe. Though it did not land on Demon Axe directly, as the latter had redirected his weapon's trajectory and used his attack to defend himself. Boom! When axe and longsword collided, pitch-black flames rose into the air. When the flames dissipated, Demon Axe could be seen kneeling on the ground and looking up at Shi Feng in disbelief, a long gash running from his shoulder to his chest. Then, whilst confusion filled his mind, Demon Axe collapsed to the ground, becoming deader than dead. Chapter 3467, Chapter 541, Golden Spire's Trial. Chapter 3467, Chapter 541, Golden Spire's Trial. Chapter 541, Golden Spire's Trial, Demon Axe's fall plunged the surrounding players into an unprecedented shock. Demon Axe was not only a veteran Tier 6 Berserker god, but also someone who had mastered a gold combat technique. Even if he was currently at Tier 5, few players of the same tier could block his trademark move and live to tell the tale. Even the various pseudo-Apex powers chosen ones, individuals who had received priority nurturing and mastered gold combat techniques, could only match Demon Axe in a frontal clash. Yet now, the mighty Demon Axe War God had failed to survive even a move against Shi Feng. Moreover, this was after he had blocked Shi Feng's attack with his own. This was beyond inconceivable. More importantly, if even the Demon Axe War God had faced such a conclusive demise, who else present could possibly survive more than a move against Shi Feng? When the middle-aged Berserker saw Shi Feng slaying Demon Axe in one move, he couldn't help but wipe the sweat coating his forehead. At the same time, he celebrated the fact that he was slower than Demon Axe to make a move against Shi Feng. Otherwise, he'd be the one in Demon Axe's shoes instead. Meanwhile, Aqua Rose, who had been wearing a grim expression up to this point, couldn't help but widen her eyes and gasp in shock at how the clash unfolded. Of all the members the 7 pseudo-apex powers had mobilized to the Golden Spire this time, only the chosen ones nurtured by the 7 pseudo-apex powers with everything they've got could win against Demon Axe. Even then it would be a narrow victory. So Aqua Rose couldn't even begin to imagine how powerful Shi Feng was to be able to achieve such a decisive victory over Demon Axe. However, what Aqua Rose didn't know was that Shi Feng was currently equipped with the Grey Moon Secret Treasure set, which boosted his mana protection to the Tier 6 standard. Because of this, when he used Holy Annihilation, the mana technique would perform no differently than if a true Tier 6 player executed it, unless his opponent had a fragmented divine artifact or Tier 6 mana protection. Trying to stop his Holy Annihilation as a Tier 5 player would be no different than charging headfirst into a moving train of those present. Only Oribeth seemed unsurprised by this outcome. It was as if she had known this would happen long ago, and she simply observed the various pseudo-apex powers members surrounding them with a look of interest. "Do you still wish to stand in our way?" Shi Feng asked as he surveyed the 100 or so experts surrounding him and Oribeth. His expression remained calm, behaving as if what he did was trivial. If this fight had happened before he grasped the gold combat technique Flowing Space, he would have indeed had difficulty killing Demon Axe. The best he could do was rely on the Grey Moon set's effects to gradually whittle down the other party. However, after grasping Flowing Space, Shi Feng no longer feared fights with players of the same tier. Even golden masters of the same tier would have a headache facing him. Not to mention, Demon Axe was only an expert who had mastered an offensive gold combat technique, making him no different than a glass cannon in front of Shi Feng. So long as he gave Shi Feng an opportunity, Shi Feng could finish him on the spot. Don't get conceited just because you killed Demon Axe, Black Flame. Even if you enter the Golden Spire, our chosen ones won't spare you. That's right. You might not fear us because you've mastered a gold body technique, but our chosen ones have mastered more than just one type of gold combat technique. Several of them have even mastered gold body techniques. You're finished, Black Flame. You might still have a chance if you're up against those upper-ranking hegemonic powers, but going against our 7 pseudo-apex powers will be your end in the Eternal Realm. Nobody can save you now. The 7 pseudo-apex powers members sneered as they looked at Shi Feng, their confidence growing as they spoke. They even convinced themselves that Shi Feng would be eliminated from the Eternal Realm in the near future. Is that so? Then come forward and show me what you're made of. Shi Feng sneered as he took a step forward. Immediately, the 100 or so experts surrounding Shi Feng subconsciously took a step back, as if there existed an invisible wall between them and Shi Feng. And following this, every step forward Shi Feng took, these experts would take one step backward, nobody daring to stay within 50 yards of him. This sight stunned the players present around the Golden Spire once more. All of the 7 pseudo-apex powers members present were 5th-floor experts, and quite a few of them were even Saint-ranked experts. Normally, a team of such a composition would be feared anywhere they went, yet now all these experts behaved like cowardly sheep in front of Shi Feng. Even after Shi Feng had stepped into the Golden Spire with Oribeth and vanished from everyone's vision, the 7 pseudo-apex powers members still did not dare move within 50 yards of the Golden Spire's entrance. An expert? This is how a true expert should be. Black Flame is too strong. If I could experience such a situation even once, I'd have no more regrets in my life. When the surrounding players saw Shi Feng and Oribeth disappearing into the Golden Spire, they couldn't help but verbalize their admiration for Shi Feng. Some had even started posting the videos they had just recorded onto the Eternal Realm's official forum to let everyone know what a true expert looked like. Aqua Rose was also greatly shocked by this situation. She didn't think Shi Feng would be so strong as to deter the 7 pseudo-apex powers experts from putting up even the slightest form of resistance. He was easily 10 times stronger than in the video the 7 Luminaries Alliance had attached to the Sacred Glory list. She found it truly hard to imagine such an expert had remained unknown for so long in their homeworld. Demon Axe is dead, and the various powers are in chaos. Let's use this chance to enter the Spire, Aqua. 7 melodies suggested to Aqua Rose when she saw the members of the 6 remaining pseudo-apex powers falling into disarray. Also, although Black Flame is extraordinarily strong, I still don't think he'll be a match for the Chosen Ones inside. But if we get him to join us and team up with Big Brother Dragon Soul, it'll benefit us all. Aqua Rose fell into thought when she heard 7 melodies' suggestions. There were quite a few of the 7 pseudo-apex powers members inside, and all of them were competing with each other. Even the Scarlet Merchant Alliance members inside weren't united at heart. If they could get Black Flame to join their group, it would help them greatly in surviving the competition. All right, let's head inside as well. Immediately, Aqua Rose and 7 Melody used the chaos to sneak into the Golden Spire. Aside from them, many other players had also used this opportunity to charge into the Golden Spire. Inside the Golden Spire, when their blurred vision recovered, Shi Feng and Arabeth found themselves standing in front of a grand staircase in the clouds. The staircase was incredibly wide, at least several kilometers wide at first glance, and each step was 1 meter high and 2 meters long. Obviously, these steps were not made for humans, but for larger races. The staircase extended to a great height, but because the density of the clouds increased with height, it was impossible to see anything beyond 1,000 meters. Moreover, violent mana enveloped the staircase. Even with an advanced legendary mana body, Shi Feng could feel his mana gradually getting influenced and going out of control. Sure enough, the magic elements here feel incredible no matter how many times I come here. When Shi Feng sensed the dense magic elements around him and felt his mana being affected, he couldn't help but be astonished. Whether it was when he visited this place as a Tier 6 player in his previous life, or with a Tier 5 advanced legendary mana body in this life, his mana failed to resist the influence of the Golden Spire's mana regardless. Even Arabeth was not an exception to this phenomenon. Just as Shi Feng was about to start climbing the staircase, a system notification suddenly rang in his ears. System: Primordial Abyssal Gods Legatee detected. Do you wish to activate the Advanced Abyssal Trial? Chapter 3468, Chapter 542, Advanced Abyssal Trial. Chapter 3468, Chapter 542, Advanced Abyssal Trial. Chapter 542, Advanced Abyssal Trial. An Advanced Abyssal Trial. Shi Feng was caught off guard by the system notification. He had visited the Golden Spire more than once in his previous life. He had even conducted detailed research on the spire, and the information he held was no less than what the various apex powers possessed. However, he had never heard of the Golden Spire having an abyssal trial, much less an advanced abyssal trial. Normally, the Greater God's domain's various powers could go all out to fight each other just to secure a clue relating to a primordial god. Some upper-ranking hegemonic powers and conglomerates had even perished because of this. Meanwhile, the primordial abyssal god was one of the strongest primordial gods that had ever existed. If it was made known that a clue relating to the primordial abyssal god was hidden in the Golden Spire, there was no way the various powers could sit still. Even the high and mighty apex powers wouldn't hesitate to start a war with each other. However, according to the information Shi Feng collected, the Golden Spire's construction might involve ancient gods, but it was totally unrelated to primordial gods. Otherwise, the various apex powers would have long since occupied the Golden Spire. They would have never let other powers set even a foot into the spire. System, you have 3 minutes to decide whether to activate the Advanced Abyssal Trial. If no response is given, the Advanced Abyssal Trial will not be activated by default. Activate it. Shi Feng decided without hesitation. The primordial abyssal god's legacy was extraordinary. Setting aside the fact that primordial god legacies were nearly impossible to find in the current Greater God's domain, just participating in an abyssal trial was a fortuitous opportunity in and of itself. Shi Feng had no doubts he could get promoted to Tier 6 with his current capabilities. However, the 100 Refinement Mana Body quest required him to construct a legendary divine body, which was no easy feat. The construction of a divine body was different from a mana body. The stronger a divine body a player desired, the stronger the laws they needed to master to stabilize their divine body. Typically, an epic divine body required the mastery of one advanced law to stabilize. Although he had mastered 3 advanced laws, he wasn't sure if that was enough to stabilize a legendary divine body. If he could master more advanced laws through the help of the abyssal legacy, it would greatly increase his chances of constructing a legendary divine body. System: Advanced Abyssal Trial activated. Please climb to a height of 20,000 meters in the Golden Spire's upper level within 2 days. Rewards unknown. System: The countdown will begin as soon as you take your first step onto the lower level staircase. Please pay attention to your remaining time. Climb to a height of 20,000 meters in 2 days. Shi Feng gasped when he saw the trial requirements, and he couldn't help but wonder if the main god system was joking with him. The Golden Spire was split into the lower and upper levels. Both levels measured 30,000 meters in height. Although players with the upper level's key could gain access to the spire's upper level, they still needed to start their ascent from the lower level. Moreover, for every 1,000 meters climbed, the trial's difficulty would increase. The average expert would typically need around 2 days just to get through the lower level. As for reaching the 20,000-meter mark on the upper level, that was an achievement that only 5 players had ever accomplished in Shi Feng's previous life. In addition, over 99% of the players who challenged the upper level failed to even reach the 10,000-meter mark. Currently, even if Shi Feng combined his past life's experiences with his current capabilities, he was only confident in reaching the 10,000-meter mark. As for the 20,000-meter mark, even if he had unlimited time, reaching it would be a huge challenge, let alone reaching it in 2 days. That was simply an impossible request. Just as Shi Feng and Oribeth were about to start climbing the staircase before them, 2 flashes of light appeared near them. When the lights faded, they revealed the figures of Aqua Rose and Seven Melody. When Seven Melody spotted Shi Feng and Oribeth, she approached them without hesitation and warmly spoke as if they were long-time acquaintances. "Please wait a moment. Guild leader, Black Flame, I have a tempting offer to make to you and your companion. May I have some of your time?" "A tempting offer?" "What is it?" Oribeth asked, as she scrutinized Seven Melody with a look of curiosity. "It is something that will allow you to gain a great harvest. 3rd Vice Guild Leader, Oribeth." "I promise," Seven Melody said, exposing Oribeth's identity with a smile. Oribeth's gaze turned a little wary when she heard Seven Melody's words. The changes to Azure Fang's 3rd Vice Guild Leader position were made in secret, and only a few people in Azure Fang were aware of it. Most other people in the guild only knew that someone else was sitting in the position of 3rd Vice Guild Leader. They weren't aware of exactly who was sitting in the position. "You don't need to look at me like that, Miss Oribeth. I'm not a monster, Seven," Melody said, smiling. "I'm only here to discuss a collaboration between us. It is a collaboration that can bring both of our parties great benefits." "Collaboration? What kind of collaboration do you have in mind?" Shi Feng asked out of curiosity. "Simple." Turning to Shi Feng, Seven Melody said, "I have Legacy that holds a method to resist the lower level's mana, and it is the only copy in the Eternal Realm. This method can drastically lower the difficulty of your ascent. I can share it with you, but in exchange I need you to help us reach the upper level as quickly as possible. I believe that we can both benefit greatly from this collaboration. After all, the sooner you reach the upper level, the more lucrative the final rewards you will receive. In addition, we can further our collaboration if we come across the Scarlet Merchant Alliance's Chosen Ones. If we work together with Scarlet's Chosen Ones, not even the other Pseudo-Apex Power's Chosen Ones will dare to find trouble with you. A method to resist the lower level's mana?" Shi Feng couldn't help but look at Seven Melody in surprise. He had never heard of a mana resistance method recognized by the main god system for the Golden Spire's lower level. Normally, players could only research their own method of combating the lower level's mana. A standardized method was never found. After all, every player's mana body was different, and different mana bodies would react differently to the Golden Spire's mana. Yes, it is something that the beautiful Aqua next to me acquired after going through great difficulty. You will not find a second copy of it in the Eternal Realm, Seven Melody said, nodding as she pointed at Aqua Rose. You will most certainly regret it if you miss this opportunity. For your information, it has already been over 2 days since the 7 Pseudo-Apex Powers members entered the Golden Spire. They are probably scattered across both levels by now, and if you come across them, they will undoubtedly try to hinder your progress. Even if you can defeat them, it will take time and add difficulty to your trial. It will also affect the rewards you will receive. But with our mana resistance method, you can at least reduce some of the difficulties you will face and save yourself a lot of time. All right, I can agree to your conditions, Shi Feng answered. Personally, he was quite intrigued by Seven Melody's suggestion. He was curious to see what kind of mana resistance method could be universally applied to all players. Not to mention, accepting Seven Melody's offer would allow him to help and get acquainted with Aqua Rose. I'm fine with it, too, Orabeth said, nodding. Great. Let's have a happy collaboration, then, Seven Melody happily said before taking out an ancient stone tablet. Then, she continued, try to learn the method on this tablet as quickly as possible. There are going to be more people coming in a moment. When Seven Melody took out the stone tablet, the corners of Shi Feng's mouth immediately twitched, after just taking a casual glance at it, the shock he currently experienced no less intense than when he triggered the Advanced Abyssal Trial. A Primordial God Tablet. Chapter 3469, Chapter 54, Primordial God Ranked Mana Technique. Chapter 3469, Chapter 54.3, Primordial God Ranked Mana Technique. Chapter 54.3, Primordial God Ranked Mana Technique. Well, are you two done learning it? Seven Melody urgingly asked as she looked at Shi Feng and Orabeth. There is limited space in the trial area, and many more people will be entering soon. If we have to resist the trial's attacks within a limited space, the difficulty we have to face will increase, so we need to move quickly. However, despite Seven Melody's urging, Shi Feng dared not rush himself and completely immersed himself in the information conveyed by the stone tablet. After all, this was a primordial god tablet they were talking about, and there were only a very small number of these tablets in the current Greater God's domain. Before the Holy Race's invasion, those who got their hands on a primordial god tablet were deceived by the tablet's unremarkable appearance. At first glance, the tablets looked like nothing more than records casually left behind by the myriad ancient gods. However, sometime after the Holy Race's invasion began, players began to discover the uniqueness of the primordial god tablets. Typically, a stone tablet left behind by an ancient god would only contain one mana interpretation method. Or, more specifically, these ancient god tablets could only be interpreted using one method, and they would also only yield one outcome. However, primordial god tablets were different in that they could be interpreted using numerous mana interpretation methods, and every different method used would yield a different result. After only glancing at the tablet Seven Melody took out, Shi Feng had already discerned over 10 methods to interpret it, which yielded him over 10 different methods of resisting mana. This situation allowed Shi Feng to understand why Seven Melody had determined that her stone tablet held a mana resistance method everyone could use. Of course, the numerous mana resistance methods recorded in the primordial god tablet were only one of its multiple aspects. What made a primordial god tablet truly incredible was the mana techniques they contained. Every primordial god tablet would have a mana technique legacy hidden in it. As for whether players could obtain this mana technique legacy, it all depended on whether they could find the corresponding mana interpretation method for it, and whether they had the necessary talent and capabilities to learn the mana technique. The passing down of primordial god-ranked mana techniques had ceased during the mythical era. Although saints of future generations would later develop saint-ranked mana techniques, they were merely crude imitations of primordial god-ranked mana techniques. They weren't even 10% as powerful or effective. This was also why primordial gods were extremely powerful. During his previous life, Shi Feng had tried to find opportunities to learn a primordial god-ranked mana technique, but he never managed to secure one, even after offering to trade for it using a legendary equipment set. Yet now, Seven Melody had given him this opportunity without hesitation. Even if she wasn't aware of what she had in her hands, it was unbelievable nonetheless. If he were to let this opportunity slip by him, he would definitely regret it. Are you two still not done? It's been 2 minutes already. Seven Melody started growing anxious when she saw that Shi Feng and Arabeth were still stuck learning from the tablet. Previously, when Shi and Aqua Rose studied the tablet, they didn't use more than 30 seconds. Meanwhile, as soon as they finished studying the tablet, the mana resistance method she spoke of was automatically generated and engraved in their minds. Yet now Shi Feng and Arabeth still weren't done studying the tablet after 2 minutes. With this much time, even a pig should have finished learning the mana resistance method already. Just a little longer. "I'm finding some parts difficult to understand," Shi Feng awkwardly explained. This was his first time interpreting a primordial god tablet. He had also never learned how to interpret a primordial god tablet, as only powers with primordial god tablets would know the proper methods to do so. However, none of these powers would share their methods or their primordial god tablets with others. Even if these powers did share their methods, they likely wouldn't be useful. After all, the correct interpretation methods for every primordial god tablet were different. Meanwhile, in the 2 minutes he spent studying Seven Melody's primordial god tablet, he had already tried over 100 interpretation methods and obtained over 100 answers, but none of these answers led to a mana technique. Meanwhile, roughly 5 minutes after Shi Feng started studying the primordial god tablet, a large group of players appeared at the bottom of the staircase. At a glance, there were easily over 1,000 players. After these players excitedly surveyed the Golden Spire's interior, they promptly charged up the staircase, none even bothering to glance at Shi Feng's group of 4. Seven Melody felt as if her head was about to explode when she saw this, and she couldn't help but turn to Aqua Rose and whisper, "Aqua, are these 2 people truly experts? Why do I feel like they're just 2 blockheads?" "I don't know." Aqua Rose shook her head, similarly feeling puzzled as she watched Shi Feng and Arabeth completely focused on the stone tablet in Seven Melody's hand. "The tablet's content is pretty simple. Logically, they should only need a few seconds to learn everything." Subsequently, time continued passing, and amidst Aqua Rose and Seven Melody's hushed conversation, Arabeth suddenly took a deep breath and smiled. "I learned it," Arabeth reported to Seven Melody, looking quite proud of herself. Hearing Arabeth's report, Seven Melody didn't know what she should say in response. Should she praise her? 10 minutes. Arabeth had used 10 minutes to accomplish what she had accomplished in less than 30 seconds. Yet the Blood Elf behaved like a child who had just scored full marks on a test. For a moment, Seven Melody couldn't help but wonder if she had taken out the wrong tablet. At this time, Arabeth noticed that Shi Feng was still staring at the tablet, his body remaining motionless. "He seems to be stuck on something, just like you were before," Aqua Rose explained when she saw Arabeth looking at Shi Feng curiously. "Well, it is quite difficult," Arabeth nodded to express her understanding. "If not for my foundation, I would have probably been stuck for a much longer time." Seven Melody grew even more speechless when she saw Arabeth expressing her understanding. Were any foundations necessary to use a mana interpretation method on a stone tablet? Wasn't this something that could be accomplished by any player capable of manipulating mana? Meanwhile, after half an hour, a joyful exclamation suddenly sounded at the bottom of the Golden Spire's lower level. Hearing this, Seven Melody and Aqua Rose breathed a sigh of relief. This was because the joyful exclamation came from none other than Shi Feng. "Finally, at long last, I've finally learned it." At this moment, the joy on Shi Feng's face was apparent even to an ordinary person. His excitement could even infect those looking at his expression. However, Seven Melody and Aqua Rose could only roll their eyes at Shi Feng when they saw his behavior. 30 minutes in the half-hour they spent waiting for Shi Feng to be done with learning the mana resistance method, they saw over 10,000 players entering the Golden Spire and ascending the lower-level staircase. With the addition of so many competitors, it would become even more difficult for them to catch up to the first batch of experts the Scarlet Merchant Alliance had sent into the Golden Spire. "Let's go," Shi Feng said, awkwardly smiling when he saw the impatient look on Seven Melody's and Aqua Rose's faces. "Don't worry, I promise we can catch up to them in no time." Studying the primordial god tablet was not easy. He had used over 1,000 mana interpretation methods before he finally found the one that led him to the mana technique recorded on the tablet. Fortunately, the mana technique recorded on the tablet just so happened to be incredibly useful for him. This was because the mana technique was a sword technique meant for swordsmen. The primordial god-ranked mana technique, Dark Moon. It was a well-known mana technique in the greater god's domain, and it was also the trademark technique of the blood-soaked Rakshasa. What excited Shi Feng even more was the identity of the creator behind this primordial god-racked mana technique, the goddess of space. Despite not being a primordial god, the goddess of space had created a primordial god-racked mana technique for players who weren't primordial gods. Dark Moon was undoubtedly the easiest to learn out of all primordial god-ranked mana techniques in existence. Chapter 3470, Chapter 544, Initial Mastery over the Law of Space. Chapter 3470, Chapter 544, Initial Mastery over the Law of Space. Chapter 544, Initial Mastery over the Law of Space. Catch up in no time. Seven Melody couldn't help but roll her eyes at Shi Feng, feeling both angry and exasperated. The Golden Spire's trials were tailored toward individual players. If players could pass the trials, they could continue to advance. If not, they would be stuck where they were, and outsiders wouldn't be able to help them. In addition, there was limited space inside the Golden Spire. So, the more players there were challenging Golden Spire, the less space players had to maneuver around, which would, in turn, increase the difficulty of their trials. Currently, more than 10,000 players were already inside the Golden Spire, and these players had nearly a 30-minute head start over their group of 3. If they were to start their climb now, the difficulty of the trials they faced would be substantially greater, and the time they needed to overcome the trials would most certainly be longer than normal. So, even if they did catch up to these 10,000-plus players, Seven Melody wasn't even sure if she and Aqua Rose could outcompete the Scarlet Merchant Alliance's paragons, who had entered the Golden Spire in the first batch. Apart from the chosen ones cultivated by the Scarlet Merchant Alliance, the competition between the guild's paragons was extraordinarily intense. While she might have an upper-level key for the Golden Spire in her possession, she couldn't use it to enter the upper level at her discretion. Whether she could use it to enter the upper level still depended on the time she used to complete the lower level. After all, upper-level keys were hard to come by. The Scarlet Merchant Alliance naturally wouldn't waste such a precious resource on individuals who took too much time to complete the lower level. However, Shi Feng didn't bother to explain himself. He simply smiled and stepped onto the staircase before him. Dark Moon, the goddess of space's legacy, was incredibly profound. The mana technique was split into 7 moves: the Sword of Earth, the Sword of Water, the Sword of Wind, the Sword of Fire, the Sword of Time, the Sword of Illusion, and the Sword of Space. The 7 moves were an advanced application of the 4 major elements and the 3 supreme elements. There were no differences in strength between the 7 moves. Each move had its strengths. Meanwhile, Dark Moon utilized the element of space as its core, and the element allowed for the continuous integration of other magic elements. When all 7 elements were merged into one, the user of Dark Moon could fight primordial gods of the same tier. Although Shi Feng had yet to master any of the 7 moves, through the information he gained from the goddess's legacy, he had already gained initial mastery over the law of space, which could be considered as him having learned the Dark Moon mana technique. By manipulating the space element, he could not only fully stabilize his mana, but he could even spread it out to create a mana domain inside the Golden Spire. While he couldn't extend his mana domain as far out as he normally could, he could ensure its absolute stability within a 50-yard radius. Gaining mastery over the space element also enlightened Shi Feng on why, despite the primordial god tablet having various mana resistance methods, any of these methods could allow players to resist the Golden Spire's rampant mana. "Let's go as well, Melody," Aqua Rose said persuasively as she looked at the exasperated cleric beside her. "There might be some changes to the plan, but at least none of those outside experts will dare to make a move against us." The Golden Spire had lucrative rewards. This was something everyone knew. But not everyone could get their hands on these rewards, and some selfish individuals might choose to sabotage others once they knew they had no chance of proceeding any further. However, with Shi Feng acting as a deterrent, it was unlikely anyone would dare to target their group. "I guess you're right." After thinking it over, Seven Melody could only use Aqua Rose's reasoning to console herself. Subsequently, Seven Melody and Aqua Rose also stepped onto the staircase, intending to pass through the lower levels trials as quickly as possible. Players would face a trial every 1,000 meters they ascended in the Golden Spire. According to the information the Scarlet Merchant Alliance obtained, these trials required players to break through a magic barrier while fighting against magic puppets of the same tier. Every magic puppet was at the refinement realm standard by default, and they could only damage the players they were summoned to target. Moreover, the magic puppets would grow stronger with numbers. For every 3 magic puppets on the battlefield, they could form a small battle array that would increase their basic attributes and elevate their combat standards by 1 rank. For every 3 small battle arrays present, they could form a medium battle array that would elevate the magic puppet's basic attributes to the standard of archaic species and combat standards to the void realm. For every 3 medium battle arrays present, they could form a large battle array that would increase the magic puppet's basic attributes to the standard of ferocious beasts and grant every one of them the ability to use domains. If surrounded by these enhanced magic puppets, even 5th floor experts would lose their lives if they weren't careful. While facing the attacks of these magic puppets, players needed to break the magic barrier hindering their advance as quickly as possible. Otherwise, once a set amount of time passed, the magic barrier would fully regenerate, and players would have to start breaking the barrier all over again. Furthermore, for every trial players completed, the number of magic puppets they faced would increase by 3, and for every 10,000 meters they climbed, the gravity they experienced and the volatility of the mana surrounding them would double. Meanwhile, the instant Seven Melody and Aqua Rose ascended 1,000 meters up the staircase, their first trial began, and 6 magic puppets appeared a short distance away from them. The 6 magic puppets charged at the 2 players in groups of 3, and each group was empowered by a small battle array. In this rampant mana environment, a 4th floor expert would have to expend a lot of energy just to cope with these magic puppets. However, just as Seven Melody and Aqua Rose were about to rely on their formidable basic attributes to repel the magic puppets, a familiar voice suddenly entered their ears. "Kneel!" Following this voice, the crisp sound of 3 objects hitting the ground came from nearby. When Seven Melody and Aqua Rose turned toward the source of these sounds, they saw 3 magic puppets falling flat onto the floor, as if something heavy was crushing them. "How is this possible?" Seven Melody exclaimed, her mouth having difficulty closing when she saw the owner of the voice. The person who had immobilized the 3 magic puppets was none other than Shi Feng, the person who had spent half an hour learning a mana resistance method. "Mana domain. He's using his mana domain." Aqua Rose muttered in shock as she looked at Shi Feng. She was able to quickly determine the cause of the 3 magic puppets' situation. "He can use his mana domain here." Apart from a mana domain, Aqua Rose could think of no other explanation for how Shi Feng managed to suppress the magic puppets with words alone. But the problem was that the Golden Spire's mana environment destabilized players' mana. In such a situation, even fighting normally was an impossible task, let alone creating a mana domain that was strong enough to suppress enemies thoroughly. This situation was even more unbelievable than fantasy. Has he already mastered the law of space? At this time, Oribeth was similarly looking at Shi Feng in astonishment. But the cause for her surprise was different from that of Seven Melody and Aqua Rose. As someone who had learned the goddess of space's dark moon legacy, Oribeth could more or less guess how Shi Feng could use his mana domain inside the Golden Spire. However, it was precisely because she knew how he did it that she couldn't help but be astonished. Previously, after spending 10 minutes analyzing Seven Melody's stone tablet, Oribeth had arrived at the goddess of space's legacy. Then, after learning the goddess's legacy, she gained basic mastery over the space element, which allowed her to stabilize the mana in her body. Originally, Oribeth thought that she was already a fast learner. But now, it was revealed that, even though Shi Feng had taken more time to analyze the stone tablet than she did, he had gained greater mastery over the goddess's legacy than she did. After all, the fact that Shi Feng could extend his mana beyond his physical body meant that he had already gained advanced mastery over the space element, which also meant that he had already gained initial mastery over the law of space. This was simply unbelievable. The rest of you kneel as well. When Shi Feng saw the 6 magic puppets targeting 7 Melody and Aqua Rose resuming their charge, he spoke again. Immediately afterward, all 6 magic puppets fell to the ground and stopped moving. Then he calmly said, "Let's go to the next trial." TL notes 1. Kneel. This should have been translated as "get down," but it could be misunderstood as Shi Feng telling his allies to get down because he's going to use some powerful AoE move. So I opted for kneel. It also sounds cooler. Chapter 3471, Chapter 545, Sudden Changes to the Golden Spire. Chapter 3471, Chapter 545, Sudden Changes to the Golden Spire. Chapter 545, Sudden Changes to the Golden Spire, upper level. In a vast temple surrounded by clouds, a burst of colorful radiance suddenly appeared in the middle of the structure. Then the lights disappeared to reveal 4 figures. We arrived just like that? A pleasant voice sounded, causing the 100 or so players resting in the temple to turn their heads toward the source. The owner of the voice was a female cleric with a gentle and elegant appearance, and at first glance she looked very much like an angel. Newcomers? Has another pseudo-apex power arrived at the Golden Spire? These people have such bad luck to appear at this time. Now, the upper-level key they went to great lengths to obtain has gone to waste. When the resting players saw the female cleric's group appearing in the temple, some expressed surprise, some expressed ridicule, and some expressed pity. What's wrong with these people? Why are they looking at us like that? 7 Melody wondered in confusion. After scanning the temple, she could tell everyone was talking about their group. This is strange. This should be nearly everyone, if not everyone who has reached the upper level, Aqua Rose commented. Logically, the first batch of players to have entered the spire should have arrived on the upper floor quite some time already. Even though we've taken only 11 hours to clear the lower level, it doesn't make for us to meet them here. These people also look exhausted, so they've clearly been through a lot of battles. Keys to the Golden Spire's upper level were incredibly rare. At most, only a couple dozen should have been found thus far. And since each key could only allow 2 players to enter the spire's upper level, the maximum number of players that could enter the upper levels should only be a little over 100. In other words, the players resting in the temple should be most, if not all, of the players currently on the upper level. It should be known that their group of 4 had entered the Golden Spire 2 days later than the various guilds' first batch of players did. Logically, the players in the first batch should have long arrived and made significant progress on the upper level. So, it was incredibly strange for them to meet so many players at the upper level's starting point. Amidst 7 Melody and Aqua Rose's confusion, an exclamation suddenly sounded from a corner of the temple. "Little 7? How did you get up here so quickly?" The speaker was a female assassin dressed in black leather. She had a shapely figure, and she gave off a wild feeling. Although the assassin was masked, it was still possible to tell that she had a beautiful face based on her facial features. "Big sis glow?" 7 Melody exclaimed when she saw the female assassin. Then she curiously asked, "Why are you still on the first trial? Shouldn't you have entered the upper level long ago?" Solitary Glow and Dragon Soul were the Scarlet Merchant Alliance's chosen ones of this generation. The 2 were about evenly matched in strength, and they were labeled as the Scarlet Merchant Alliance's most talented chosen ones in the past century. Even before reaching the age of 25, the 2 had already mastered a gold combat technique. Now, in their 30s, they had already mastered 2 gold combat techniques of different categories and received the guild's full support. Both of them were equipped with legendary equipment sets and top-tier legendary weapons, and at the same level and tier, they could fight against even the chosen ones nurtured by apex powers. "We are here by accident," the female assassin named Solitary Glow said, waving her hand. Then she moved her sharp gaze over to Shi Feng and Oribeth, curiously asking, "Who are these 2? Why did you arrive here with them?" "They're the reinforcements I found, Big Sis Glow," 7 Melody proudly said. "This man here is guild leader Black Flame, while this beautiful lady here is Azure Fang's Saintess." It is thanks to them that Aqua and I were able to arrive on the upper level so quickly. It only took them 11 hours to complete the lower level. They were several times faster than the various pseudo-apex powers paragons. Although some of the Scarlet Merchant Alliance's paragons waiting at the end of the lower level had initially thought of competing for the 2 slots she had for the upper level, they could only despair after learning of her and Aqua's clear speed. In fact, if not for the 2 of them being too slow at breaking the trial's magic barriers, Shi Feng and Orabeth could have completed the lower level in 6 hours. Guild leader Black Flame. When Solitary Glow heard Shi Feng's name, she suddenly thought of something as she looked at Shi Feng, feeling somewhat surprised, and asked, "Are you the one who killed Demon Axe and angered the Star Dynasty?" "Yes, that's me," Shi Feng nodded. "How brave of you." Seeing the calm look on Shi Feng, Solitary Glow couldn't help but give him a friendly reminder, saying, "Do you know that Sleeping Spark, one of the Star Dynasty's chosen ones, has already declared that he will kill you every time he sees you? He has also announced a reward of 5 eternal gold for anyone who reports your location in the Golden Spire." 5 eternal gold. Aqua Rose was astonished by the revelation. That much? 1 eternal gold was about as much as the average 4th floor expert owned in the current Eternal Realm, so paying 5 eternal gold for just a player's location was a huge extravagance. Now that even the various cities in the real world were buying up eternal coins, a fortune of 5 eternal gold would be enough for her to live extravagantly in a second-tier city for an entire year. How generous of them, Seven Melody commented in agreement. Even she didn't have 5 eternal gold on her right now. "I heard that the secret treasures sold by the Crystal City of Secrets trading firm only cost about a dozen eternal gold with the reward they're offering. I can already buy a common secret treasure after reporting guild leader Black Flame's location 3 times. Upon hearing Seven Melody's words, Shi Feng couldn't help but look at the cleric in surprise. He didn't think the secret crystal trading firm's fame had spread so much. "You 2 shouldn't have come here," Solitary Glow said, as she returned her gaze to Seven Melody and Aqua Rose. "Not long ago, Sleeping Spark climbed to a height of 10,000 meters and caused a sudden change to the entire upper level. Aside from him, everyone else was teleported back to the starting point. In addition, the trial's magic puppets have also undergone a qualitative transformation. Now, even the first trial's magic puppets have domains, and every move they make is at the standard of an advanced bronze combat technique. Combined with the assistance of their small battle array, all 3 of the first trial's magic puppets have combat standards at the 4th floor standard. Even if Dragon Soul and I keep you 2 safe from other players, the best you 2 can accomplish is clear the first trial. They've stepped into the realms of truth." Seven Melody was greatly surprised. Even when she climbed to 30,000 meters on the lower level, the combat standards of the magic puppets she faced only had access to a domain. They had no mastery over the realms of truth. If the upper level's magic puppets were as strong as Solitary Glow described, combined with the Golden Spire's volatile mana environment, even 5th floor experts would find their progression coming to a halt. After all, if the magic puppets could exhibit the power of bronze combat techniques with their every move, after factoring in the assistance of a small battle array, they would be able to unleash power at the Tier 6 standard. This would remove any advantages players had over the magic puppets. "As for you 2, I'm afraid you have come here for nothing," Solitary Glow said as she turned to Shi Feng and Orabeth. "While I am grateful for you for bringing Little Seven and her friend here, you are currently being targeted by the Star Dynasty. All of the various pseudo-Apex Powers members here have their eyes set on you 2. Even if Dragon Soul and I try to help you, I don't think they will give up." When Seven Melody saw that Solitary Glow was hinting at Shi Feng and Orabeth to leave, she quickly interjected and said in a serious tone, "Guild leader Black Flame and his friend are very strong, Big Sis Glow. If you join forces with them, you can definitely climb to greater heights." "Very strong?" Solitary Glow couldn't help but chuckle at Seven Melody's claim. How strong could someone ranked 11th on the Sacred Glory list possibly be? Even someone of her caliber would quickly fall when attacked by over 100 paragons and chosen ones from the various pseudo-Apex powers. However, seeing the determination in Seven Melody's eyes, Solitary Glow ultimately sighed and said, All right, then. Since they have helped you, it would be shameful of us to just stand by and watch. But let me make things clear. Our ability to resist is limited. If we can't hold on, your friends will have to rely on themselves. Thank you, Big Sis Glow, Seven Melody said with a smile. Okay, get ready. We'll start climbing the spire in 1 minute, Solitary Glow said before leaving to discuss the situation with Dragon Soul, who was resting some distance away. Chapter 3472, Chapter 546, Come and Meet Your Maker. Chapter 3472, Chapter 546, Come and Meet Your Maker. Chapter 546, Come and Meet Your Maker. Seven Melody breathed a sigh of relief shortly after Solitary Glow walked away. Solitary Glow and Dragon Soul were the Scarlet Merchant Alliance's chosen ones of this generation. They were slated to become the guild's taboos in the future, and their status was so high that they didn't even need to show respect to the guild's vice-guild leaders. Even though Seven Melody was the successor of her family, out of the two chosen ones, only Dragon Soul came from her family. Solitary Glow, on the other hand, was nurtured by the guild leader's family. So, if Solitary Glow refused to help her, there would be nothing Seven Melody could do about it. I'm sorry, Guild Leader Black Flame, Seven Melody said, as she looked at Shi Feng apologetically. Big Sis Glow doesn't mean any harm. It's just that upper-level keys are incredibly precious, and she is worried that me and Aqua will waste this opportunity. I understand, Shi Feng nodded, not minding Solitary Glow's attitude toward him. If I were in her position, I wouldn't dare to recklessly help an outsider in the Golden Spire either. Solitary Glow and Dragon Soul were very famous individuals during Shi Feng's previous life. It was especially so for Solitary Glow. Aside from their strength, another factor that played into their fame was due to the splitting of the Scarlet Merchant Alliance. At the time, the Scarlet Merchant Alliance's guild leader had suddenly left the guild with a bunch of people to start his own guild called the Blood-Drinking Chamber of Commerce. Then, after its establishment, the Blood-Drinking Chamber of Commerce fought restlessly against the Scarlet Merchant Alliance. However, because the Scarlet Merchant Alliance's taboos remained with the guild, the Blood-Drinking Chamber of Commerce was never a match for it. If not for Solitary Glow having the strength to hold off 3 of Scarlet's taboos by herself at the time, the Blood-Drinking Chamber of Commerce wouldn't even be able to continue surviving in the Greater God's domain. Back then, the Scarlet Merchant Alliance had made numerous offers to pull Solitary Glow back to its side. However, no matter how tempting an offer Solitary Glow received, she had never agreed to defect from the Blood-Drinking Chamber of Commerce. Ultimately, though, the Blood-Drinking Chamber of Commerce still met its destruction after the Scarlet Merchant Alliance produced a new taboo, breaking the balance in strength. Meanwhile, after the Blood-Drinking Chamber of Commerce disappeared from the Greater God's domain, Solitary Glow seemingly disappeared with it. She never joined another power or showed herself in public afterward, and a few Apex powers couldn't help but lament the situation. It wasn't just because the Greater God's domain had lost a loyal and powerful asset such as Solitary Glow. It was more so because the Scarlet Merchant Alliance could have become one of the 9 great pseudo-apex powers and potentially even an apex power in the future had it not experienced such a sudden internal split. Meanwhile, after meeting Solitary Glow in person, Shi Feng could tell that she was indeed devoted to her guild, her behavior lacking any ulterior motives. If any other member of the Scarlet Merchant Alliance's guild leader's faction were in her place, they would be more than eager to see Seven Melody waste an upper-level key, as this would, in turn, weaken the influence of Seven Melody's faction. Not to mention, there were over a dozen Star Dynasty experts currently targeting their group of 4 in the temple. Among them, even the weakest among them, was a level 157 saint, and every one of them also wielded a legendary weapon. If these experts were to work together, even if they were only at Tier 5, they could still reign supreme over any kingdom in the outside world, and no power would dare to underestimate them. With all these experts targeting their group, nobody could fault Solitary Glow even if she refused to help their group. Honestly, if Zero Wing wasn't in the middle of clashing with multiple Apex powers in his previous life, Shi Feng would have tried to recruit Solitary Glow into Zero Wing. Meanwhile, shortly after the exchange between Shi Feng and Seven Melody, Solitary Glow and Dragon Soul approached their group. Dragon Soul was a giant of a man, his height coming in at 6 meters. He carried a large hammer made of white bones on his back, and every step he took shook the ground around him. Even though he was only a level 158, Tier 5 Berserker, he gave off the feeling of a bona fide Tier 6 Berserker god. "Let's go." After sweeping an indifferent glance at Shi Feng and Oribeth, Dragon Soul said, "When the Star Dynasty's people come for us later, Glow and I will stop their 2 chosen ones. As for the others, you will have to deal with them yourselves." What arrogant words you have there, Dragon Soul. Do you really dare protect the people the Star Dynasty is targeting? As soon as Dragon Soul finished speaking, a young male demidragon clad in black armor and wielding a large saber suddenly spoke up. "Do you think you are invincible in the Golden Spire just because you managed to survive a fight with Sleeping Spark? So, are you saying you can win against me, Black Tiger?" Dragon Soul said as he glanced at the demidragon with disdain. "If I say I'm going to protect them, nobody can touch them." The Star Dynasty had 4 chosen ones. However, apart from Sleeping Spark, Dragon Soul did not consider any of the other 3 chosen ones as worthy of his attention. If not for the interference of the Golden Spire's magic puppets, he and Solitary Glow could easily trample over the 2 other Star Dynasty chosen ones on the upper level. "I would like to see you try, then." Suddenly, a low and crisp laugh sounded in the temple, and the nonchalant expressions of Dragon Soul and Solitary Glow immediately grew serious as they turned to look at the person who just spoke. The person who just spoke was a gorgeous woman in a red dress. She had long, fiery red hair that cascaded down her back, and she was akin to a fire elemental as her mere presence caused the surrounding space to heat up. Evidently, the woman had already surpassed the standard of saints when it came to the use of the fire element. "Are you planning to help the Star Dynasty, Scarlet?" Dragon Soul asked, his expression darkening and a hint of fear flashing in his eyes as he looked at the gorgeous woman. At this time, Solitary Glow also wore an ugly expression as she whispered to Shi Feng and Oribeth, "She's Flaming Bee's Scarlet Sorceress. She is no weaker than Dragon Soul and I. If she decides to help the Star Dynasty, I'm afraid you will have to give up on challenging the Golden Spire." Few people in the Greater God's domain knew about Scarlet Sorceress. Firstly, it was because Flaming Bee had secretly nurtured Scarlet Sorceress as one of its chosen ones, and rarely would she take action in the Greater God's domain. Secondly, most of those who had fought Scarlet Sorceress in actual battle had their existences immolated, with even their immortal souls being burnt to nothing. If not for Scarlet Sorceress taking action on the Golden Spire's upper level, none of them present would have known that Flaming Bee had been hiding such a chosen one. "I have no intentions of helping the Star Dynasty," Scarlet Sorceress said, shaking her head. Then she turned to Shi Feng and continued, "I simply have some accounts to settle with guild leader Black Flame. With me?" Shi Feng couldn't help but grow confused. He failed to recall ever having provoked Flaming Bee's Scarlet Sorceress. "What a forgetful person you are, guild leader Black Flame." Smiling faintly at Shi Feng, Scarlet Sorceress said, "Have you forgotten about Eternal's auction already? Thanks to you allying with the Blaze conglomerate, Flaming Bee lost its head start in the underground Crystal Palace. I was present at the auction and watched as you happily outbid us. I bet you never thought about today, right?" Following Scarlet Sorceress's words, Solitary Glow, Seven Melody, and Aqua Rose couldn't help but grow speechless at Shi Feng's ability to offend pseudo-apex powers. Meanwhile, Shi Feng laughed in response to Scarlet Sorceress's words. Then, after stepping onto the staircase connected to the temple, he nonchalantly glanced at Scarlet Sorceress and the Star Dynasty's members and said, "Do you think I need to?" As soon as Shi Feng finished speaking, dense mana spread from his body, instantly causing the 3 magic puppets that had appeared before him to kneel on the ground. Even though all 3 magic puppets were at the 4th floor standard, none could move an inch from where they stood, let alone get close to Shi Feng. Chapter 3473, Chapter 54-7, Distinguished Results. Chapter 3473, Chapter 54-7, Distinguished Results. Chapter 547, Distinguished Results. A mana domain? He can use his mana domain in the Golden Spire? How is this possible? How is he unaffected by the Spire's rampant mana? The players resting in the temple couldn't believe their eyes when they saw the magic puppets kneeling to Shi Feng as if he were their ruler. Even Scarlet Sorceress, who had been mocking Shi Feng just a moment ago, looked at this situation in stunned silence. How did he do it? Shouldn't it be impossible to control the Golden Spire's volatile mana? Solitary Glow was greatly confused by the situation taking place on the staircase. She even suspected that her eyes were currently playing a trick on her, and the three magic puppets weren't actually kneeling before Shi Feng. The biggest difference separating high-tiered players from low-tiered players was the ability to use mana domains. During the initial launch of a god's domain, there was even a saying that players beneath Tier 4 were no different than ants. This saying existed because of the ability for Tier 4 players to use mana domains. With the assistance of a mana domain, a Tier 4 player could exert absolute suppression over players beneath Tier 4 and turn Zerg tactics into jokes. Although everyone present was currently at Tier 5, the difference between having and not having the ability to use a mana domain would result in a massive gap in combat power. At this time, Dragon Soul also started to take Shi Feng seriously. He no longer dared to treat him as merely a friend of Seven Melody and someone needing protection. Even though Shi Feng's equipment was inferior to everyone present, his ability to unleash his mana domain in the Golden Spire's environment would ensure he was not at a disadvantage. He would even be at an advantage when fighting on the staircase. Once in a trial area, players would have to constantly face the attacks of magic puppets. If players were to fight other players in this situation, they would have to defend themselves against the attacks of both players and magic puppets. However, the trial's magic puppets were nothing but jokes in front of Shi Feng. If anyone were to fight Shi Feng in a trial area, they would not only have to fight the magic puppets and Shi Feng together, but they would also have to do so while being suppressed by Shi Feng's mana domain. In such a situation, even 10 chosen ones working together would not be a match for Shi Feng. Seeing the various pseudo-Apex Powers members falling into a daze, Seven Melody and Aqua Rose couldn't help but be amazed. It was especially so for Aqua Rose. Aqua Rose could never imagine herself going against the chosen ones of 2 pseudo-Apex Powers. Yet, Shi Feng, someone who came from the same world as her, had not only done so, but he had managed to deter the 2 pseudo-Apex Powers chosen ones to a point where they didn't dare to make a move against him. "Let's go," Shi Feng said to Seven Melody and Aqua Rose, seeing as neither Scarlet Sorceress nor the Star Dynasty's members dared to escalate their aggression. He no longer wished to continue wasting his time with them. After saying so, Shi Feng began making his way up the staircase. Okay, under the watchful eyes of the crowd in the temple, Seven Melody and Aqua Rose followed Shi Feng excitedly. As for Solitary Glow and Dragon Soul, it took them a moment to process the situation, but they quickly chased after Shi Feng's group once they came back to their senses. At the same time, they couldn't help but feel complicated by this unexpected development. Originally, Solitary Glow and Dragon Soul thought they would be the ones helping Shi Feng progress on the upper level, but now Shi Feng was the one helping them instead. Shortly after Shi Feng's group left, the upper level's starting temple went into chaos. The spectating players were especially noisy. None of them thought that a newcomer on the Sacred Glory list would be able to overwhelm the Star Dynasty, one of the 9 great pseudo-Apex Powers, in such a leisurely manner. If news of this situation spread, it would definitely shock all the players and powers in the Greater God's domain. "Are you just going to let them leave like this, Scarlet?" the Star Dynasty's Black Tiger asked, as he looked at Scarlet Sorceress. "Our reputation is going to take a hit after this. If you're worried about your reputation, why don't you attack him?" Scarlet Sorceress said as she looked at Black Tiger in disdain. "I would if I could beat him," Black Tiger said before laughing in embarrassment. "If we weren't in the Golden Spire, I would definitely let him know what despair is." "You don't say?" Scarlet Sorceress rolled her eyes at Black Tiger. Then she turned toward the direction that Shi Feng disappeared to and sneered, saying, "But this matter won't end so easily. We might not be a match for him now, but we can simply wait for Sleeping Spark to finish challenging the Spire. If we work with him, we can easily kill Black Flame and his group." Black Tiger nodded in agreement. He was also confident in Sleeping Spark's strength. Sleeping Spark might also be one of the Star Dynasty's chosen ones, but he was much stronger and more talented than any other chosen ones. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say they stood on completely different levels. This was evident based on their respective performances in the Golden Spire. None of the experts currently resting in the starting temple could reach the upper level's 10,000-meter mark. Yet Sleeping Spark had done so. He had even started to challenge the 14,000-meter mark already. They also didn't have to worry about not being able to encounter Shi Feng again. Unlike the lower level, players would not be automatically teleported out of the spire when killed by the upper level's magic puppets. Instead, they would be teleported back to the starting temple, scored by the system based on their performance, and given a few options for their rewards. They would have one more opportunity to redeem themselves later on. Subsequently, time passed by quickly. After Scarlet Sorceress and Black Tiger waited in the starting temple for nearly a day, the ranking list available next to the temple's treasury finally got updated. Immediately, they noticed several new names appearing on the stone tablet and Sleeping Spark, who originally occupied first place on the list, falling to third place. How is this possible? Black Tiger and Scarlet Sorceress nearly lost their minds when they saw the updated ranking list. The challenge tablet was something that had appeared after the Golden Spire's upper floor had transformed. The tablet recorded the names of the players who had successfully climbed to the 10,000-meter mark, and players on the tablet were ranked based on the final height they achieved. The tablet could record the names of up to 100 players, and it was updated daily. For the various pseudo-Apex Powers chosen ones and paragons present, the challenge tablet was the ranking list they wanted to enter the most. This was because it was far more credible than any ranking list published by the Seven Luminaries Alliance, as it placed more emphasis on players' talent and potential. The Seven Luminaries Alliance's ranking lists were created based on observation and judgment, so not everyone on these ranking lists had actually fought each other before. As for the Golden Spire's challenge tablet, while it also didn't rank players based on duel performances, everyone ranked on it was subjected to the same challenges and enemies. So, it allowed players to compare their talent and strength without biases or deviations. Before this, the challenge tablet only recorded one name, Sleeping Spark. Because of this, even the Scarlet Merchant Alliance's Dragon Soul had no choice but to admit that he was inferior to Sleeping Spark. But now, several new names appear on the challenge tablet, and most were very familiar to Scarlet Sorceress and Black Tiger. 7th, Seven Melody, current record, 10,647 meters. 6th, Aqua Rose, current record, 11,745 meters. 5th, Solitary Glow, current record, 14,582 meters. 4th, Dragon Soul, current record, 14,645 meters. 3rd, Sleeping Spark, current record, 16,458 meters. 2nd, Arabeth, current record, 19,786 meters. TL notes. Just a fifth. The players resting in the starting temple were teleported back because Sleeping Spark reached the 10,000-meter mark. They weren't teleported back because they were killed, so they, particularly Solitary Glow and Dragon Soul, can still challenge the upper level. Chapter 3474, Chapter 5048, Sword of Space. Chapter 3474, Chapter 5048, Sword of Space. Chapter 5048, Sword of Space. Sleeping Spark got overtaken? Black Flame and Oribeth? Who are these people? Am I hallucinating? This is Sleeping Spark we are talking about. Even the various Apex Powers are looking to recruit him. Don't forget that the Star Dynasty has hastily confirmed Sleeping Spark's position as a future taboo to keep him from defecting. So, once he reaches Tier 6, he'll immediately get to manage a divine artifact. I know about Oribeth. She's Azure Fang's officially recognized saintess. She is considered the best talent Azure Fang has had in the past few centuries. I previously thought Azure Fang was exaggerating about this, but it seems that those claims aren't unfounded, seeing as she is 2 trials ahead of Sleeping Spark. With such a talent under its command, Azure Fang will most certainly prosper in the future. A height of 19,786 meters? Is Black Flame the successor of some apex power? The players resting in the starting temple started an excited discussion among themselves when they saw the changes to the challenge tablet to them. This development was even more shocking than Shi Feng's accomplishment of deterring the members of the Star Dynasty in Flaming Bee. It should be known that climbing a height of 19,786 meters on the upper level wasn't something that could be accomplished with a mana domain alone. According to their research on the Golden Spire, once players climbed to a height of 10,000 meters on the upper level, the opponents they had to face would change from ordinary magic puppets into advanced magic puppets. Even without the assistance of battle arrays, these advanced magic puppets would possess basic attributes nearing that of Tier 6 divine monsters of the same level. They could also exhibit the power of an advanced silver combat technique with their every move. If these advanced magic puppets were under the effects of a large battle array, they would not only have the basic attributes of a divine monster, but they could also exhibit power nearing the standard of gold combat techniques with their every move. With such parameters, these advanced magic puppets would not fear any mana domain. At most, they would lose some of their mobility. Even a bona fide Tier 6 player would be instantly reduced to ashes if they tried to fight against 27 of such frightening advanced magic puppets. Meanwhile, at the upper level's 19,800-meter mark, boom, boom, boom. At this time, a figure could be seen moving back and forth, left and right, while continuously dodging and blocking hundreds of wind blades. These wind blades covered the entire staircase section, and every one of them possessed enough power to send even Tier 6 MTs flying off their feet. The figure going up the wind blades was massive, standing at a height of 20 meters. White holy patterns also covered this figure's body, and his every action carried the power to destroy worlds. So none of the terrifying wind blades could leave a scratch on him. Meanwhile, this giant of a person was none other than Shi Feng with Holy Mana's shadow active. Currently, though Shi Feng wore a pale complexion as his mental state was quickly reaching its limit, even full-powered attacks with Holy Mana's shadow active can barely damage it. Shi Feng couldn't help but frown as he looked at the slightly damaged barrier in the distance. The Golden Spire tested players based on their tiers. So, the magic barriers Tier 5 and Tier 6 players faced were completely different, with the former having to face significantly weaker ones. With his current strength, once he activated Holy Mana's shadow, he could exhibit power at the Tier 6 peak standard if he went all out. This was already the strongest attack he could accomplish as a Tier 5 player. Yet, even after dishing out dozens of attacks of this caliber, he had only managed to leave some cracks on the barrier separating him from the 20,000-meter mark. Moreover, these scratches would rapidly heal over time. If he stopped attacking, the barrier would return to its original state in just 3 seconds. After trying up to this point, Shi Feng couldn't help but wonder exactly how powerful the Tier 6 players who had climbed to the upper level's 20,000-meter mark in his previous life had to be to accomplish what they did. It should be known that he was a great Grandmaster magician. Unlike other players, he could target all of his attacks on the magic barrier's weakest areas, which allowed him to achieve drastically better results at a much lower cost. However, Shi Feng didn't have much time to ponder, as the 27 magic puppets had no intentions of letting him catch his breath. After completing one round of attacks, they promptly brandished their claws at him again in a frenzy, filling the space above the staircase with space-shredding wind blades. Sure enough, I can only pass this trial with attacks that have broken the limits of my tier. Immediately, Shi Feng executed Flowing Space and evaded all of the magic puppet's attacks. He no longer tried to block or deflect the oncoming wind blades, choosing to gradually focus his mind. After the previous series of attacks, Shi Feng had already verified that those who passed the 20,000-meter mark in his previous life must be individuals with primordial god legacies. If he wanted to complete the advanced abyssal trial in his current state, his only option to succeed would be to rely on the Goddess of Space's mana technique, Dark Moon. Otherwise, he would have to halt his progression before the 20,000-meter mark. However, Shi Feng honestly didn't wish to try using Dark Moon. Dark Moon was unlike any saint-ranked mana technique. It involved the manipulation of various magic elements on a massive scale. Even if he had already mastered manipulating the various magic elements, it would still be a tall order to execute the mana technique at Tier 5. He would need to reach Tier 6 at the very least to use it normally. Should he try to use Dark Moon at Tier 5, he would have to focus all of his mental capacity on the task, rendering him unable to do anything else. In other words, it would be a do-or-die situation. Originally, he had only considered researching the mana technique after getting promoted to Tier 6. But now, he had no choice but to give it a try. Good. Now's the time. After reviewing the Sword of Space multiple times in his mind, Shi Feng activated Fluctuating Law, his last resort, to create a world barrier around himself that could block all attacks. Then, he began using all of his mental capacity to construct a blade using the element of space. However, while Fluctuating Law might have a theoretical duration of 30 seconds, it was currently only a Tier 5 skill, whereas its opponents were 27 magic puppets that rivaled Tier 6 divine monsters. After blocking just one round of attacks from the magic puppets, numerous cracks appeared on the world barrier, and before the barrier could even repair itself, more attacks bombarded it again. After 3 short seconds, the world barrier started breaking into large pieces. At this point, the barrier's self-recovery ability had become nothing but a joke, and there was no way the barrier could last through its full duration. Fortunately, Shi Feng finished structuring the space elements, as shown in the Goddess of Space's legacy, in these 3 seconds. Then the surrounding volatile mana began converging on the blade he constructed, the size of the affected area rapidly growing over time. In the blink of an eye, the affected area had expanded from its initial radius of 100 yards to a radius of 1,000 yards. Even then, it showed no signs of stopping. Faster. Faster. When Shi Feng saw the barrier protecting him falling into a tattered state, a sense of urgency filled his heart. At this point, he no longer had any spare energy to do anything else. All of his energy was focused on maintaining the Sword of Space's mana structure. If he tried to do anything else, the mana structure would crumble, the Sword of Space's formation would fail, and all his efforts thus far would be in vain. So, he could only pray that Fluctuating Law could hold on for a few more moments. 1/10 of a second, 2/10 of a second, 3/10 of a second. What should have been a brief moment felt like an eternity in Shi Feng's mind. Several wind blades pierced through the world barrier the next moment, flying straight for Shi Feng's heart. But just as the wind blades were about to hit him, Shi Feng suddenly felt a tremor in space as the blade in his hands suddenly exerted a mighty suction force on the surrounding area, causing the space in a 10,000-yard radius to contract. Then the blade in his hands transformed into a black dot. Without hesitation, Shi Feng executed a slash at the oncoming wind blades. Primordial God-ranked mana technique, Sword of Space. Chapter 3475, Chapter 5049, Super S-Rank Evaluation. Chapter 3475, Chapter 5049, Super S-Rank Evaluation. Chapter 5049, Super S-Rank Evaluation. At the upper level's 16,800-meter mark, 21 advanced magic puppets that rivaled level 158, Tier 6 divine monsters in strength, were currently attacking a level 158, Tier 5 Grand Wizard. The Grand Wizard was a young man wearing a dark gray robe, and he had dark blue divine patterns marking his eyes, giving him a profound appearance. The Grand Wizard would simultaneously cast 4 Tier 5 spells of 4 different elements, time and again in retaliation against the advanced magic puppet's attacks, though unlike the average Grand Wizard, the young man could cast his Tier 5 spells without uttering a single chant. The 4 Tier 5 spells the young man chose to cast were of the wind, fire, water, and earth elements. After casting these spells, the young man would merge them into one, drastically increasing their raw power and enabling it to send multiple advanced magic puppets flying over dozens of yards at a time. And while this wasn't enough to stop all of the advanced magic puppets from attacking him, it was enough to break the battle array that strengthened them. After sending another group of advanced magic puppets flying, the young man looked at the distant sky with a solemn gaze. How can such volatile mana be drained completely? The young man frowned in confusion as he recalled the 2 people who had overtaken him some time ago. Is there really such a large gap between me and them? The mana present on the Golden Spire's upper level was much more violent than on the lower level. Even with his standards, the young man could only ensure that the volatile mana did not negatively affect him. He couldn't even make this highly volatile mana into his own, let alone drain a 10,000-yard radius dry of this volatile mana. As the most talented chosen one to have appeared in the Star Dynasty in the past 100 years, Sleeping Spark always believed that nobody could surpass him. Even the successors of the various Apex Powers taboos were of little significance in his eyes. In fact, Sleeping Spark had even planned to challenge the various Apex Powers taboos as soon as he advanced to Tier 6 and got his hands on a divine artifact. He was just that confident in his strength and talent, yet now 2 people had surpassed his progress in the Golden Spire. Moreover, both individuals were roughly the same age as he was, with the Blood Elf swordsman being even younger than him. No, I cannot lose to them. Even if they are faster, I will be the one to have the last laugh. Sleeping Spark thought determinedly as he looked at the distant staircase. It was indeed outside of Sleeping Spark's expectations for Shi Feng and Orabeth to overtake him. However, it was also a fact that he had yet to go all out. Due to his status as the Star Dynasty's most talented chosen one, he was granted the use of the Eye of Divine Punishment, a top-tier legendary staff. If he activated the Berserk skill that came with the staff, he could become a Tier 6 player for a short period. In that state, he could even put up a fight against a Tier 6 dragon, let alone the magic puppets, which were only comparable to the average Tier 6 divine monster. But just as Sleeping Spark was preparing to advance, a loud explosion suddenly reverberated throughout the upper level. Subsequently, Sleeping Spark saw the staircase in the distance above him shattering. Then, dense and oppressive mana began falling like raindrops, staining the world around him with darkness. How is this possible? Sleeping Spark became dumbfounded as he gazed at the falling rain of darkness. A god! This is a Tier 6 god's mana. Could they be fighting against a Tier 6 god up there? Tier 6 gods. They were the apex existences of the greater god's domain. It was especially so when it came to mana. The mana of Tier 6 gods had reached a density so extraordinary that it was basically uniquely available only to them. Even if it was Sleeping Spark, he could only hope to put up a fight against a Tier 6 god after he himself had gotten promoted to Tier 6. If he tried to fight a Tier 6 god when he was at Tier 5, even with the help of the Eye of Divine Punishment, he would only be met with certain death. Before Sleeping Spark could recover from his shock, a series of system announcements sounded in his ears. Regional system announcement. Congratulations to Black Flame for conquering the 20,000-meter mark of the Golden Spire's upper level and becoming the Golden Spire's first qualified candidate. All advanced magic puppets on the upper level will be upgraded into special magic puppets. All other players challenging the upper level will be automatically teleported back to the upper level's starting temple in 5 seconds. Regional system announcement. All players teleported back to the upper level's starting temple may choose to settle their challenge rewards or begin a new challenge. The system announcements repeated 3 times, leaving all players climbing the Golden Spire in a stupefied state. Black Flame. Isn't he the guy who killed the Star Dynasty's Demon Axe war god? I heard that the Star Dynasty has already put a bounty on him. Yet, even with a bounty on his head, he still managed to climb to the upper level's 20,000-meter mark. Isn't he a little too strong? Calling him strong is an understatement. Last I heard, the Star Dynasty's Sleeping Spark only reached the 10,000-meter mark after climbing the upper level for around 2 days. In comparison, even though Black Flame had such a late start, he still became the first to reach the 20,000-meter mark. I doubt even the various Apex Powers chosen ones can match his talent and strength. But isn't he only ranked 11th on the Sacred Glory list? When the players stuck on the lower level heard the system announcements, they reacted with shock and excitement. Previously, when Shi Feng had slain the Demon Axe war god outside the Golden Spire, everyone thought that Shi Feng was crazy and ignorant. After all, he was blatantly provoking a pseudo-apex power while having no significant background. He had no idea how powerful the various pseudo-apex powers chosen ones were. But after seeing Shi Feng surpass the various pseudo-apex powers chosen ones, everyone quickly came to a realization. A monster would soon emerge in the eternal realm. Moreover, this would be a monster that would shake the entire greater god's domain in the future. It had been a very long time since such a thing had happened, and they were fortunate enough to witness the beginning of this legend. Compared to the players on the lower level, Solitary Glow and Dragon Soul found Shi Feng's accomplishment even more shocking. They had personally experienced the difficulty of the upper level's 10,000-meter mark. That was no longer a challenge that could be overcome with the help of a mana domain. Meanwhile, it went without saying that the trial to reach the 20,000-meter mark would only be vastly more difficult. Not to mention, apart from completing the 20,000-meter mark's trial, Shi Feng had also overtaken the almighty Sleeping Spark. It should be known that the Star Dynasty had already recognized Sleeping Spark as one of the guild's taboos. So long as he got promoted to Tier 6 and got his hands on a divine artifact, he could immediately stand shoulder to shoulder with the other taboos of the guild, compared to reaching the 20,000-meter mark. Solitary Glow and Dragon Soul found it even more astonishing that Shi Feng overtook Sleeping Spark. However, compared to those two impressive feats, what unnerved Solitary Glow and Dragon Soul even more was the Tier 6 god's mana they felt raining down from the sky a moment ago. And the reason for their shock was because of the fluctuations the mana gave off. That was Shi Feng's mana. They had accompanied Shi Feng up the upper-level staircase for some time, so they would never mistake it. But what kind of monster did Shi Feng have to be to develop his mana to match the standard of Tier 6 gods? Regardless, the fact that such a monster was Seven Melody's friend left Solitary Glow and Dragon Soul with no choice but to reassess the young Miss's position in her family. Meanwhile, out of everyone in the Golden Spire, the person most surprised by Shi Feng's achievement would have to be Aqua Rose. This was because nobody knew Shi Feng's origins better than she did. As someone who came from the same god's domain, she knew their homeworld's lack of resources. It would be a miracle if their homeworld could even produce a talent rivaling chosen ones, such as Solitary Glow. After today, Shi Feng, as an individual, would most likely have the qualifications to speak to a pseudo-Apex Powers guild leader as an equal. While everyone else on the upper level was teleported back to the starting area, Shi Feng stepped onto the 20,000-meter mark with a pale complexion. The instant he stepped onto the 20,000-meter mark, system notifications sounded in his ears one after another. System, congratulations. You have become the Golden Spire's first qualified candidate. Rewarding levels +5 and Eternal Realm reputation +50. System, congratulations. You have completed the Advanced Abyssal Trial with a Super S rank evaluation. You may choose to receive an Abyssal Treasure or an Abyssal Guidance. Chapter 3476, Chapter 550, Unsealing the Shadow Incinerator. Chapter 3476, Chapter 550, Unsealing the Shadow Incinerator. Chapter 550, Unsealing the Shadow Incinerator. What astonishing rewards. Shi Feng's fatigue instantly disappeared when he saw the reward options. Anything capable of being regarded as an abyssal treasure in God's domain would be a treasure once used by the primordial abyssal god. In other words, it would be a primordial god treasure, and it would be at the fragmented divine artifact rank at the very least. It was an item that could tempt even the various apex powers. The abyssal guidance was likewise extraordinarily valuable. In God's domain, countless Tier 6 players would do anything to get a Tier 6 God's guidance to further improve themselves. While a Tier 6 God's guidance wasn't as detailed as a God's legacy, the guidance would be specifically targeted toward improving one aspect of the player receiving it. Hence, players would benefit much more from a God's guidance than a God's legacy. On the open market, one opportunity to receive a God's guidance was worth as much as 5 legendary weapons and equipment. As for a primordial God's guidance, that was something akin to a legend in the greater God's domain. Nobody would be willing to trade it away even for a fragmented divine artifact. After all, while fragmented divine artifacts were exceedingly rare, quite a few could still be found throughout the greater God's domain. In contrast, even information on primordial gods was nigh impossible to find in the greater God's domain, let alone a primordial God's guidance. After recovering from his surprise, Shi Feng chose the abyssal guidance as his reward without hesitation. An abyssal treasure might be precious, but there were all sorts of abyssal treasures in existence. If he happened to obtain an abyssal treasure that he couldn't use, it would be a massive loss to him. The abyssal guidance, on the other hand, would give him a guaranteed opportunity to improve one aspect of himself. Shi Feng experienced an unimaginably massive concentration expenditure when using the Sword of Space. The expenditure was so great that he nearly lost consciousness as soon as he finished using the mana technique. But this also allowed Shi Feng to understand the might of the Goddess of Space's Dark Moon mana technique. Even if he had used only one part of the mana technique, it still allowed him to exhibit power rivaling Tier 6 gods as a Tier 5 player. If he could reduce the Sword of Space's concentration expenditure, making it more practical to use at Tier 5, he would have a fighting chance even if he came across the various pseudo-Apex Powers Tier 6 experts in the future. Currently, the average level of the Eternal Realm's frontline experts was 158, with a few having already reached level 159. At this point, it wouldn't be long before the various pseudo-Apex Powers and upper-ranking Hegemonic Powers experts completed the final sprint and reached level 160. By then, these powers would quickly gain a batch of Tier 6 players to command in the Eternal Realm. Meanwhile, although Shi Feng had also reached level 159 due to the Golden Spire's reward, he couldn't advance to Tier 6 as soon as he reached level 160. This was because he needed to construct a legendary divine body before he could get promoted to Tier 6, which was by no means an easy task to accomplish. At that time, he would have to face a bunch of Tier 6 players while being stuck at Tier 5. If he could receive the primordial abyssal god's guidance and improve his mastery over Dark Moon, it would greatly help in the development of his personal strength and the construction of his future divine body. This, in turn, would increase his survivability and reduce the time he needed to construct a legendary divine body. You have made a wise decision, young heaven-blessed. As soon as Shi Feng decided, an illusory figure several hundred meters tall appeared on the staircase before him and spoke in a voice of commendation. At the same time, Shi Feng could feel a terrifying divine might descending upon him, instantly rendering him immobile. Well? Which aspect do you wish to receive my guidance on? You have used the last strand of power I have left in this spire, so this will be the last time I will appear here. Looking at Shi Feng with a hint of surprise in his eyes, the illusory figure pointed at one of the swords hanging by Shi Feng's waist and asked, "Do you want to receive my guidance on that goddess's legacy? Or do you want help with that sword that shouldn't exist?" Sword that shouldn't exist? Shi Feng couldn't help but turn to look at the shadow incinerator. Then, pointing at the shadow incinerator, he asked, "Almighty being, do you mean you can help me unseal this sword?" Generally, guidance involved the guide providing pointers to players in technical aspects. Meanwhile, the shadow incinerator was a weapon, so guidance shouldn't have anything to do with it normally. But if the primordial abyssal god could indeed help him unseal the shadow incinerator, he would naturally be more than happy to go with that option. It should be known that Ifi, the Crimson Wing, had slain 8 ancient gods with the shadow incinerator in his previous life. After that accomplishment, the shadow incinerator was even ranked 5th on the 7 Luminaries Alliance's divine weapon list. Not to mention the shadow incinerator currently in his possession wasn't just a divine artifact, but a godly relic instead. Unseal it for you? The primordial abyssal god shook his head and laughed. You have a wonderful imagination. Unfortunately, only you, the wielder, can undo the seals on this sword. Nobody else can do it for you. I can only teach you the way to unseal it. As for what extent you can unseal it to, it all depends on your abilities. Teach me how to unseal it. Shi Feng couldn't help but feel a bit of disdain toward the primordial abyssal god. He already knew how to unseal the shadow incinerator. Why would he need anybody to guide him in doing so? Your current concentration has reached the Tier 6 intermediate standard, so you are already qualified to undo the first seal. Failing to notice the disdain in Shi Feng's heart, the primordial abyssal god continued speaking. Of course, if you wish to rely only on yourself, you will most likely have to wait until your concentration reaches the Tier 6 advanced standard, or possibly even the Tier 6 peak standard. I can undo the first seal right away. Shi Feng was shocked. It was as the primordial abyssal god had said. According to his estimates, he would have to develop his concentration to the Tier 6 advanced standard before he could break the mental nodes in the Shadow Incinerator. Before then, he could do nothing about them, however. Developing his concentration any further than he already had would be difficult to accomplish. After all, a strong body was required to nurture a strong mind. A Tier 6 advanced concentration simply wasn't feasible with a Tier 5 body. All right, make your choice. That goddess's legacy or this sword, the primordial abyssal god said, not giving Shi Feng any further answers. Meanwhile, Shi Feng fell into contemplation for a moment as he looked at the Shadow Incinerator. Whether it was improving his mastery over Dark Moon or unsealing the Shadow Incinerator, both could significantly improve his strength. It was especially so for the mana technique developed by the goddess of space. After all, mastering Dark Moon meant mastering a goddess law. Such mastery would undoubtedly be of great help to him in creating his legendary divine body, eventually. Shi Feng gritted his teeth and said, "I choose the unsealing method of the Shadow Incinerator." As a swordsman, the temptation of having a good sword was simply irresistible to him. "Good as you wish." The primordial abyssal god nodded and gently placed a finger on Shi Feng's head. Immediately, Shi Feng felt streams of information flooding his brain. These pieces of information were not very complicated. They simply described a special way of utilizing his mind. The technique was named mental condensation, and it allowed the user to increase their mind's tenacity. What an incredible mental application method. After Shi Feng was done analyzing the mental condensation technique, he had completely forgotten about the goddess of space's legacy in God's domain. Players could only raise their mind's tenacity by elevating their life rating or relying on incredibly rare tools. Before today, Shi Feng had never even heard of a mental application method that could increase the tenacity of a player's mind. However, the primordial abyssal god's mental application method had accomplished it. Moreover, this method was very easy to learn, easier than even a silver combat technique. So long as he mastered it, he could even pass it on to others. Its value was easily comparable to that of Dark Moon. That's it for the guidance. How far you can progress in the future is up to you now. When the primordial abyssal god saw the dazed look on Shi Feng, he left behind a few words before vanishing completely. Meanwhile, after sitting silently for a while, Shi Feng quickly learned mental condensation and took out the Shadow Incinerator. Then, he began destroying the mental nodes inside. 1 node, 3 nodes, 9 nodes. After breaking 26 mental nodes, Shi Feng successfully undid the first seal on the Shadow Incinerator. Immediately, an invisible pressure rivaling the divine might of Tier 6 gods spread across a radius of several thousand yards. The pressure was so overwhelming that even Shi Feng, the Shadow Incinerator's wielder, felt a little oppressed mentally. Chapter 3477, Chapter 551, Tier 6 God. Chapter 3477, Chapter 551, Tier 6 God. Chapter 551, Tier 6 God. Incredible. Shi Feng couldn't help but be flabbergasted after looking at the weapon vaguely enveloped by black flames in his hand. Shadow Incinerator, Dark Soul, One-Handed Sword, Sealed Godly Relic. Equipment requirement. Soulbound, attack power 490% of strength. Attack speed 3% of strength and agility. All attributes increases according to the user's level. When equipped, attacks ignore 100% of all defensive effects. Attacks have a 30% chance of triggering the Soul Devour effect. Attacks have a 40% chance of being elevated by 1 rank and dealing 500% damage. Attacks cause an additional 100% damage to all creatures below Tier 6. Ignore levels plus 60. All attributes increased by 100% 70%. Physique increased by 100%. Reaction speed increased by 60%. Effects of all attacks increased by 2 ranks, up to Tier 6 peak. The strength of mana increased by 1 rank. Concentration increased by 1 rank. Additional passive skill, Incinerator's Body. Weakens all damage received by 60% and increases world perception by 1 rank. Additional active skill 1 Incinerator's Phantasm. Sacrifice 10 levels to summon the phantasm of a player. The phantasm can only be 2 tiers higher than the Shadow Incinerator's wielder, up to tier 6. Duration 5 minutes. Cooldown 5 natural days. Additional active skill 2. The end with death as the price. Incite all of the Shadow Incinerator's power to deal a devastating blow to a 10,000-yard radius. The stronger the soul sacrificed, the stronger the attack will be, up to tier 6 peak. Additional active skill 3, Scorching Flame. Sacrifice 1 level to attach the flames of Shadow to the Shadow Incinerator. The flames of Shadow can damage and destroy all weapons and equipment below the legendary rank. Duration 3 minutes. Cooldown 1 natural day. The myriad ancient gods have placed 4 seals on the Shadow Incinerator. One of the seals has been lifted thus far. Wielding the Shadow Incinerator will cause continuous mental scorching. Deaths while wielding the Shadow Incinerator will result in a loss of 100 points in all attributes. The Shadow Incinerator was already on par with top-tier legendary weapons in basic attributes, while it surpassed top-tier legendary weapons in attack power. Even the Solomon's sword he wielded in his previous life was inferior to it. With the current Shadow Incinerator, I can fight Tier 6 experts without having to use Holy Mana's Shadow. While wielding the Shadow Incinerator, Shi Feng felt as if he was no different than an actual Tier 6 player. Now he was only missing Tier 6 skills and spells. If he were to fight against Nightmare Chaser again, unless the other party had grown stronger, he was confident he could achieve victory in 17 moves or less. Now that I've achieved my goals here, it's time I head back. After glancing at the staircase leading to the top of the Golden Spire, Shi Feng opened the system interface and chose to give up on his challenge. Immediately, his body transformed into a streak of light and disappeared from the staircase's 20,000-meter mark section. After reaching the upper level's 20,000-meter mark, players would only receive additional rewards if they could reach the 30,000-meter mark. If they couldn't do that, they would simply be investing their time and energy into honing their skills. However, as far as Shi Feng could recall, nobody in his previous life had ever climbed to the upper level's 30,000-meter mark. Not even the blood-soaked Rakshasa managed to do it. Currently, Shi Feng was only at Tier 5. Although he had undone one of the Shadow Incinerator's seals, he had yet to master Dark Moon. He was still nowhere near comparable to the blood-soaked Rakshasa in his previous life. So he would simply be biting off more than he could chew by trying to challenge the upper level's 30,000-meter mark now. Rather than waste his time and energy on a fruitless endeavor, he would be better off returning now and choosing his reward from the starting temple. Golden Spire, upper level's shrine. A brilliant light descended upon the starting temple. Immediately, the 100 or so experts gathered in the temple promptly turned to where the light had fallen. When the light faded, a cloaked man carrying 2 longswords by his waist appeared in everyone's sight. "Look, he's back! He's back already?" Are the trials beyond the 20,000-meter mark so difficult? The trials undergo a qualitative transformation every 10,000 meters, so it's not strange to see him fail. Not to mention, that's the 20,000-meter mark we are talking about. Even someone as strong as Dragon Soul only managed to climb to the 14,000-meter mark. I guess that's true, but I wonder what the Star Dynasty will do. Now that Sleeping Spark is back, after including Flaming Bee's Scarlet Sorceress, they will have 4 chosen ones on their side. The 4 of them could probably kill a divine monster if they work together. Black Flame also looks to have exhausted himself. If the 4 of them attack together, Black Flame will most likely meet an untimely end. That's not necessarily true. Don't forget that Black Flame has Azure Fang's Saintess behind him. She's second on the challenge tablet. If the 2 of them work together, it'll be hard to say which side will win. Many players in the temple began to whisper among themselves when they saw Shi Feng returning. Some also expressed their excitement and anticipation as they watched Shi Feng making his way to the temple's exchange room. While many experts would often clash with each other in God's domain, fights would rarely occur between experts who had reached the 5th floor standard. As for fights between chosen ones, they were even rarer than fights between players and Tier 6 gods. If tickets were sold for a fight between chosen ones, they would definitely sell like hotcakes throughout the entire Greater God's domain. Also, aside from getting to watch a fight between chosen ones, everyone also looked forward to seeing how strong Shi Feng was. After all, he was someone who had surpassed Sleeping Spark at climbing the Golden Spire. The Golden Spire did not prohibit players from fighting each other. The only reason nobody had started a fight on the upper level thus far was simply that they wished to avoid starting a war between the various pseudo-apex powers. However, it was a different story for Shi Feng. Someone who lacked the backing of a pseudo-apex power, nothing stopped the Star Dynasty's Chosen Ones and Flaming Bee's Scarlet Sorceress from taking action against him. Subsequently, just as Shi Feng was making his way toward the exchange room, 4 individuals emerged from the room. These 4 individuals were none other than Scarlet Sorceress and the Star Dynasty's 3 Chosen Ones. The 4 of them had just finished selecting their rewards, and only 100 yards separated them from Shi Feng. Seeing this, the surrounding spectators immediately focused their attention. For Tier 5 experts, a distance of 100 yards could be crossed with no more than a step. Will they make a move? Everyone widened their eyes and held their breaths, afraid they would miss the instant the fight broke out. 90 yards, 50 yards, 30 yards, when less than 30 yards separated both sides. The Star Dynasty's Black Tiger and Candlebearer, as well as Flaming Bee's Scarlet Sorceress, took out their weapons one after another. They planned to use this opportunity to teach Shi Feng a lesson. Previously, the 3 of them dared not take action. However, now that they had Sleeping Spark on their side, they were brimming with confidence. "Hey, you 3, stop messing around." Sleeping Spark was startled when he saw the 3 people beside him preparing for a fight. Hurriedly, he warned them, he might be a Tier 6 god. Chapter 3478, Chapter 552. They are very bold. Chapter 3478, Chapter 552. They are very bold. Chapter 552. They are very bold. Tier 6 god. Scarlet Sorceress nearly dropped her staff when she heard Sleeping Spark's warning, and she couldn't help but look at the other party in disbelief, wondering if he was joking with her. It should be known that Sleeping Spark was the one who had declared he would kill Shi Feng, and she had simply decided to go along with it. Yet, now that Shi Feng was in front of them, and they had their weapons at the ready, Sleeping Spark was telling them that Shi Feng might be a Tier 6 god, that Shi Feng might be one of God's domain's apex existences. "Please tell me you're kidding, Spark," Black Tiger whispered to Sleeping Spark as his gaze stayed on Shi Feng's approaching figure, an additional hint of wariness appearing in his eyes. Now isn't the time for jokes. It should be known that the various pseudo-apex powers experts were all watching them. Now that they had drawn their weapons, their intentions couldn't be any clearer, so there was no going back for them. "I'm not joking." When Sleeping Spark saw the looks of doubt he was given, he wryly smiled and said, "Even if he isn't at the standard of Tier 6 gods, he should be close to it." In reality, Sleeping Spark doubted that Shi Feng had already reached the standard of Tier 6 gods. After all, that was the standard of the Greater God's domain's apex combatants. However, after returning to the starting temple, Sleeping Spark had coincidentally overheard Ori Beth, Azure Fang's Saintess, speaking about the monsters and magic barriers she faced at the 18,000-meter mark. Hence, he was now 100% certain that the shocking scene he had seen taking place on the staircase and the Tier 6 god's mana that subsequently rained down on him was Shi Feng's doing. Not to mention, Shi Feng ascended to the 20,000-meter mark as soon as those phenomena occurred. An existence nearing Tier 6 gods? After hearing Sleeping Spark's words, Black Tiger took another look at Shi Feng and immediately got goosebumps when he saw Shi Feng's calm composure. Even though Shi Feng was clearly suffering from concentration exhaustion, he could still behave so calmly in front of the 4 of them. Besides Shi Feng having strength nearing Tier 6 gods, Black Tiger couldn't think of any other explanations for Shi Feng's behavior. Moreover, Sleeping Spark had no reason to deceive them. "Damn it, you bastards tricked me." Scarlet Sorceress switched her gaze between her staff and Shi Feng's slowly approaching figure. She had no idea how she should get out of this awkward situation and safely leave this place. While she might be a chosen one of Flaming Bee, due to the limitations of her tier and her lack of a divine artifact, she didn't even have the strength to resist a Tier 6 god, let alone fight one. If she tried to fight a Tier 6 god now, she would suffer a miserable defeat and be at huge risk of having her soul annihilated. Should that happen, she would forever lose the qualifications to enter God's domain. In the greater world where God's domain meant everything, her life would be as good as over if she lost access to God's domain. I suddenly remembered I have urgent matters to attend to, so I'll be logging off first. Good luck, you guys. Black Tiger suddenly slapped his forehead and chose to log off with a smile. Black Tiger? You? Scarlet Sorceress gnashed her teeth when she saw Black Tiger going offline, but immediately afterward she too chose to go offline forcibly. As for Candlelight Bearer, after seeing Black Tiger and Scarlet Sorceress logging out of the game, he also decisively logged out, his body collapsing to the ground. In the blink of an eye, 3 of the 4 chosen ones standing before Shi Feng were lying on the ground, the sight shocking everyone present. What's going on? Shi Feng was also puzzled to see Black Tiger, Scarlet Sorceress, and Candlelight Bearer forcibly logging out of the game. After all, he hadn't even done anything yet. It should be known that forcibly logging out of the game came with consequences. If fortunate, players would only lose a handful of levels from doing so, but if unfortunate, they could be prohibited from logging into the game for up to half a month. Now that the Eternal Realm was still in its early exploration stage, losing half a month of progress would be no different than losing a limb. Sorry, they suddenly disconnected. Sleeping Spark awkwardly explained as he used mana to pick up the 3 motionless bodies around him. I'm afraid you'll have to wait until next time for your duel with them. After saying so, Sleeping Spark promptly stepped away from the exchange room's entrance with the 3 offline players' bodies. Only nobody present believed a single word Sleeping Spark said. The 2 sides were just about to start fighting, yet 3 people on one side suddenly disconnected. There was definitely something strange about this situation. Those 3 sure know how to flee quickly. 7 Melody, who had just exited the exchange room, couldn't help but smile when she saw Sleeping Spark leaving with the 3 bodies. Had they been a step slower, they would probably have to bid farewell to God's domain forever. They made the right choice, Dragon Soul, the 6-meter-tall giant standing next to 7 Melody said. If it were me, I would have probably hesitated for a while. Standing next to Dragon Soul, Solitary Glow silently nodded in agreement with him. An existence nearing Tier 6 gods was not something Tier 5 players like themselves could face. So, Black Tiger, Scarlet Sorceress, and Candle Bearer had made the right decision to log out of the game decisively. Of course, if Solitary Glow were to stand in their shoes, she would have probably hesitated to forcibly log out of the game, even if she knew the consequences of fighting a Tier 6 god. After all, there was only a possibility that Tier 5 chosen ones like herself would face a permanent death from going up against a Tier 6 god, whereas forcibly going offline would guarantee her a major setback in the Eternal Realm. Did all of you finish choosing already? Shi Feng asked, feeling a little surprised when he saw 7 Melody and the others exiting the exchange room so soon. I heard that there are more than 10,000 treasures in there. Even if you glance through them, it should still take some time. It had been at most 20 minutes since you reached the upper level's 20,000-meter mark. So, 7 Melody and the others couldn't have spent more than 20 minutes in the exchange room. Such a short time definitely wasn't enough to look through all of the items in the exchange room. The Golden Spire held many treasures left behind by various gods, aside from weapons and equipment. The Golden Spire's treasury also held various legacies, tools, and designs. Every one of these items could tempt the hearts of players in the outside world. Although every player was only allowed to select one item for their reward, the higher players managed to ascend in the Golden Spire, the more items that would be made available for them to choose from. We're done choosing, 7 Melody said, nodding. Actually, we've already decided what we would pick before coming to the Golden Spire. So, we quickly chose the treasures we came for after browsing for a bit. Dragon Soul and Solitary Glow nodded in agreement. Although they didn't spend much time in the exchange room, they were all very satisfied with their harvests. Meanwhile, after Seven Melody finished speaking, Aqua Rose, who had remained silent all this time, suddenly took a deep breath and walked up to Shi Feng with a serious look. Guild Leader Black Flame. This might sound rude of me, but I hope you can do me a favor, Aqua Rose said as she retrieved a golden book from her bag. This is the gold ancient tome I exchanged from the exchange room. It can be used to search for clues about any item in existence. I believe it will be of some help to you. Shi Feng looked at the gold ancient tome in silence for a moment. Then he looked at Aqua Rose and admitted, "This thing is indeed useful to me, but may I know what it is you need my help with, Miss Aqua?" The main reason he visited the Golden Spire this time was to obtain a gold ancient tome. However, the Golden Spire only had a very limited number of gold ancient tomes. There were probably only a couple of dozen in total. During his previous life, all of them were exchanged shortly after the Golden Spire opened. Currently, even if he entered the exchange room, he couldn't guarantee that there would be any gold ancient tomes remaining. After all, gold ancient tomes were incredibly useful. So long as players knew the name of a fragmented divine artifact, they could immediately get their hands on clues pertaining to it with the help of a gold ancient tome. Hence, unless they had a specific item in mind, the various pseudo-Apex Powers experts would typically choose a gold ancient tome for their reward. Chapter 347-9, Chapter 55, Myriad Hands, Chapter 347-9, Chapter 55-3, Myriad Hands. That's good to hear. Aqua Rose breathed a sigh of relief when she heard Shi Feng's answer. Then, with an earnest look, she said, "What I need help with isn't anything complicated, Guild Leader Black Flame. You only need to conduct a little investigation to know that I am currently targeted by Demon's Gate, an Apex Power. Now that the entrance to our homeworld has been partially opened, it will only take another month or so before it becomes fully open. To give our world's younger generation a head start, the Green God Corporation has selected 10,000 budding geniuses to bring over to the greater world ahead of time, and it will be conducting a talent fair in Silver Frost City, a second-tier city in the greater world, so that the greater world's various powers can absorb some of our world's young talents. My younger cousin was lucky enough to be selected by the Green God Corporation and become one of the 10,000 geniuses. However, Demon's Gate is pursuing me relentlessly. While I am safe for the time being, since I am currently in the Eternal Realm in God's domain and living in a first-tier city in the greater world, I'm worried they will target my cousin. I hope you can head to the talent fair and recruit my cousin. I only request that you let her stay in Starlake City for 3 or 4 months. Originally, Aqua Rose had not planned to ask Shi Feng for help. After all, the existence targeting her was Demon's Gate. Whether in the greater God's domain or the greater world, Demon's Gate was an apex power known by all. Just mentioning this name could send shivers down the spines of countless upper-ranking hegemonic powers. Demon's Gate was notorious for being vicious and ruthless in the greater God's domain. Its members would stop at nothing to achieve their goals, and it was especially so for its core members. Although other apex powers deeply resented Demon's Gate, nobody could do anything about Demon's Gate, for it was too strong. It could even fight against 2 or 3 apex powers simultaneously at its peak. If she hadn't received the protection of one of the Scarlet Merchant Alliance's taboos, deterring the Demon's Gate member from targeting her to a certain extent, she would have already perished in the greater God's domain. Hence, when it came to matters involving that Demon's Gate member, Aqua Rose couldn't even rely on her friends and family, even if she wanted to. But after seeing Shi Feng single-handedly suppress the Chosen Ones and Paragons of 2 pseudo-apex powers and revealing strength nearing Tier 6 gods, Aqua Rose saw a ray of hope. Anyone with strength nearing Tier 6 gods would be considered an apex existence in the greater God's domain. Even that person from Demon's Gate would have to tread carefully around such an existence. It was especially so now that they were in the Eternal Realm, where numerous powers were competing. In the Eternal Realm, many powers would be more than willing to do anything to try to win the favor of such an existence. Even opposing an apex power like Demon's Gate wouldn't necessarily be out of the question. Demon's Gate? Shi Feng frowned a little. He had experienced getting hunted by Demon's Gate countless times during his previous life, and it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that Demon's Gate's existence was omnipresent. If not for Demon's Gate being too strong, he would have long led Zero Wing to annihilate the apex power. He didn't think Aqua Rose would have provoked his old enemy in this life. If you find my request too difficult to fulfill, you can also have someone else take my cousin into hiding for a month, Aqua Rose hurriedly said when she saw Shi Feng frowning. I'll try to hurry over as soon as possible. No, it's not a difficult request, Shi Feng said, shaking his head. Then he calmly continued, It's just Demon's Gate. It's nothing significant. In his previous life, Demon's Gate had failed to do anything about him after countless attempts. Now that he wielded the godly relic Shadow Incinerator and the Goddess of Space's Dark Moon Legacy, the apex power would only be even helpless against him. Meanwhile, as soon as Shi Feng finished speaking, Dragon Soul and Solitary Glow couldn't help but be at a loss for words. Demon's Gate was one of the few apex powers in existence, and its influence spanned across the entire Greater God's domain. The top 10 players on the Divine Glory list were the only individuals qualified to deem Demon's Gate insignificant. It should be known that every player ranked within the Divine Glory list's top 10 was an existence that had long transcended humans. Every one of them could easily kill an ancient god, and some of them had even slain the taboos of apex powers before. The various apex powers greatly feared the Divine Glory list's top 10 experts. While Shi Feng might have strength nearing Tier 6 gods and would most definitely become even stronger once he got promoted to Tier 6 in the future, it was still far-fetched to say that he could match the top 10 experts on the Divine Glory list. Does that mean you will accept my request, Guild Leader Black Flame? Aqua Rose asked eagerly. Personally, Aqua Rose wasn't confident that Shi Feng would agree to her request. After all, nobody would want to offend an apex power, much less one as notorious as Demon's Gate. Had she posed her request to any other Tier 6 expert in the Greater God's domain, most, if not all of them, would have turned around and walked away as soon as they heard the mention of Demon's Gate. In some realms, Demon's Gate's name was even considered a taboo that must never be mentioned. In her opinion, it would already be a miracle if Shi Feng agreed to find a proxy to shelter her cousin for a month. While a month wasn't as much time as she would like, it was enough of a buffer for her to secure a slot in a first-tier city for her cousin with the Scarlet Merchant Alliance's help. As for keeping her cousin in their homeworld, that would be impossible. Her cousin had worked desperately to secure a slot to enter the greater world in advance. Even if she tried to persuade her cousin, the other party was unlikely to heed her advice. Not to mention, she was the cause of her cousin being targeted by Demon's Gate. I can, Shi Feng calmly said. I can also promise to enter your cousin into Zero Wing, and so long as Zero Wing continues to exist, no harm will come to her. However, I will need you to promise me one thing in exchange. What do you need me to promise you? Guild Leader Black Flame? Aqua Rose asked, her determined voice suggesting she would agree to any demands. When I need your help in the future, you must unconditionally help me once, Shi Feng said, chuckling. If you can promise me that, I will guarantee your cousin's safety. Although he had never heard of Aqua Rose having any cousins in his previous life, this was a good opportunity for him to get closer to her. No problem. Aqua Rose nodded and smiled. So long as it is something I can help you with. Shi Feng's condition couldn't even be considered a demand. It was practically a gift for her. After all, Shi Feng was someone who could closely rival Tier 6 gods as a Tier 5 player. He stood on a completely different level than she did. If there was something he needed her help with, it would be her fortune to help him. I will take your word for it, Shi Feng said. He could tell what was going through Aqua Rose's mind, and he couldn't help but chuckle. What is your cousin's name? My cousin goes by the name of Silk Radish in God's domain. She has only come into contact with God's domain for a short time, and she is still a university freshman. She isn't interested in grinding and adventuring, but she is greatly interested in God's domain's engineering system. She has been researching it since she entered God's domain, Aqua Rose introduced. Silk Radish? Engineering? Shi Feng was stunned by the incredibly familiar name from Aqua Rose's mouth. Myriad Hands Silk Radish. She was one of the only 6 pseudo-divine craftsmen in the Greater Gods domain in his previous life. Chapter 3480, Chapter 55, Treasure Exchange. Chapter 3480, Chapter 55, Treasure Exchange. Chapter 55, Treasure Exchange. While she is only a basic master engineer right now, she is very talented, and it shouldn't be difficult for her to become a Grand Master Engineer in the future, Aqua Rose awkwardly added when she saw the stunned look on Shi Feng's face. There were many lifestyle classes in God's domain, and they allowed players to achieve prosperity in God's domain, even if they weren't skilled in combat. However, in the Greater Gods domain, lifestyle players would only be considered to have reached an entry level after reaching the Master Standard. It was especially so for the Engineer subclass. While the various combat tools they produced were useful to low-tier players, they were mostly inconsequential to high-tier players. Even the tools produced by a Grandmaster Engineer for Tier 5 and Tier 6 players would pale in effectiveness compared to a potion produced by a Grandmaster Alchemist. To make matters worse, engineers require a lot of resources to nurture. The cost of producing a Grandmaster Engineer was 2 or 3 times more than it would take to produce a Grandmaster of another subclass. Because of these reasons, the Greater Gods domain's various powers were reluctant to nurture engineers. It didn't matter even if the engineer player in question was very talented. "Rest assured, Miss Aqua. I promise she will receive the best treatment in Zero Wing," Shi Feng said, chuckling when he saw Aqua Rose's awkwardness. "Moreover, I guarantee her future achievements will surpass your imagination." Silk Radish was known by all in his previous life. Her status in the Greater Gods domain was so exalted that even the various apex powers wished to recruit her. It was true that most engineers in the Greater Gods domain were of little use to high-tier players. After all, the strongest combat tools that most engineers could produce could only reach the Tier 5 standard. They would be of little threat to Tier 5 players, let alone Tier 6 players. However, Silk Radish wasn't your average engineer. She was an engineer who had climbed to the pseudo-divine craftsman rank in the Greater Gods domain, and the combat tools she produced could shock even primordial gods. Particularly, the legendary flying ships she produced could scare even ancient gods into fleeing. During Shi Feng's previous life, some apex powers were willing to go to war with another apex power just to get a legendary flying ship from Silk Radish. Silk Radish's influence in the Greater Gods domain was well above the influence of other pseudo-divine craftsmen. "That is good to hear," Aqua Rose casually responded, simply taking Shi Feng's words as pleasantries. Then she handed the gold ancient tome and Silk Radish's contact information to Shi Feng, saying, "Here is my cousin's information. I still can't get in touch with her outside, but I believe the Green God Corporation will be holding its talent fair in Silverfrost City in a few days. I will have to trouble you when the time comes." "Okay, leave it to me," Shi Feng said, not bothering to say anything else as he accepted the gold ancient tome and Silk Radish's information. It was a fact that engineers did not have a favorable outlook in the current Greater Gods domain, so his behavior of praising Silk Radish indeed looked perfunctory. After all, who could have imagined that a little girl would become a pseudo-divine craftsman? And who could have imagined that the Greater Gods domain's various powers would start frantically nurturing engineers because of Silk Radish? Meanwhile, after Shi Feng and Aqua Rose were done with their conversation, Seven Melody took the initiative to add Shi Feng as a friend. She even invited him to move his base of operations to Royal Eternal City. The most prosperous city in the current Eternal Realm, Royal Eternal City was the only royal capital in the Eternal Realm. It wielded authority and unique functions that vastly surpassed other NPC cities. Many pseudo-apex powers and apex powers have gathered there, and those without the backing of these powers couldn't even establish a foothold in the city. However, Shi Feng turned down Seven Melody's sincere invitation. In regards to this, Seven Melody could only leave the Golden Spire disappointed with Aqua Rose and the others. After Seven Melody left, Arabeth couldn't help but look at Shi Feng in confusion. "Are you really going to offend Demon's Gate just for a gold ancient tome?" Arabeth asked out of curiosity. "The people from Demon's Gate are a bunch of lunatics. No matter how hard that woman tries to hide her cousin's existence, Demon's Gate's people will eventually discover that little girl. Do you think it's worth it? For just a gold ancient tome?" Definitely not, Shi Feng said, chuckling. But if it's for that little girl, I think it's worth it. It seems you are also a lunatic, Orobeth said, sighing. But you have helped me a great deal this time. If you come across any trouble in the future, I can lend a hand once. After saying so, Orobeth disappeared from the temple, leaving Shi Feng stunned. He never thought the blood-soaked Rakshasa would promise to help him once. This would have been an incredibly rare opportunity in his previous life. However, Shi Feng didn't dwell on the matter for long before he stepped into the exchange room. Although he had already acquired a gold ancient tome, plenty of other attractive items were still available in the Golden Spire's treasury. "Greetings, sir. Here is your exchange list," the mechanical puppet in the exchange room said as it handed Shi Feng a list. "According to the rules set by the gods, you may exchange for only one item from this list." Shi Feng was familiar with the Golden Spire's exchange rules, so he started browsing the list immediately. Are these the available rewards for reaching the upper level's 20,000-meter mark? Shi Feng couldn't help but be shocked by the items listed. The list not only contained the gold ancient tome he needed, but it also contained many treasures that were very hard to come by in the outside world. For example, there were a total of 23 gold combat technique tablets available on the list. Not even the various apex powers possessed this many golden laws. Aside from golden laws, Shi Feng could also choose from as many as 8 fragmented divine artifacts, 14 god guidances, and 28 world sources as his reward. There were well over 1,000 items Shi Feng had never heard of being available for exchange on the list, and every item could cause the Greater Gods Domain's players to lose their minds. Even Shi Feng was not an exception. A goddess armament? Shi Feng couldn't help but gasp when he saw a striking name on the list. Goddess armament, also known as Fate's Guidance. There were only 6 instances of this item in the Greater Gods Domain, and every one of them had a chance of providing a female player with a full divine artifact set. Of course, the divine artifact sets left behind by goddesses were not so easy to obtain. While it was true that each goddess armament could become a complete divine artifact set, whether players could obtain it was a different story. Every goddess armament would put players through 12 trials. If players could pass all 12 trials, they would obtain a personalized divine weapon and the goddess armament set, a 6-piece divine artifact set. However, if players failed to pass even one trial, they would forever lose the qualifications to re-challenge the trials. Due to the goddess armament's potential, any power that got its hands on a goddess armament would treat it as its most prized possession and keep it safely guarded, in the hopes that someone in their guild could clear the 12 trials one day and become one of the strongest players in the Greater Gods Domain. As far as Shi Feng was aware, a total of 4 goddess armaments were found in his previous life. Of them, 3 were acquired by Apex powers, while 1 was acquired by the pseudo-Apex power Azure Fang. However, even after obtaining the goddess armaments for many years, nobody from these 4 powers managed to obtain the goddess armament set. This situation caused many people to think that the rumors surrounding the goddess armaments were false. "Are you sure you wish to exchange for this item, sir?" the mechanical puppet asked when it saw Shi Feng's finger stopping on the goddess armament's name. "You may not change your choice once you have confirmed your decision. You will also be unable to select any other treasures in your subsequent entries unless you reach the summit."